Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 3 of Hoop Fest. This is our second annual Hoop Fest, and man, we hope you're enjoying what you've seen so far. What a great time we've had so far. Hey, and if this is your first time ever seeing the show, if you've ever seen a SMP show, put a number 1 in the chat right now, and I promise you, the SMP Nation is going to welcome you with open arms, and let us know if you're new where you're from as well, because you never know. You may have a neighbor right down the street that's on here too, and that's a sewer that you didn't even know. So do that, and hopefully we'll get you connected with somebody in your area. But guys, we have had a blast so far, and it's already hard to believe that it's Wednesday. I mean, it's
halfway there.
Yeah, already halfway through it, isn't it? I got, Kick and Kennedy, I got Rock and Roger, and I got Big Daddy Kyle with me this morning. So y'all say hi to them. And they're over here running the console and helping us out. And again, guys, we've got a great lineup of educators today that are going to do demonstrations for you with all the latest and greatest embroidery products. And then we also have 2 educational sessions today that are going to be strictly like, teaching you in a class, like in a university. We got Cindy Hogan's going to be here today, going to be teaching you some things. And then we have Kimberly Dotson is going to be here. Kimberly is from OESD. Cindy's a brother ambassador. And so they're going to both be here today just to do some teaching. And so we're super excited about that. And but we have a great lineup for you. And then we've got my co-host, Jane Klaus will be here. So she'll be coming in shortly. But guys, I got to, first of all, thank our sponsors. If it wasn't for our partners and our manufacturers out there sponsoring this event, we wouldn't be able to give all these great prizes and things the way we do. We couldn't do it, by ourselves, that big of a prize package. And so I got to thank, our platinum sponsors out there were, Brother SWF and Baby Lock. Our gold sponsor, our Anita Good Design, Janome, Juki, and Aero Cabinets. Our silver sponsors, Durkee Hoops and OESD. And then our bronze sponsor is Dime. And then we can't leave out our associate sponsor is Synchrony Financing Company. They have really given us some great rates so we could offer these 0% interest financing for you. And then I think they gave us a prize too that we're going to have in the drawing. So we really appreciate all of our partners out there. Got to give a shout out before we get too deep into it to some of the SMP Nation out there watching today. Hey, we have Diane Lemma, is that right? Lemma? From Houston, Texas watching today. We have Karen Butler up in Michigan. I recognize that name. We have Donna Gibbs. Donna is watching in Alabama. We have Ginger Israel. I know her. She's a local.
That's a regular.
Yep, San Diego girl. And then we have Kim Johnson is watching up in Detroit, Michigan. So welcome to the show, ladies. And we hope that y'all are going to stick around for the whole week. And right now, if you've watched it from day 1, and this is your 3rd day, you've watched every hour that we've been on, put a number 5 in the chat right now. Let us know that you've been here. And I'm anxious to see how many people on this morning have been here from day 1 with us. And I know that we have some people that, they emailed me, said, hey, I'm planning my vacation. I'm going to be off all week watching y'all. So we surely do appreciate it. I see a bunch of 5s coming in right now.
A lot of 5s coming in.
A lot of 5s coming in.
A lot of 5s. Wow.
So anyway, guys, we sure do appreciate it. And hey, the thing about it is we have got some great products today that we're going to show again. And, kind of wanted to let you know how we do this. So we go out and we work with the manufacturers and we, try to get really good pricing for us that we can, our costs. We try to get reduction of costs. And sometimes it's, we have to buy a certain quantity to get that price. And when we get a good price, I pass that savings right on to you. So that's how we're able to get these really good deals. Now, today you're going to see a lot of things where I'm going to say, I can't tell you what the price is that we're selling it for. This is the normal price. You have to call in to get the price. And the reason we do that is the manufacturers, they have what they call a MAP pricing program. It's called a minimum advertised price. And we have to abide by those guidelines, and we can't. So that means we can't advertise it on air. We can't tell you what the price is or show it. We could sell it for whatever we want. So what we do is we say you have to call in to get the show pricing. So when you hear me say that, just know it is going to be a lot better than a regular price that you'll find anywhere in the nation. And I think right now you can get out there and ask people that are on chat right now and say, hey, did we have the best deals in the industry? And they're going to agree with us. We really work hard to try to get you the great pricing. And so again, when you just got to trust me when I say this is a great deal, it's going to be a great deal. So we've got some great pricing today, and we're going to share that with you. So anyway, guys, I got to tell you about our co-host. Okay, Jane Klaus. She's a 2-time Emmy Award winner, and she has she's a TV personality. She's out of Chicago. She's been on the WGN network. She has been everywhere. She has a show called Creative Living. She does a podcast. She does a radio show. This girl is everywhere, but guess where she's at today? She is right here. So y'all welcome to the show, Jane Klaus.
Hey, everybody. Good morning, Blaine. Thank you for that intro. I feel great.
I'm super pumped today. I'm so excited. We always talk about this. We start the show and we go, it's going to go by so fast. I can't already believe it's already day 3.
I literally woke up this morning and I'm like, it's day 3 of Hoop Fest already. I'm like, where have the days gone? I'm going to tell you what, I'm so happy for all the new folks coming in. I love hanging with you guys that have been here for the whole week, Blaine. But it's crazy when we think about what we're learning today, the products that we're seeing, the ideas and inspiration that we're getting from each other. And for me, it's just like hanging out with my friends. So you're like, oh, she's a TV host and she on the radio, blah, blah, blah. I do all that for my career. My passion is creating and making and sewing and hooping. Blaine, this is the best place for me to be right now. So thank you.
Well, thank you for being here. And I tell you what, it's been a pleasure working with you. And I know everybody out there just absolutely loves your energy. And, the thing about it, Jane, this is what's so great about, Hoop Fest. Not only, excuse me, are we bringing in these great educators, we're bringing in great products, but we're bringing a lot of people together. And, we've had people that have actually made friendships through our chat, talking to each other, and they've actually traveled and hung out together and become friends now. So, it brings this whole community together, and that's one thing I love about it. So it's pretty awesome.
It's so fun. It's so fun, really, to be around like-minded people. Yeah, I've got a gaggle of girlfriends, really and truly, but none of them want to talk to me about sewing and creating and making and upcycling and embroidering. And that's okay, because I'll make them gifts. But to be with all y'all is so much fun because we're like-minded and we're learning and we're talking about the same things. So it really is a great community. SMP Nation, Blaine.
Well, Jane, we got to tell everybody too is a little bit about what's going on with Hoop Fest. So, as everybody probably knows by now, we had a contest where you could submit an embroidery project, and we had 2 categories. One, it was a garment contest, and the other was anything else. So It could be a home decor, whatever you wanted embroidery. We submitted those. We opened it up for voting, and then we had over 20,000 votes. And so we actually awarded, the first 3 places in each category based on the voting. And we're going to announce that on Friday. And it was just awesome. The projects that were submitted.
The turnout for it, the people that really joined in the fun was just truly just like flabbergasting. It's so great.
Yeah, it is. And so we're going to give them, each a great, first place winners are going to get a great prize package. Second, third place will get a prize package. So it's pretty cool. But, we're not leaving the customers that are watching out. I mean, we're giving a $25,000, actually it's a $28,000, Jane.
Yeah.
$28,000 dream embroidery studio away to one lucky viewer. And we're going to do that on Friday. And, it's easy. Tell them how they can win, because we've talked about this.
Yeah. So the best way to win is doing what you're doing. You got to share the show, whether you're sharing it on YouTube or Facebook. So once we watch the show, you can get on there and share it to all of your friends so that they tune in. And you got to write something in the comments box. The more you write, the more entries you get. Hi, Jane. Ask a question. I love it when I'm hosting and it's my turn and I have a presenter on, and the presenter comes back and says, we have any questions. I love your questions. It really enables all of us to be part of it. So you got to write something in those little comment boxes. Right, Blaine?
You're exactly right. So, and the best way to describe it, Jane, is like if you're, you had a ticket that you're buying and you're putting it in a raffle box. Anything they do as far as participation in the show is just like adding another ticket with their name on it in a raffle box. So if they do, if they go to YouTube right now and subscribe to the channel, if they hit the bell notification, hit the thumbs up, if they go to Facebook and like our page, if they like the video and then share the video, and then if they make comments and ask questions on either platform, that's going to enter them in to win not only prizes that we're giving away today, but it enters them into the prizes that we're going to give away on Friday for the Dream Studio. So there's a lot of ways to win. And so again, that's what we want, participation. And the more you participate, the greater your chances are.
And I'll tell you, I'll let you guys in on a secret. It's sometimes when there's a little computer glitch or like the gremlins come out and they try to chew on the wires of the IT world, Blaine gets really generous and then he'd do a giveaway in the middle of the day. So you never know.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. Yeah, we actually gave away 2 extra sewing machines yesterday that we didn't even have slotted to do. So, we ended up at the end of the day giving the machines away we were planned, but we went ahead and gave 2 away earlier. So you never know about us. We're gonna try to reward people for hanging around and watching. And again, we're really gonna try to reward everybody about the pricing. I tell you, Jane, we have got some great pricing today and on some stuff, and I'm super excited to share. I wish I could just tell everybody on air how much the things are, but we can't because of restrictions. But they're just gonna have to take my word for it and just give us a call and find out.
So Blaine, when people call, because this is great, like, we see something, we go to SMPLive.tv and we see the price and it's slashed out because there's special Hoop Fest pricing. How are the phone lines? How's the chat boxes? Like they're lighting up and I'm like, oh, like this is, am I going to get through? But we do because you call us back.
They told me yesterday the phones, actually Monday and Tuesday, the phones were absolutely insane, crazy busy. And I know people had trouble getting through, but what we have done, we've tried to, cover, every gamut we can. So when I give you the number and you call in, if you can't get through on the phones, what you can do is go to SMPLive.tv. So I want everybody right now to write that down, SMP Live, LIVE.tv. You see it on the screen. And when you go to that, that's our web page for the live broadcast. And it has every product from Monday through today. It'll have all the products on there that we're highlighting. And then at the very top of the page, when you click on that, it's going to say, request a callback. So if you can't get through to the phones, if you can't get through, like if you're on a product page looking at something and one of the live chat agents, they're not even available. You can go to that page, click it, fill out the information, hit submit, and it gets updated real time in our call center on their screens. As soon as they get off the phone, they're going to give you a call right back. So we've got things in place to try to get to everybody. But again, a little bit of patience. We're going to get you. And but yeah, it's extremely busy, Jane.
And the cool thing too is when you go online, when you go to SMPLive.tv, immediately the chat box comes up because I was on there yesterday because of course, not only am I hosting, but I'm also shopping. But it pops up and it's like, do you need any help? So they're right there waiting for you, asking, do you have any questions? What can we do for you? So it's right there. It's easy to find. And that's where you can go. If we're not answering all the questions, that's where you can go to get more information.
Well, and I just want everybody too to understand, you can look like right now on YouTube and it'll show you like how many people may be viewing. But what you need to figure out is like Monday's show, we had 5,500 people watch the show. Yesterday, at the close of the show, we had 4,500 people had watched. So it's people are coming in and out all day long. And so those people are calling. So if you can think about 5,000 people trying to call you, you can imagine the phones are going to be busy. And I mean, we've got a huge crew. We got 20 people over there answering phones. And then we got 8 people on the live chat. So, and then we've got a chat team right now. We've got Deb's crew, it's Deb and Candace and Melinda and Rhonda are here in the studio with us. and they're monitoring the Facebook and YouTube chat, just trying to help answer questions. So we got a huge staff right now trying to get to everybody.
Hey, Blaine, it'd be really cool because you're talking about the whole staff and everybody's there, and you all can chime in if you like this idea. You should get somebody just with their smartphone to just take a walk through and see all you guys, like you're on the air, somebody's working, here's the crew, and just kind of give us a backstage, behind the scenes tour of like people in motion.
We'll try to do that. Actually, we've got security cameras all through the corporate office, the warehouse, and everything. And we did this. I think it was Quilt Fest. We kind of tapped into the security cameras, and Kyle was able to show some things, and they heard us talking on the air, so they all got up and waved. So we'll see. Maybe Kyle can do that again.
That'd be cool.
We'll try to maybe do that today, so give everybody a kind of behind the scenes look at everything. But yeah, it's busy at SMP this week.
Next time I'm coming out there, I'm going to be in your studio with you.
Well, that's what we need. You need to be sitting right here.
Yeah, that would be fun. We're sitting at a news desk.
I'm telling you.
Blaine and Jane.
Telling you what. Well, hey, Jane, are you ready to kick this show off?
I am so ready to kick things off, Blaine. It's super exciting.
Oh, my gosh. I hope everybody's ready out there, because our first presenters, man, they have been the highlight of the show so far. Everybody is going crazy over their products. It's Aero Cabinets is going to be on. And, Jane, I'm telling you what, we are kicking so many cabinets and chairs out the warehouse. It's amazing how many chairs have sold.
Can I tell you?
The cabinets are just flying off the shelves. And they've got some stuff today that is really incredible. That's the thing. Every single, project they've shown so far, or every, demo they've shown, they've had a different product. And so y'all are getting to see a lot of things from Aero Cabinets today. And today's no exception. We got some really unique products, and we're in great pricing. So we're ready to get them guys going.
Yeah. And you know what, Blaine, on my ride into my studio, I was with my husband, Kurt, and I was talking about Aero Cabinets. And I said, they have these chairs, and I really would like a chair. I want 2 chairs. And I'm like, they have cabinets. He goes, we need cabinets. I'm like, well, tune into the show.
Well, that's awesome. Well, as you know, you kind of, got me. I'm going to have to buy my wife, Michelle, another chair, because you kind of told her about the chair for the dogs. Well, we showed the picture yesterday. Her 2 little puppies were in the chair, her sewing chair. So we're going to have to get another one now for her to sit in.
No doubt. And the pricing on those chairs, you guys, totally great. And the chairs are amazing.
Oh, they are. So, well, hey, we're going to get going, Jane. We're going to have you back here in about 30 minutes. And so, guys, hey, first up this morning, we have got Aero Cabinets. We got Harley and Sarah from Aero. And they're going to be here this morning talking all about the cabinets and chairs. So, guys, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Blaine. How are you?
So happy to be here. How are you today?
Oh, man, I am so good. And I tell you what, I know Dave, your warehouse guy, has been texting me saying,
Dave,
what is going on? He's saying,
why did we give Dave your text number is the question.
I don't know, but he is going crazy. First of all, he was telling me, you need to push this. You need to get Harley to give you a better price because we got too many in the warehouse. Now he's texting me like, what's going on? There's so many orders coming in. We can't keep up.
I know. Well, he is keeping up, but barely. The guys are sweating in the warehouse. It's like 110 out there today.
That's what they said. They said yesterday they were working themselves to death trying to keep up with all the orders that were coming in. And so, hey, that's a good thing. Everybody's getting great pricing. They're getting great product. So
amazing.
Hey, I'm ready for y'all to show what we got going on today.
Blaine, we're going to show you today is all about storage and cutting, something that you can never have enough of. So thank you for welcoming Sarah. Sarah's going to be, this is a new Sewing Machines Plus live face that we hope you see more of. So we're going to talk about cutting surfaces and storage. There's a lot to cover. So unlike normal where we have 1 or 2 products, I think we have 5 products to show you this time. 4 is hard. We're going to try to do 5. And I thank Kyle for texting me late into the evening about orders that were coming in, and Nicholas in your sales group. So keep up the good work on the phones. We will get right into one of our signature cabinets.
Let's do it.
The Dingo storage cabinet. And it is a beautiful storage and cutting cabinet. Do I have it locked? Yes. Okay. So the Dingo has 9 drawers on it. So we have 1 large drawer here on the bottom. Put a serger, all sorts of things in here. Put irons in here, soft close drawers. I mean, this drawer is really weighted down. So you've got that. You've got 7 smaller drawers and a medium-sized drawer down there on the bottom. It is ginormous. Well, it's big. I won't say ginormous. I'm saving ginormous for just a little bit. So this one, when it is closed, is only 46 by 21 and a half. And it's a great cutting height. It's 35 and a half inches tall. Now, when you open it up, Sarah, can you help me
Absolutely.
hold that guy there? We're going to put back the quilt leaf. It's kind of like a quilt leaf. One person can do it easily. Nice big cutting surface. How big is the cutting surface? Great shot, Ethan. How big is the cutting surface? Well, when you put a cutting mat on it, it fits perfectly. Look how big that is. When it is open, it is 46 by 40 and a half. So 46 and actually a quarter. So the cutting mat is designed so you can cut. I mean, you can put a lot of weight on here. If I had good hops, I'd jump up here. Jerry's not here today. Sarah, you want to jump up here
I got
in your
good
red
hops.
shoes?
Absolutely.
That'd be bad. No, don't jump up there. That's all right.
I would have done it.
We could do it. So this is made out of a heavy duty melamine finish. It is a kangaroo product from Ricoh. Thus, it has a lifetime warranty. You're not going to find that from a lot of other folks. A lifetime warranty on a cutting thing. With the different tables, you are really, with the different drawers, different drawers, you have so much storage in here, plus it doubles as a cutting table. And when it folds down, it gets really compact.
It does. It has such a nice small footprint for all of this cabinet holds and all of this space that you have for cutting. Once you fold this guy down.
And it locks.
Oh, it locks.
Keep people out of there.
Keep those little fingers off of your fabric shears.
And Ethan, I don't know if you have a shot of the caster, but, he does. So it has industrial strength casters that are locking. Does the cutting mat store easily? The cutting mat stores anywhere you want to put it. It does not have like storage inside the unit for the cutting mat, but it's a nice cutting mat. It's big, and we store it. You could put it under a bed. Could go under a bed pretty easily to store that.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
So the dingo just folds right up. Boom, boom. Watch your fingers.
Oh, I got
Then
it.
we drop it.
There we go.
And it has a couple quilt leaves here on the back. We'll show you kind of how it. Almost there.
There we go.
So these quilt leaves, it's got 2 support brackets in the back. That's what makes this so sturdy. Why you can cut on the entire surface of the top. So it's a great cutting surface. It's really solid. 10-year warranty, easy to put together. Yesterday, we talked a lot about how we've sold over 2 million cabinets. Well, they're not that hard to put together. Yes, it takes a little bit of time, but it's not that difficult. Sarah is the instruction queen, so she has redone the instructions, and they are awesome.
Easy to follow. They've got excellent illustrations and words too, because sometimes, when you're putting something together, the pictures are great, but what am I looking at? So we've got some verbiage in there too to
So
really
with
keep you
Mr.
on
Dingo,
track.
if this isn't big enough for you, or you want something without all the drawers, we have an option called the kookaburra. We're going to wheel the kookaburra on over to center stage. Did I lock a caster? No. Good.
Okay.
Big casters on this. Okay. Which side do you have facing forward?
I have the drawers
Excellent.
facing
Okay.
forward. Okay.
All right, Sarah, take it away.
This kookaburra cutting table, I have to tell you, this is one of my favorite kangaroo products. It is, when it's all folded down, it's got a pretty small footprint. It's 20 inches wide by 40 inches deep, and it's 36¼ inches high, which is a great height. It's basically a kitchen counter height, really a great height for cutting and for piecing together if you're quilting or doing something really creative like that. So it folds down really nice and small, but it also folds out so nice and big. We've got 2 gate legs on either side, and they kind of have little magnets on the bottom so that they click into place. and everything stays nice and sturdy. And then when this guy is all completely folded out, it is just ginormous. It's 70 inches wide, 40 inches deep. And again, you get that 36.25 inch height. So you're not killing your back when you're cutting out some of your more intricate pieces.
That's very true. And one of the neat things about it is when you look at this quilt leaf, or actually extension, is easy to grab, because when you're trying to get it, there's a cutout on it. So you can reach in. You don't have to reach all the way back to the middle of the cabinet back here. It's really easy to grab it and pull it forward. And like Sarah said, there's a magnet that attaches right here. So you have a positive lock. So when you're pushing on the cabinet, it's really nice.
It's really sturdy. This puppy is not going anywhere. It's not going to slide out from under you at all. And, you know, Harley was just talking about these gate legs that come out and how easy they are to grab. Speaking of things that are easy to grab, check out all this storage in these drawers. Again, we have the soft close drawers, which, I mean, you gotta love the soft close drawers. They just work so beautifully. And each one of these are pretty deep. I think you can see inside here.
There's a lot of room.
It is a deep cabinet. It's a deep drawer. And all of them, there are 4 of these nice deep drawers.
Slam that drawer, Sarah.
Oh, I'm
Slam the
slamming
drawer.
it. Okay,
Slam it. Slam the drawer.
Let's be rough with it. Okay. Look
Boom.
at that.
They
Look
just
at that.
close.
Such smooth operation. This
When
is
you're
great.
gentle, it closes pretty well. But when you're rough, it closes really, really
It
well.
really does a nice job. You can put any number of great things in here. I would store all of my just stacks and stacks and stacks of spools of ribbon.
Absolutely.
All sorts of things. You all know what you would store in here better than I would. But that's
Okay.
not the only storage that you have. If you go around to the back of the Kookaburra cutting table,
We'll spin it.
we're just going to spin her right around. All right, look at those shelves. They're fantastic. They are actually, and these are adjustable height. So you've got these little pegs that the shelves sit on. You can move those up and down. Let's say that you want a lot of space down here, no problem.
You know what? Jerry's not here. I could climb in here and take a nap. Look how deep that is. I can stick my arm all the way in there. So they're really deep. You can put a lot of stuff in there. You can put your project box in there, extra fabric. Am I going to get in trouble if Jerry is watching this and sees me crawl in there?
Well, not if he's watching it after the
Ethan
fact.
says, you're fine.
You'll be okay. Okay.
Kyle's probably laughing and Blaine's like, Harley's a nut. So, yeah, what are we missing on this? Lifetime warranty. It's got a
Lifetime
nice
warranty.
melamine.
Mhm.
Oh, I know what we haven't shown.
What have we not shown them yet? Oh,
Woo.
how could we forget the self-healing cutting mat?
I'm going to call it the world's largest cutting mat, even though it may not truly be the world's largest, but I'm going to say.
It's pretty big.
And this
Think
cutting
of
mat,
all you could lay out along this surface and
And-
all of the cutting you could get done.
and this table has rounded corners. So the cutting mat has rounded corners. So it really matches the profile of the table. It's great.
It is a great table. It comes in 2 colors, right?
Two
Harley?
colors.
It comes in teak that you see here. This nice, it really is a nice wood tone. The hard melamine finish. This thing is sturdy, durable. And it also comes in ash white. So whatever
Oh.
color scheme you're going for in your sewing room, we've got you covered.
We do. That's the Kookaburra
That is the Kookaburra.
from
And
Arrow.
like
It's in the
Harley
Kangaroo
said,
sewing furniture brand.
right, this one has a lifetime warranty.
We are going to.
So,
We talked about sizes, right?
yeah,
we talked
we
about all the
talked about
sizes.
sizes.
It's on SewingMachinesPlus.com if you missed the sizes. Didn't get to make a note, but open on one side, drawers on the other. Now, I think I have to talk about Millie.
Yes, you
Millie's
do.
been so popular during this show.
Millie is so
Um,
great. I love Millie.
We showed Millie on day 1.
Oh, I don't think it hurts to show her again. She's so pretty.
Well, yesterday, orders just kept coming in for Millie. She's so popular. And Kyle and I were talking back and forth. You know, Kyle behind the camera, the number 2 cameraman there, because Roger's everyone's favorite, I hear. It just keeps selling. So the Millie cutting table is something new this year. So it's one of the newer cabinets. The Millie doesn't have storage underneath, but it's really a multi-function table. It has, dun, dun, dun. So as we go, Ethan, I think I'll go under too and show the locking in a bit. So we have put up one side, put up two sides. What's really unique is this cutting board, or ironing board, cutting board. An ironing board. Right here, you can cut and iron at the same time. Wow, on one piece. Helps if I'm forward, but I'm trying not to turn my back.
You don't have to run across your sewing studio for just those little pieces. And I keep talking about quilting because that's what I'm familiar with. All of those little pieces that you're cutting out of your fat quarters and you want to fit them just nice. You don't have to run all the way across your studio to your ironing board to get those nice and flats that you know that they're going to fit together well. Everything is all right here.
It is.
In one spot for you.
And Ethan, if you can turn on my cell phone. 3, 2, 1, here we go. So as you can tell, here, there's a locking mechanism. I didn't put this in to show you. So there's a positive fit. So when this goes over and goes into that plastic, it's that easy. Now it's not going to move as you're moving around, and it will stay put. So it's really nice to have that. And it's also really easy to just take out of there. I'm going to do this and hold the camera at the same time. See, it's just a little bump and it'll come out. But it won't come out when you're using the table, which is kind of the key of everything. Excuse me. And then the cutting mat has a nice fabric to it. Mm-hmm. So we'll go over dimensions now.
Yeah,
Sarah, can you read the dimensions so everyone knows the
this.
size?
Okay.
I'll get out of the way and we'll go back to a wide shot.
For our millia, now you have a built-in 27-inch by 12-inch folding ironing board. That's how big that is. When you fold out those two leaves, you create a ginormous 63-inch by 59-inch cutting surface. And that's going to help out a lot for your larger products. Let's see here. When it's all the way open, it's 63.5 wide by 59 and 1/8 inch deep. And again, that perfect height for cutting. 36.25 inches high. And when it's closed down, it is so nice and small, 37.5 inches wide, only 13.75 inches deep. And again, it is 36.25 inches high. So
and when you're talking
really
about width,
nice size.
we're talking about width this way, but then we're really narrow this way. So you could keep it set up as just an ironing unit.
Yeah, you absolutely could.
Otherwise, we can certainly take the ironing down. Fold that in.
There you go. Look at this little tiny baby. It fits so great in your sewing studio, and it's got everything you need for cutting and ironing right here in one small footprint.
And I believe Blaine has a special deal on the cutting mat when you buy it this month. So for Hoop Fest, special, another Hoop Fest special. Blaine, my arm is still sore for the pricing that we were giving you on all this stuff. It's great. So this is the Millie with the ironing board. There's also, I'm going to say, a long-lost sister to Millie.
Oh, here she is.
The Dixie.
We love Dixie.
So Dixie is an adjustable height cutting table.
Yeah, this one moves up and down so that your cutting height, let's say that you're a little on the short side, you're petite.
You can adjust it.
You can definitely adjust this so that it is not just so high up for you.
So the Dixie, it also has a cutting mat, which I may or may not have with me here today.
We didn't grab the.
But I can tell you, it's got a cutting mat that comes with a matching cutting mat. It is unique in that it has storage. So it has some shelves here for storage. We have a machine on it right now. And you can adjust the height. It's easy to adjust the height because once you adjust the height, you're probably not going to change it again, right? You're 5 foot nothing. That's funny. 5 foot nothing. It'll work for 5 foot nothing.
It'll work for 5 foot nothing. No
so
problem.
It is adjustable in height from, I have to remember exactly the height, from 32 inches to 38 inches. And it's as easy as changing. There's a bolt that holds the legs here. You just change that setting and it'll go up or down. Because once you set it, you're not really going to share the table with a lot of other people. So it's really great. So this is the Dixie.
And you know what else I love about the Dixie? I love these shelves here. It's just nice to have something right within reach. In this case, we've got
You can put baskets on it.
baskets. You can put whatever you want in your baskets on your shelves. We've got room for a sewing machine, ironing tools, all sorts of things that you can store on these shelves here.
And since it's
just a
14
nice
inches
little
wide,
feature. Yeah.
you can fit
Lots
your
of
project
space.
boxes in there very easily. Project boxes
Absolutely.
can go right there.
And when you've got these leaves folded out, your cutting space is generous. 49 inches.
That's a lot of cutting space.
That's a lot of cutting space.
Yeah.
And again, we have a nice melamine finish on
It's a
this
nice
one.
melamine finish. It's very durable.
Very, very
It
durable.
probably has, Jerry would sit on in this one. I'd sit on this one too. It's very sturdy. What you'll find is there are some imitations of this
Mhm.
that are really, I'll just say they're cheap and they're cheaply made. And when you push on the side of it, it'll actually bow and go up. So after 3 days of putting up with Harley, you guys know pretty well that, I can put a lot of pressure on this and it doesn't really want to move. So that's the key to it,
This is
being very strong. And it's not going to tip over. Some of the other ones, if you really push on it, even here, it'll just flip over. Don't have that problem with Millie.
no, the Dixie.
Dixie.
Is nice and solid.
Or Millie.
Yes. Millie, Dixie, all of them. They're nice and sturdy.
Now we have one more item to go over and then a chair, because we want to make sure we leave Blaine enough time to tell you about all the great specials.
Right.
Hey, Harley and Sarah, I think we lost your sound. We need to unmute you.
Uh-oh.
Are we
we
better
got-
now?
We're back?
Are we
Oh,
back?
back.
Blaine, thank you.
well, good. We're back just in time for me to brag about this fantastic little
Was it
ironing
you?
mat. It is padded.
Okay.
It's got this contemporary, stylish fabric cover over it. It's really nice to have. And it nestles in just so nicely onto the top of the kiwi.
Removable
Just
thread
starlight.
storage. You can take
Oh,
these out. You can leave them in the drawer or
fantastic.
put them somewhere else. Again, soft closed drawers.
Absolutely. And you've got this nice big drawer on the bottom. You could fit all sorts of things in here.
You can fit all sorts of things in there.
All
So
sorts of things.
yeah,
A full
it's-
iron, maybe even a serger.
maybe.
Maybe.
I think this is too many products to try to do, but it's kind of exciting because it's really fast.
It is.
Again, lifetime warranty on the Kiwi.
Mm-hmm.
We went over the size of the Kiwi. The cabinet itself is 34 3/8 by 21 1/4, and it's 29 1/2 high. So it's a great height to work. If you have a regular sewing table or furniture next to it, you can actually we nestle this up to the side a lot. Some of you might have seen the Joey yesterday. You put it on the side, you're over here at your sewing table doing your sewing. You turn over, you can do your pressing.
Right there.
So easy. It's great.
And during that whole time, you can keep yourself in these fantastic Aero chairs.
Great segue, Sarah.
Thank
Because we
you,
want to talk
Harley.
about the chair.
We do want to talk about the chairs.
Last night there was a great discussion after our segment with Blaine and Jane talking about the chair. First off, they made fun of the candy bar I keep in here because the chair, it's all about the lumbar support. And people see it and they want to come and sit on it because they think it's cute. But it is adjustable height from 18 inches to 22 inches in height. So depending on how tall you are, how short you are, it works great. Inside, you've got storage. You have a fresh Hershey's candy bar, just in case you need to get in there.
You know, when you got to pull that seam ripper out,
That's
you
right.
probably want yourself a Hershey bar at the same time. Am I right?
Right. It comes in 10 colors,
Mhm.
and it's all about the lumbar support right here.
Yep.
As you're sewing, because we want you to be able to sit for hours doing your sewing. Very much so. So you really want to be able to sew in comfort so you can sew longer.
Right. The right tools for the job, right?
Wow, that's a lot of stuff, Blaine. We covered so much in a short amount of time, giving you a hard job to do to tell everyone about the great.
Yeah, I'm going to take a
deals
big,
Blaine.
deep breath and try to get through all 5
Woo!
products real quick.
Okay, thank you, Blaine. Hey, I'll see you guys this afternoon. We're going to talk studio sets.
We are, and thank y'all guys. So I'm going to tell everybody how they can get all the products that y'all just saw from Arrow. And guys, we got great prices on everything. The first thing we showed was that Dingo cabinet. This comes in teak that you see right on the screen, or you can get your choice in white. The normal price on this is $15.99. Guys, we have a Hoop Fest special on it. You do have to call in to get the price, but we have a great price on this. And again, guys, we're going to do our little exercise. If you have your piece of paper and your pencil, I want you to draw a little rectangle on your piece of paper right now, and we're going to give you the dimensions of this, so that way you can kind of plan it out in your room. You can envision it in your room. So when this cabinet is all closed up, it's 46.5 inches wide. It's 21.25 inches deep. So again, 46.5 inches wide, 21 inches deep. It's going to be 35.25 inches tall. All right, so when you've got it all opened up with that leaf opened, it's 46.5 inches wide. It's still the same width, but you're going to pull up that leaf and make it 40.5 inches deep. So it's really going to give you a big surface to work on. Again, guys, the normal price on this is $15.99. We do have Synchrony financing available for you. It's 0% interest. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. Or you can go to SMPLive.tv and click on today's show. You'll see the days, all the products. Click on that Dingo 2 cabinet, and it'll take you right to that product page. We have live chat agents on there that can also take your order. And again, guys, if you can't get it through on the phones, if it's busy, on the SMPLive.tv, the very top of the page, it'll say request callback. You hit that and fill out the information and hit submit, and they'll give you a call right back. All right, the next one we saw was that Kookaburra. It also comes in teak and white. The normal price on this, guys, is $13.48. We are going to have a better price than that. Can't tell you what it is, but trust me on this, it's a lot better price. It is the Hoop Fest special. And again, guys, we're going to do our little exercise. If you want to figure out how big this is to fit in your room, just draw your little piece, your rectangle on your piece of paper. But when this table's all closed up, it's 20 inches wide. It's 40 inches deep, and it's going to be 36.25 inches high. So again, think about this. It's a 20 by 40 when it's closed up. When it's opened up, it opens all the way up to 70 inches wide by the 40 inches deep. So this one's going to have the wings on the side. So it's really going to give you a bigger surface when you open it up. And again, guys, this comes in that teak color and the white, the ash white. So whichever one you decide you want. Again, it's 800-401-8151, or you can visit the SMP Live, LIVE.tv, and you'll be able to see that on today's show, and click on that. It'll take you right to the product page. All right, and the next one we did was the Millie. Now, guys, this is the most innovative product to me I've seen in a while. This thing is so awesome. Think about a cutting table and an ironing board all combined. And the great thing about this, when this is closed up, again, if you want to draw your little exercise, draw your little rectangle, it's 37.5 inches wide. Again, 37.5 inches wide by 13.75 inches deep. So just a little over a foot deep. Again, when this thing, and it's 36 inches tall, so it's a perfect height for most people to be ironing or cutting. So it folds down in an extremely compact, configuration. But when you open this up, it's going to open up to 63.5 inches wide by 59.18 inches deep. So again, you can pop that up to have the ironing board. You can put the ironing board down and just have it strictly as a cutting table, or you can be using both. And the great thing about the cutting table, it gives you a lot of room, work surface, if you're ironing a quilt or whatever you're doing, to have some areas on there for that fabric to sit on. So great innovative cabinet. The normal price on this, guys, is $499. We are going to beat that price today. Hoop Fest special. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. We do have 0% interest financing on this as well. This is only going to come in the white color. It's going to just only come in white. And what a perfect addition to your sewing studio would be this. Again, give us a call at 800-401-8151, or visit the SMPlive.tv, and you can click right on the product. You can talk to live chat, and if you can't get through to either one, there's a place on there to request a call back. All right, the next product was that Dixie. And again, guys, this is a Dixie adjustable cutting table. And again, its normal price is $5.99. We have a better price, Hoop Fest pricing on it. We also offer 0% interest on this. And guys, we are going to ship all the things you're seeing today on the Aero cabinets. Everything is going to be shipped free nationwide right to your doorstep. So again, another great product. This one, when it's all closed up, is 14 inches wide by 37 inches deep. So it's extremely, extremely small. And it has a height adjustment. So you can adjust the height on that to get it perfect for you. Then if you want to actually open it up, when you open it up, it's 49 inches wide. It's 37 inches deep. So it's going to give you a really great surface for cutting. And then it has that shelf under it. So you have the shelf space. It's 34.25 inches wide by 11.5 inches deep. And then you're going to have that cutting mat. The cutting mat is 36 inches wide by 48 inches deep. So that's a perfect size for a cutting and a surface and a cutting mat. So again, guys, give us a call on that. It's 800-401-8151, or you can go to SMPlive.tv to check out that product and speak to a live chat agent as well. All right, and then our next one that came up was the Kiwi. Now, guys, I love this Kiwi. Actually, my wife Michelle has this one with hers, and what a ton of storage. You have thread storage, little thread racks, the spools that fit in this. You have the ironing pad that you can put on top. And again, this will slide right up under her cabinet that she has. And this is a perfect addition to your cabinets. It does come in the teak, white, and the gray. And I think the gray right now is on back order. So if you want to pre-order the gray is a beautiful color, but that teak and white looks so good as well. Again, guys, the normal price on this is $4.99. We have a show special in this as well. It's cheaper than that. Free shipping nationwide, and we also have some 0% interest financing. And again, guys, the size of this, when it's closed up, is 17 1/8 inches wide by 21 1/4 inches deep. And when you slide this out and open that leaf up, it's going to extend that surface on the top to 34 3/8 inches wide. And again, the whole thing is 29.5 inches tall, so it'll slide right up under your cabinet and for storage. So a great, great addition to one of your cabinets. And and it has a ton of storage in this thing. And then last but not least was the hydraulic chairs. And again, guys, these chairs, they come in 10 different colors, and they're hydraulic. They have a weight capacity of 300 pounds. They adjust from 16 inches all the way up to 18 inches. Guys, I'm 6'3", and I'm telling you, at the highest setting, I have to lower it down just a little bit to accommodate me. And if you go all the way down to the bottom, I've seen a 5-foot person sit in it very comfortably. It's very, perfect for sewing because it puts you at the right height. And again, guys, it has a storage compartment under the seat. These are normal price are $2.99. We are going to beat that today. We have a great special on the chairs. Everybody needs a great sewing chair. And one of the things I love about this the most, it has that 5, star, I call it the star base on it. It has that 5-leg base with the casters on it. So it gives you great support. You don't have to worry about falling over and the chair slipping out from under. If you're bending down, picking something off the floor, it's extremely stable. And so again, guys, it's very comfortable. Lumbar support, it's perfect on it. And can't say enough about the chairs. 10 colors to choose from. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151, or go to smplive.tv, and you can just click on the chairs that you see on there and go and pick out a color and speak to a live chat agent right there as well. But you have to call in or speak to a live chat agent to get the show pricing. So, wow, that was a lot, guys. That was about, 5-6 products from Aero starting out. What a way to start the show out, right? Well, let's bring Jane back in.
Kicking it off with a bang, Blaine. That's what you do.
Ooh, I had to get a breath after all that, Jane.
I love your idea. I think these products are so great. And I love your idea of taking a piece of paper and really drawing out your space so you can get the measurements and kind of like put everything where you want it to go. And I love that.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to remember when I'm telling these measurements, but if you draw it out in a little rectangle, you can take your tape measure and go, that will fit right in the corner of my room. And then if I want to, to store it, and then when I want to use it, just roll it out into the middle, open it all up, and you can use it. So it just worked out great.
I'm sitting over there planning. I just moved into a new house. So I have a beautiful basement that's finished and ready for me to put my countertops and tables in. So while you guys were doing this, I was drawing like, okay, well, that looks good.
Well, hey, Jane, I know the shows continue to go. Well, you've got a great guest coming up with a fantastic product. So I'm gonna let you get going on that.
Sounds good. Thanks, Blaine. All right, everybody, let's get this going. My first guest today is a PE design software expert. She is a brother educator. She's an author and a true pro when it comes to creativity and education. Plus, she is passionate about sharing her knowledge with you. And we are lucky that she is here. You know her, you love her. Please put your hands together for Cindy Hogan. Hey, Cindy.
Hey, Jane, how are you this morning?
I'm fantastic. It's great to see you. How are things going?
They're going okay. Can't complain too much. It's a nice, warm, sunny day today.
I know. It's nice and warm and sunny here in Chicago, too. And there's nothing better I'd like to be doing than sitting here talking to you with SMP Nation. Now, Cindy, I absolutely love this Brother PRS 100. I see it sitting there. It's just so glorious.
Isn't she pretty?
She is so pretty, and she can do so many things, and she could be your new best friend.
She can be your new best friend. Not only can she embroider on regular items, she can embroider on hats as well. So she is actually a very versatile little machine.
She is.
And she can turn into a quilting machine as well.
Mind blown. We love it. And of course, our friends at Brother always giving us the best products on the market. Now, Cindy, I know we're going to talk about this machine, and then you're going to come back a little later with some education.
I sure am. We're going to talk all about hat hooping this in about an hour.
That's right. I'm excited because this is kind of like the pre, and then we get the payoff. So it's all good. Yes. So Cindy, I'm going to let you take it away because I don't want to waste any more time talking about me. I want to talk about you and the PRS 100.
Well, let's take it away and give this little PRS a little love. So this is the persona. It is an 8 by 8 inch embroidery field and comes with quite a few little goodies in the box. You get 4 little small hoops. Now you're thinking, small hoops, what am I going to do with those? Well, it makes it really easy to do bags. So you can see how I've done my little Minnie Mouse here inside of this teeny tiny little bag without taking it apart. It also allows you to do socks and other things like that. So things that are small that you can't get a regular hoop in, these are perfect for. It also comes with a 4 by 4 inch frame, which is perfect for onesie. And the nice thing about a PRS is that you don't have to stand on your head to get these hooped. What you can do is simply open the inside here, slide it on, and put it into your machine. And so all you're doing is making sure everything's below it. You don't have to take anything apart. So if you've got bags, onesies, small items, it's perfect for that. What else does it come with, you say? It comes with the 8 by 8 inch frame. And so this is a really nice size frame. And you can see how I've got my nice big bag in here. And once again, all you do is slide it over, make sure that your handles are underneath it so that you don't sew your handles to it, and that the back is in there, and then just snap it into place and you're ready to go. So this is a really nice secondary machine or a primary machine. If you've been thinking about stepping up to the next level, you've got a 770D and you want to move up, this is a perfect machine for that. So let's talk about what's included in the machine to get you, what's in the machine built in to get you started on your embroidery journey. It has 405 embroidery designs built into it and 20 fonts built into it and stitches 1,000 stitches per minute. So if we come in here and touch one, we have the general category here. Let me see if I can get you just a little bit closer. There we go. That looks a little bit better. So we have your general category, and you can just simply touch one. It appears on the screen. Once you've got it there, touch set. Now, what can I do with that embroidery design once I've done it? Well, I have great editing capabilities built into this machine. I can resize it up or down about 20%. It'll knock at you and tell you, hey, you've reached my limit. You can't go any higher. So if you want to reset it and go back to the beginning, just touch that reset button. And if you wanted to go smaller, touch the smaller button. So that increases and decreases proportionally. You can rotate the design directly on the machine. I don't know if we're going to be able to tell much about this rotation, but yes, you can see that the flower's rotated there. And you can change its color. It has built-in color editing right on your screen, and you can choose different color palettes. So let's say here, let's say we didn't want to sew that in brown and we want to sew it in black. Or, well, I guess I chose royal purple. You can sew it in royal purple. And if you want to see what it looks like in your hoop, you touch the frame. You can zoom right in on that and look and see how it looks right there on your screen. You'll also notice down here at the bottom, it shows you which hoops it will actually fit in so that you know you're not going to waste a whole lot of stabilizer. You can fit it in the best hoop possible. So let's go ahead and touch OK to get out of that and touch OK to change the color. Now let's see what else we can do with this. I'm going to move it to the top. And I'm going to touch my repeat function. This is what we call the border repeat function. And what it allows you to do is allows you to add extras to your design, and they'll be perfectly aligned. So if we add one to the bottom there, I can say, all right, I can try to add another one, but I can tell you right now, my design that I've selected is too large to do that, and it's going to tell me it extends past it. So it doesn't let me make that mistake. But what I can do is say, you know, I think I want them further apart. Or I think I want them closer together. You could also, if we reset this, let's go back to the beginning here. We can go to the side instead of to the top. So I'm going to move this over. And we can repeat to the side instead. And once again, you can increase the distance that you have between them or decrease it. So it gives you a lot of options right here on your screen. You could also mirror your pattern. And just keep in mind, the little center dot always centers it in your hoop for you. So I'm going to delete that, and let's go look and see what else we've got included. We have frame designs built in, and if you touch one of your frame designs, you can then touch set. It brings it in. But I want to add something to it. What is beautiful about this machine is I don't necessarily need to have software. If I want to use my built-in content, or if I've got something on a USB drive, I can simply bring that in. Let's touch add, and let's add some of the fonts here. Let's go into our font category menu. This is, as I said, remember we have 20 fonts, and if you scroll down, you'll see the page number, page 2, and these are your small fonts that you have available to you. So it's perfect. Those are perfect for your quilt labels, anything small, cuffs of sleeves, monogramming pockets. And let's say we want to put just the letter C in here. So I'm going to touch the letter C, and I'm going to give it a minute to respond. There we go. And touch set. It is in the center of the design, but it doesn't look like the visual center to me. So I'm going to take that up and move it up just a little bit. If you want to change its color, once again, you simply come in and touch the color tile, select a color, and touch OK. That is a visual reference for you, and it tells the machine it's another segment. When you're done, touch embroidery, and you are ready to embroider. You would hoop your item and get ready to go. Let's talk about a little bit what else is in here. I want to show you some of the beautiful alphabet designs that are built in. If we touch here, you'll notice that I have 6 different alphabet designs, and these are absolutely gorgeous embroidery designs. Look there at that C. Touch set. You want to add text to it, or the rest of the name, touch add, and you can come in and grab your fonts, and you can pick whichever one you think you want to go with it. I'm going to touch this one and go to my lowercase letters and type in the rest of my name. If I can find my Y, there we go. And touch set. So now that's been added to my design, and I can simply move it over to the right. And you can change the color. Once again, I'm not going to do that this time. We're just going to leave it like it is. What's also nice about this little guy is that you have text editing capabilities of arcing and arraying. So if I came in here, let's put Jane's name in here this time. We'll go J, go to the lowercase, and let's touch set. Now you'll notice I didn't choose small, medium, or large when I started because usually I'm adding something to it. So if I went in and I went back to my utility designs, and let's say I wanted to make her queen, let's go queen for a day. Here we go. I usually want to know that my text is proportional to my design. So I tend to hit the size button afterwards and simply shrink it in to match what my design looks like. That's my personal preference. You can do it however you want. You could size it small, medium, or large before you ever start. That is up to you. You've got the array tool. You can arc your text over the top of it. You can arc it at the bottom. You can take it in a diagonal. Today, let's go ahead and arc that one over the top so I can show you a couple of other tricks to increase that arc. You just grab that little guy right there and it increases a little bit too much. So let's take it back out. Touch OK. And when you are done, touch embroidery. And this time we're going to touch the center, and that moves the entire design to the center, not just one element. So that is how easy that is. The other thing that I could do is I could say, you know, I really want this to be all in a single color, and touch that little button right there. It will turn it all into a single color. If I want to have it color sort, let's say I'm not doing the single color and I want it to color sort, I can touch that button right there and it will do a smart color sort for me. If anything's overlapping, it will not sort it. So it is a small color sort. And it also has your trace feature in it. So if you want to see how it's going to embroider, you can touch your trace feature to see if it's fitting in the area that you want it to go. It stitches, as I said, up to 1,000 stitches per minute. I usually run mine about 700, just simply because that is a good speed for me in the room that I'm in, since I'm on an upper level. But you can always take it all the way up to full bore to get it to go. Now, let me talk a little bit about optional accessories that you can do. So, as I talked about at the beginning of the day, you can grab the cap frame that's over there. And there's two different styles that you can use with this one. The flat brim cap frame, which is what is on my machine right now. And I'll talk about that a little bit more this afternoon, or excuse me, in about an hour. And you also have the capability of turning this little guy into grabbing a larger space with the Durkee 8 by 14 inch frame. So you can see I've got one half of my design embroidered. I'm going to show you what it looks like when I finished it. And then I'm going to show you how I lined it up. So this was the finished design from Monday. And you can see that there's a little basting stitch going down the center that I haven't taken out yet. That is how you match up your sides. So let's go and look at this down. Let me pull it up. Let's go to our USB drive. And I'm going to pull it up to the first half first, because that's what we need. That's where you would be if you had gotten to the point that I'm at. So we're going to touch that one, and we're going to touch set. I'm also going to add one other thing to my machine, which is a support table. If I can remember where I sat it before I started this segment. I took it off so that you guys could see the machine itself. What did I do with my support table? Gosh, I love it when I make a mess and forget. Oh, there it is. I put it to where it would be handy dandy for me. Here we go. So I'm going to take this and squeeze and slide it on. This is an optional item that you can use. It is absolutely perfect for things like pants legs, jackets, anything that needs a little bit of extra support. If you have the quilting frame, the free motion quilting kit, which is optional, it comes with a flat table and you can use that as well as your support. But anytime you're using a really large hoop like this, it is a really good thing to actually add a little bit of support. So let's look at this again. Now, I've told you I've already gotten quite a ways in this, so we're going to take it to where I started, which is all the way to the top. You want that first half of that design. That is the key to lining this up, is taking it all the way up to the top. And we're going to touch embroidery. Now, I'm going to fast forward through my design a little bit here. So I'm going to touch my plus minus. Actually, we're going to back up a color, I think. If I back up a color, it backs up to my basting stitch. And you'll notice there's no color next to that. Is telling me it's the basting stitch. So I want to actually take that very last stitch. So I'm going to actually fast forward 1 stitch, and then let's fast forward through the end of that basting stitch. So I can take the very last stitch in the design. And I'm showing you how you get back to something. Let's say your thread breaks in the middle, or your bobbin thread finishes and you hadn't changed your bobbin out. This is how you actually go forward and backwards in your embroidery design. So I am at 271 and I have 272 as my end of my design. I'm going to go ahead and touch OK and lock it. And that's just so that I can get into the position to bring up the second half of the design. So you'll see what the message is. It says embroidery is finished. Are you ready to go for the next size? Yes. Side. Yes. So I'm going to go OK and touch the second half. And it's going to bring my second half up. Let's go ahead and touch set. Now we're going to touch embroidery here. In order for this to line up, I need to rotate it 90 degrees 2 times. So now it's facing the same direction as the first half. Let's go and look here. And I'm going to take this and rotate it around. And then I'm going to show you one of the little unique features about this machine that I absolutely love. It is the bomb. So let's look here. And let's go ahead and touch OK right here. And let's touch this guy right here. This is our needle drop position. And I'm going to touch it to the top left, or actually the bottom left, so that I can see where it is. One last thing I'm going to do so you guys can see what I've got going on here is turn off my light of my machine, because that light is a little bit bright for you to be able to see what I want you to see. So what we're going to do is we are going to move our design using these keys right here. But I want you to see how it looks. So let's see here. Can you see that little dot right there? That little dot right there, I need to line up with my basting stitch. So I'm going to actually move this until it matches up. And what I normally do, just so you know, is I double check myself. I touch the lock button and the needle drop button just to see where it's going to drop. And if it's in the correct location, which mine is, I'll go ahead and lock and bring it back up. And then I simply fast forward through that part of the design. So once it's matched up, I'm good. If it's not, I can always adjust it up or down, left or right, whichever way I need to go. Let's go ahead and fast forward to the next color. So now we're ready to let it stitch, and I want you to see it stitch just a bit. But before I do that, let's show you how to change your thread color. So it is a single needle machine. And what you do, and I love this, it has a little thread cutter built in. So we're going to cut the thread that's on there, and I'm going to pick up the color that I want to sew first, and we're simply going to tie a little knot in it up at the top. You'll notice I have my stand low so that I can reach everything, because I am shorter of stature. And you simply pull the thread out. Now let me get down here to where you can see what we're going to do next. Once you do that, screen first. You need to push the needle threader button on the front of the machine, which is that one right there. And then come down here, take it under the needle threader, up and over the top of this little cutter, and then punch your needle threader button again, and you're set and ready to go. So let's watch her stitch. I'm going to touch the lock button and press go. And it is spot on. And I'll let that go. So it is a super simple, easy thread change. And the other thing I want you to know, and I've got it at 1,000 stitches per minute. I'm going to slow it down a little bit so it's a little quieter for you. It has a bobbin winder built into it as well on the left-hand side, which is lots of fun. So if you're doing freestanding lace, that's an easy way to match your bobbin thread to your upper thread. Super simple to use. So, all right, Miss Jane. I think I've given you a good amount of time to actually come back and talk today. Any questions that I have not answered, Jane?
Hey, there we go. Hi, Cindy.
Hi.
I'm waiting for the control room to put me back on, but I'm like, yes, we've got questions. Cindy, it's just such a great machine. The footprint's what, 3 by 3 feet?
Yeah, it's actually 16 inches wide by 20. I looked this up. 16 inches wide by 20 by about 29 inches high. I actually measured mine out, but on my stand, it's about 36 inches wide by 36 deep. It's not a big footprint.
Fantastic machine, can do so many things. In fact, somebody wrote in, does Cindy get delivered with machine? She can live in our spare bedroom.
No, sorry, I'm not part of the delivery package, but they can come watch us at any time, right?
People are already rewatching this and going backwards. What about doing sleeves? How do you recommend someone do that? Sleeves?
For sleeves, depending on the sleeve, okay, there are specialty hoops that you can get that will help with that. There's a tubular frame. There's a sleeve hoop. So there's specialty frames that you can get to do special projects.
Okay, great answer. How is threading if you're not tying it off? If you're just doing your first thread,
it's not hard. You just follow the numbers. Brother makes it easy. If we follow the numbers, and there's numbers everywhere to walk you through what you're doing, including on how to do your bobbin. There's a thread path for the bobbin as well as a thread path for the actual machine itself.
And then you can set your colors up there on top of the machine because you know where you're going next. And that was, it's a single needle machine, friends, but she's got the colors up there that she's using in the design.
I have it all staged and ready to go. So, and this design has actually 5 colors in it. So I'll switch out to my red color somewhere along the way. But once my white is done, I'll switch to my red color.
And then the question someone had about when you're doing the design, you have the split design. That's one full design. It's not split in your.
No, it's not split in the machine. It is split through software. So I used PE Design 11 to split mine. I think down to PE Design version 6, I think is when we got split function. So it's if you've got a version from 6 up, then you can split a design here. There are other software programs out there that can, but I can't walk them through the process.
That's right. So we split it in software, bring it over to the machine, and then we flip it over, which is really great. And I love your enthusiasm about the drop needle.
Truly. I mean, that's just that LED drop light makes things so easy because it's there, it's visual. You can see exactly what's going on. So it makes it super simple. Really
fantastic. All right. Well, very good. And that touch screen is 7 inches?
About 7 inches, yes.
Yeah. That's wonderful. Well, I'm sold. This is great. I love it.
It has a little tilt. You can actually tilt it to fit your needs. So there's a little button on the side of it so you can adjust it however you want it to go.
And then the item on the left, because you have it all staged, that's for hats, correct?
Yes, that is my hat. That's my cap frame. That's a flat brim cap frame.
And the good news here, Cindy, is that this is a great tease to next hour when we are together for some education. You're going to show us how to embroider on our hats and use that.
I'm going to show how to hoop those hats for perfection.
Perfect. I love it. All right, Cindy, you're amazing. Thank you so much for that great demonstration and education. Everybody wants a little Cindy in your back pocket when we're working on our machines and working with our software. You're the best educator. Thank you so much. And I'll see you in about an hour.
Thanks. See you in a bit. Bye-bye.
Okay. Very good, everybody. Well, we love Cindy Hogan. Of course, she's part of the Brother Education team, and she did a fantastic job explaining and walking us through that amazing Brother PRS 100. So let's put the full screen up, guys, and let's talk about this machine and how it can be yours. Simple and easy. You see it right there. It is the PRS 100 single needle embroidery machine from Brother. You're getting with it 4 small hoops, great for bags and socks. Yes, you heard me. You can embroider on your socks. You get your 4x4 inch frame, an 8x8 inch frame built in. You get 405 embroidery designs, 20 fonts, 1,000 stitches per minute. And you've got that 7 inches at about a 7-inch LCD touchscreen. And it is perfect if you are ready to upgrade, or hey, this is a great machine. Somebody wrote in and said, hey, I'm not selling my stuff. I just want this machine. I think it'd be fun because I embroider for fun. So there you have it. Go ahead and call if you're interested in the special Hoop Fest pricing, 800-401-8151. Listen, just put that that number on speed dial because I know you're going to be calling it a lot today. And if you want more information, you want to chat with an agent, you can go to smplive.tv. Of course, you can talk to an agent on the phone as well. They're standing by. They're waiting to hear from you. I know it's still early and there's lots of things coming up, but special show pricing. Don't forget, there was the pricing that SMP had for you. Oh yeah, Blaine, he's doing you a favor and giving you better pricing when you find out what that Hoop Fest pricing is from Sewing Machines Plus. All right, Blaine, that was fantastic. I'm going to pull you back in so that I can go make my phone call because I love that machine.
Hey, Jane, we only have 13 of the personas left. So if they're wanting one of those, they probably need to jump on it because they'll sell out this week for sure.
Okay, so I was writing my list of things like I want to buy this, right? This so far. So the first 2 shows I'm going to buy, and then I go down. No, you're saying go ahead and just do it.
Just do it because there's 13 left. And I mean, as quick as they've been selling each day, they're going to go out and get up. They probably won't last till Friday. So they may sell out today, but for sure they'll be gone by tomorrow. So if somebody wants one, probably need to pull the trigger on it today.
That sounds great. Well, listen, Cindy's great. She's going to be back with me in like a half hour or so.
Yep. Be back
and we're going to be doing
hour.
An education on that machine, which is great. How to hoop up a hat. So Blaine, I'll let you take it from here. I'm working on my project in the hoop, so I'll show you that at the end of the day.
All right. Well, we got a great product coming up next, guys. We are going to talk all about the Baby Lock Array, which is a 6-needle, multi-needle machine. And hey, we have Amanda Autry going to be here. She is back. Amanda, is a self-proclaimed multi-needle girl, and she owns a very successful Etsy shop called Madeline Blake. And so welcome back to the show, Amanda.
Hey, how are you?
I am doing great. Hey, we're super excited to see this 6-needle now. A little bit of the backstory by the 6-needle that a lot of people don't know. Baby Lock's had a 6 and 10 needle out for a while, but the 6-needle has never been able to be sold online. And they made it available online this year, so now we can sell it nationwide and ship it nationwide. So that just makes it where everybody has availability to a great machine.
Yeah, and everybody needs one too. So it's a win-win for us, right?
Exactly. We're excited you to show us all about it.
Awesome. Well, I am standing in front of it. So let me move a little bit to the side. This is the array. As Blaine was saying, it is a 6-needle, and it is an absolutely fantastic machine. It's got a lot of wonderful features that I absolutely love and use daily. On top of my Etsy shop, I also have an in-person store. So I have a lot of stuff coming in daily that we are constantly embroidering. We're running several multi-needles. We have the array here, though. It gets the job done. We absolutely love it. It's great for all the things. So we're going to start today with, I'm going to show you guys some positioning tricks on it, because to me, that's the biggest fear is, okay, how can I see what I'm about to embroider and get it going? On the machine, I have the 4x4 versatile magnetic hoop that came out this past year from Baby Lock. And we're going to actually hoop this zipper bag, which, if you know, with a multi-needle, that's the best part, is you can actually get it in the round and hooped, where with the single needles, it can be a little bit of a booger. So we're going to swap cameras over, and we're going to get down where you can actually see the hooping. So this is the hoop. I have it on there, and it's kind of like a hybrid of a clamp and a magnetic hoop. So all I'm going to do here, I actually have on right now the narrow support table. I'm going to take it off just to give us a little bit of embroidery room. That slips right on and right off. It's a really great accessory. And we'll go over that a little bit more here at the end. I'm going to just take this and slide it on. You can see my positioning laser is there. And then I have my actual positioning marked on it. So to put this on, we're just going to pop that down. You can hear it click into place. Now there's 4 of them, 2 on either side. So I'm going to get all those in position. And you can feel them kind of click into place there. And then you can actually hear it as well. The back ones you're not hearing quite as much because the zipper is preventing that noise, but they're clipped in, not moving. And I'm going to pull on it a little bit just to show you I'm tugging there. I mean, it is on there good. To get it off, I think one of the bigger values of it is you actually just pinch it. So if you have any arthritis issues, this is like the perfect magnetic frame for that. I know a lot of people with the other ones on the market, they're a little bit tougher, but that's another great thing about these is just kind of clip it on there and you got it. So about the array, we're going to switch over to our screen here. And we're going to delete that off there. And we're going to go in. So here are all the different categories. These are all designs. And then we have the machine memory, the USB memory 1 and 2. You can hook it directly to a computer, or you can actually send it by Wi-Fi. So those are the different options down here. I'm not really going to be working with any of those. We're going to go through some of the designs that are built in. You can see we have the celebration designs. We got some weddings, some Christmas, holidays, different things there. Have some delicate designs, some great little pirate ship stuff, different florals there that are all one color, kind of thin, sketchy designs. And then this is the actual floral section. So there's even more flowers in there, if that's your thing. Some really great, pretty stuff there. We got a home accents group. We have the novelty group, which is just different variety of stuff there. Some music, some different things there. And then some quilting designs. You got 10 of those built in the quilting section. If you select the shamrock here, you can select it again. And then there's even more designs built in there. Numerous designs. I love the little dolphin there. Living in Florida, we love our dolphins, so there's that. And then don't want to set that. This is the color, so this will actually stitch full 6 colors there. Then you can go all the way through, and that'll show you where it comes up. And then we're going to go back to our embroidery setting, and we're going to actually set our design that we want to set on our zipper bag. So I'm going to set this up as a little makeup pouch. And so I'm just going to come to my fonts here, and then I'm going to select one that I think will look cute. So we're going to go right here with a little dotty font, and then I'm going to type out lips. So I can put all my lipstick in here. And then, so you can select, you can change your size. We'll go back a couple. If we wanted to do a medium size or a small font, we're going to start with a large, and then we're going to type out the word lips so that we can put all of our lipstick in there. I'm going to go set. Then I'm going to change my color. I think I'm going to do this a purple. So we're going to go purple for our font, and then we're going to select OK. Now you can see the outline here of our hoop. So that's showing us it's a 4x4. I'm going to do it a little bit smaller on there. So I'm just going to go back. I'm going to select size, and then I'm just going to tighten it all the way in. I'm going to get it to about 3 1/4 inches. It's showing us here what our size is. So there we go. It's 3.24 by 1 inches tall. So 3 wide, 1 tall. I'm going to select OK there. And then we are going to go to edit in, because that's all the editing we want to do there. Now, if I wanted to, I could add some outline if we're doing applique design, and you can actually fill around it with some stippling if you're doing some quilting there, but we don't need any of that. I was just trying to show you guys. We'll get rid of all that, and we'll go back and we'll do the lips again. At 23, we're going to do LIPS, set. We're going to resize it back down to our 3 1/4 inches wide. Oops, went a little bit too far there. There we go, 3 1/4 by 1 inch tall. Hit set, go back, select our purple just for visuals. Then we're going to go edit in. Now this is the next feature of editing. You can rotate it if you want it to go sideways, upside down. You can add basting stitches here. You can add it as a stop function if you had multicolors. You can go to your manual color sequence, which here is where we're going to select our color. It is on number 2. So as you can see, that changed from 1 to 2 here. So that's actually the spool that our purple thread's on up there. And then we're going to go here to do our rotation and center our design. So I'm going to go through it here. And we're going to swap back and forth between cameras a little bit. So we're going to start up here on the machine. And it's showing, okay, where's your center? So we're going to center bottom. And as I flip over to the other camera, you can see it here. And I'm just going to set that to our center bottom. So I'm just getting our crosshairs there. You can do the different speeds here. So this one, if we did, you see it jumps pretty good. This one, if we're just inching it in. So there we go. And you can see with this makeup bag having a straight line, we can actually see that it's along that line. So we're going to hit next. And what I'm going to do here, just to give us a little better visual, is I'm going to do it a little bit crooked here so we can see it a little better. That way we can truly see how good this works. So we got that here. There we go. Getting it a little crooked and throwing my magnets back on. Another great thing about this, they clip on and off so good. So we're going to hit next. And it's telling me, okay, where do you want the end of your design? Well, I want it along the same line here. So I'm going to adjust this to where I can see that my crosshairs are right above the line there. Now, as we flip back over to the screen itself, I'm going to hit set, and you can see it actually rotated for us. So now we can see that. Now I'm going to go edit and delete that, and we're going to go over all that one more time, just so you can see it on the screen as I saw it on the screen as I was showing you guys, and you can actually see that it is how to do it on the screen versus visually seeing it on the hoop itself. So kind of just going back through it one more time just to show you guys on the screen itself what I was seeing, since you can't see both of them at the same time. Changing it to our purple, hitting OK. We go edit in, and then we're going to go here. So we're finding the bottom. Excuse me. And it's saying, okay, where do you want your second point to be? Let me go back. Okay, this is point 1. We're going to select in the middle. So I'm going to get down here for that. I'm going to inch it up. So this is where we're seeing the crosshairs go to the middle. And we're going to go next. It's saying, okay, where you want this guy? And we're going to inch it up there. And we're going to hit set. And you can see it went to the diagonal that we want. So now we're going to go back to, or actually we're going to go to embroidery here. We're going to make sure that this is where it needs to be, and it's not. We want it on needle number 2, so it can be purple. And then this is our stitches per minute. It's set at 500. That's a pretty good number there for this. So we're going to hit that, and then we're going to go lock and start. And then we'll flip over so you can watch it embroider just for a few minutes. It's a quick one. It's only going to take about 4 minutes. All right, so this runs pretty good. Let me adjust this a little bit for you guys so y'all can see it stitch a little better. See, it stitches pretty good there. right, there we go. It's writing up the stitch in there. So I'm gonna hit OK, and I'm gonna show you guys the unhooping of it. So I'm just removing the 4 magnets there. We put on earlier. We're gonna pull it off. It will switch over so you can see how well that's stitched. There we go. See, it lined up pretty good for us along those lines. So it makes anything that you're doing that you've truly got to line up so easy with that positioning system that's on the array here. Now, you can line it up with pockets. If you have a backpack and a zipper there that you need to add it up, it's really great for that. And again, I was using the versatile magnetic hoops. So they are so incredible. You can actually get it on there, not move it. They're nice and thin, so it gives you a little more workable space. I just absolutely love them. So we're going to flip back over and go to our screen here. And I'm going to show you a couple other really great editing options. So we're going to delete that off there. And I'm going to pull in a design here. Let's go with the poodle or cocker spaniel, whatever you want to call it. I have a poodle. We're going to call it a poodle. So here's the different color options that comes with. Now, this actually has 10 different changes. But what's really cool is maybe we want our poodle to be a different color. So we're going to go gradients. And let's go with a white gradient. Oh, that's not doing right. Let's go random. Okay, they're not pulling up. There we go. So it'll show different color options and you can kind of visualize there. You're able to favorite them. So if we did this, it's like, okay, I got it narrowed down to those 2. You can, reset. Hit OK. Color visualizer. We want it to only be 6 colors, right? So we're changing it since we're on the 6 needle to where it's only 6 colors. And we're going to go manual or auto and press OK. And then it's going to give us different options. So we want a white poodle. Okay, I like her. Let's go back. It's the blue poodle, the gray, the green, all different colors. Kind of looks funny. All right, let's choose a different thing. So cancel there, reset, hit OK. We'll go to delete. Go back here. Let's go this. Let's choose a dragonfly. It won't look quite as crazy. Hit set. Edit in. And then edit. Colors. We'll go up here to our color visualizer. And it'll go through and you can just choose the different options you like there. So let's hit refresh. There you go. It'll keep changing your colors for you. All different options. Now you can go in and favorite a few of them that you like. Let's go cancel that one. Let's go refresh again. We'll go there. We like that one. Just keep changing it around. That one. And then let's say, let's go up here. It's a little sensitive. Got to make sure you're hitting the heart good. So then we can go to favorites and we can pick our 4 favorites there and then select what we like from that. So that's a really cool option there. If you want to add, hit OK. Let's get out of there. Let's go back in. Let's check a ladybug. Hit set. Bring it down. And then you can resize it. So there's 2 different ways to recalculate. This is going to keep your stitches the same. This is actually going to redo your density and stitches there so that it stays a better stitch out for you. So let's put that down at the bottom. Press OK. And then we're going to add in a font. Let's choose one that's fun and whimsical, like this one here. And we'll put a name with it. Let's go with Holly. She's in here helping me in the studio today. So we'll put her name on there. Hit set. We're going to bring it up just a little bit. And you can go in and you can rotate it. Add different sizes. make it bigger there. Oh, and cut it. Go back to your text. You can go to the array. You can kind of tip it around, tighten it up. You can make it sideways there. Really anything you want it to do. Press OK. You can change the size again this way and then set it. So you would be able to do all that in screen. And those are all built-in designs. So you can actually go in and create a design off the stuff that's in there. There's numerous different fonts and designs built in. And again, say we want to put that on a quilt block, we can change our distance there, set it as the applique around it, press OK. Oh, well, that we don't want that for sure. So we want to bring all the designs together. Edit end, go here. You could change the color here. If you decided you didn't want to do the name, you can actually turn off that stitching and then you get rid of the name and you're just back to your ladybug there. So a bunch of really good stuff there. Let's go back. If you need to adjust your density, you can do it here on the screen. Maybe something's puckering a little more than you want to. You can go in, stop, edit it there, and get it back to where you want it to be on the actual sewing. So that's what we have for you today. Is there any questions anyone has? I don't know what time it is, but I know we're probably close for Mr. Blaine to come back and chat with us.
Hey, Amanda.
Hey.
I think the only question is they're wanting to know what the price is and how to get it. But so I'm going to have to tell them how to do that. But hey, great job on that. And again, we sure do appreciate you being on the show and appreciate Baby Lock being one of our platinum sponsors.
Absolutely.
And again, thank you so much.
No problem. You're welcome.
All right, guys. So that was the Baby Lock Array 6 needle. And again, guys, this is one of the, we love this machine. This is a great machine. And again, the regular price on this is $11,999. We have a Hoop Fest special on this. And along with that special, we also have a great bundle that's going to come with this as well. So to get that pricing, you're going to have to call 800-401-8151. Or you can go to smplive.tv and click on the array, and it'll take you to the product page. You can read all about it, and you can talk to one of the live chat agents as well. But guys, let me just tell you a little bit about what's included in this array bundle. So first of all, you're going to get the Durkee Hoop Starter Kit. Each kit contains 3 of the most popular size traditional Durkee tubular hoops for this machine. You're going to get that 9x9, you're going to get a 5x9, and you're going to get a 6x6. It also contains the Durkee cap frame and a 1 complete easy frame set 7 combo. So you're going to get a ton of frames with this, a great frame package. You're also going to get the Dime Exquisite Thread Assortment, a 30 pack of exquisite thread. And then you're going to get the Stay Perfect pre-cut stabilizer. So we're going to give you a 20-inch by 24-inch, 25 sheets of 8 packs. So you're getting basically 5 varieties too. You're getting the peel and stick, the medium tearaway, medium cutaway, sew and wash, and the no-show mesh. And that is our own brand that's made exclusively for Sewing Machines Plus. It's a pre-pack, already cut for you. All you have to do is just hoop it up. We love that thing. But guys, again, this thing, this is a 6 needle. The maximum embroidery area is a 7 7/8 inch by 11 3/4 inch. So just almost an 8 by 12 embroidery field. You can hoop as small as a 1 1/2 inch by 2 1/4 inch. It does have the embroidery crosshair on there. It has that positioning laser, has the IQ Intuition monitoring app, so you can use your cell phone to monitor your project. It has the 126 built-in designs, 50 built-in fonts. It has that intuitive color management system, powerful thread management, wireless transfers of designs, the design database transfer, and it does 1,000 stitches per minute. And again, guys, great machine. If you've been thinking about a multi-needle machine, look no farther. As y'all know, Baby Lock quality is unmatched as well. It's just a great machine. And we have a fantastic special on this right now, guys. The normal price is $11,999. We have a very good show price on this, along with that great bundle. And the bundle itself, I think, what was worth $1,000? Was that what it was, Roger? It's 1,100. So the bundle itself is worth $1,100. We're going to throw in with this, and then we've got a great show special that you can get with this: free shipping nationwide right to your door. And we also have that Synchrony financing available to get you some 0% interest. So great product to offer today. Again, give us a call at 800-401-8151, or you can just go to the smplive.tv page and you can click on the array. You can read all about it on the product page. And then we also have live chat agents can stand by, can also give you the pricing on this. But again, guys, if you've been thinking about one of these, we have plenty of them in stock too. And these things, you're not going to get it cheaper anywhere else in the nation than SMP today. All right, guys, we're going to move on. And I hope y'all enjoyed that. Amanda, thank you so much. Did a great job. And again, we appreciate Baby Lock being one of our platinum sponsors. And we're going to bring Jane back in. So Jane,
Hey, Blaine.
how are you?
Good. How are you?
Man, I am doing great. And you know, it's like, it's already 10 o'clock Pacific time. And I know it's already noon your time. It's like,
my gosh,
the
it
day's
is
already flying
noon.
by.
I can't believe it. I know I'm having a great time. I'm watching a show. I'm prepping for my next guest. I'm hooping it up over here. I'm not kidding. I'm working on a project. So you'll see that a little bit later on. Here it is.
So I got to share some things with somebody. So everybody's going, oh, Jane's changed the outfit. So we can't tell everybody how many outfits you changed yesterday or the day before, but we are doing a contest. And on Friday, we're going to ask everybody, how many outfit changes did Jane do Monday through Thursday? And whoever gets the answer first is going to win a sewing machine. So right now, y'all, don't give it away. Don't tell anybody how many. Just keep it up. You know, make sure you're keeping up, or you may have to go back and watch some earlier episodes. But again, Jane's been changing outfits throughout the day, every day. Now she's not going to be here Friday. We got Denise Wild coming in. Jane has to go to a wedding. Got Denise coming in, but we're gonna add it up Monday through Thursday, and whoever gets that number is going to win a sewing machine, Jane.
I mean, and that was all you. That's your idea. You know, I like to change my clothes. So you turned it into some fun, and that's fun for me because I have it. So I'm changing into it. Somebody asked, who designs Jane's tops? Sometimes I design them, and then sometimes I find a piece maybe at a thrift store or something that somebody else sort of upcycled. But I'm really into reusing and refashioning. So if I can do it, great. But if I see a one of a kind, I like to buy it because then nobody else has it, Blaine. That's how it works around here.
Well, I know you always have some unique things, and you talk about you repurpose old things. And I think yesterday you had an old football jersey that you put some zippers in and made it a very unique piece of, a clothing. And that's, that's what repurposing is all about. So I love that idea. But I know you've got a great educational session coming up now, so I'm gonna let y'all get at it.
Sounds good. Thanks, Blaine. All right, everybody. Thank you for hanging with us today. Now, the queen of software is back to drop an education wisdom bomb on all of us today. Cindy Hogan is back with a great follow-up to her earlier segment, the overview of the Brother PRS 100. She's part of the Brother education team, and she's going to show us about hooping hats, and it's not as difficult as we all thought. Please say hi to Cindy. Hey, Cindy.
Hi, the education bomb.
Education wisdom bomb, Cindy.
Wisdom bomb.
That's you're going to boom, drop the bomb of wisdom on us right now. So we're talking about education.
Well, while you were changing clothes, I was messing with the sets.
That's fair. That's fair enough. I'm going to pay attention to what you're doing so that I can work on my project while I'm learning from you.
Sounds like a plan. So we're going to start with talking about different types of cap frames that you can use. And if you don't have a cap frame, what else you can do.
I love it. And it's not as difficult as we all thought, right?
It's not. It really is not. Hats are not as intimidating as you think they are. So let's get started.
Let's do it.
And play. So I decided to move you over here so you guys can see different options. So even if you have a single needle 4x4 embroidery machine that has the little notches on the side to attach, there's a cap frame out there for you. So this is the Durkee 4x4. There are multiple styles of cap frames that you can go with. This is for a flat machine. This is also for a flatbed machine, but this is the slider bracket in the Brother World. And then you also have a flat one for a multi-needle machine. Now, what you say flat, what does that mean? That means you have to flatten your cap. So if you're wanting to make your design round around the cap itself, then you're going to use one of the tubular frames. So this is a cap frame. This is one of the options that work with the Persona or the 6 needle or the 10 needle. This is a 2 5/8 by about 5 1/8 inches. And so that 2 5/8 is how high you can go, and the width of 5 inches is the width you can go. If you have the Brother 10 needle, there is a cap frame for it. Now, I've got the cap frame on the jig so that you guys can see. The jig is what we call, this is attaches to your stand or a table, and that allows you to basically stage your cap. So this is the ear-to-ear one, and it's basically a 270-degree cap frame. The height is still about 2 5/8, but you get that 270 degrees ear-to-ear motion with the 10 needle machine. And as I said, the difference is, does your design round or do you have to flatten it out? So when would you want to round for sure? Well, if you're doing lettering, you want it to follow the curve of that cap, right? So that's when when the ones for the multi-needle or the Persona come into play. You want that to be able to follow that curve. And by the way, this one has puff foam underneath it. So that is another way that you can up your cap game by adding a little embroidery foam underneath it. If you're wanting large embroidery, this is when the flat ones come into play. So this right here cannot be done on one of the round cap frames. This is done in one of the flat frames. And that is, I mean, it's easy to do. It's easy to hoop it, but you have to remember that your cap has to be flattened out when you're doing that. So anything large, you generally are going to do on a flat frame. And if you wanted to follow that curve, you're going to follow it. You're going to use one of the tubular frames. One of basically the cap frames that you purchase that are not aftermarket. So let's talk about, if I don't have any of those options, what can I do? Well, you do have a 4x4 or a 5x7 inch frame, and you can score that. I've got sticky stabilizer in here, and you could score that and stick your cap in here in the same way that I'm about to do with these others. So we're going to start with a flat to show you what we've got, how that works. Any questions so far, Jane? Because my back is to the questions. So I have actually traced around my hoops, and I should have cleaned this off the back. I forgot to look at the upside down part of it before I started this. Oh, well. And you're going to stick your sticky stabilizer down on here because the sticky is what holds your cap into the hoop. There we go. For the flat ones. With the cap frames that are tubular, you do not have to use sticky. So we're going to take this and we're going to unscrew our screws here a little bit. And I'm going to grab a cap. So here's my cap. And the key to this is we want to get the sweat band out of the way. So my cheater's trick for you today is medical paper tape. And I use this stuff for embroidery all the time. The beauty of it is it's not super sticky. It comes off pretty easily. And you can embroider through it. And when you tear it off, it does not pull your stitches out. So we're just simply going to tape our sweat band out of the way and flatten our cap down just a little bit. Some people notch theirs out. I prefer not to do that. I prefer just to tape it out of the way. Get it nice and flat and just kind of tape it out of the way. So there we go. Now we've got our sweat bands out of the way. The other thing I'm going to do is come in here and I'm going to take out and just kind of undo this right here so that I have more space to futz with. And I'll take my tag off so that I'm not fighting that along the way. Your center seam is going to match up with your notch in the center here. And you can take it up or down. I love this one right here because you have so much space to work with. You don't have to get it way far down in the hoop. You have tons of space to work with. Once you've got your center seam lined up, just kind of tighten those little screws. And simply stick it to it. Now I will also, sometimes I'll take a clip, sometimes I'll take a straight pin and just kind of pin this down so it's out of the way for when I'm inserting it into the machine, just so that it doesn't get in my way. When you are at your machine, you want to make sure that you check your center all the way up to make sure your design is in the center. And you want to make sure that your foot can actually get to the places that it needs. If your foot bumps up against these at all, you have a problem. You need to move your design up in your cap. So are we good so far? I'm assuming we are. I'm going to look. So let's see here. Now, let's look at a different frame. I'm going to take the same cap and we'll move it to a different frame here. So this is for my little 4x4 that doesn't have a great, that's got the little different attachment to it. Once again, I'm going to just take my paper here and peel it off. I've traced around my cap frame and cut it out. Easy for me to say to get that paper off. There we go. Flip it upside down and just tape it down on top of here. All right. So now, once again, you've got the same thing. That sweat band just needs to be taped out of the way, just like I did before. So I'm not going to redo that. You're going to undo your screws and you're going to slide this one in. Now this guy's a little different. You want to push it to where you can get contact with the hoop. So you're going sliding it down to where it gets contact. Make sure, notice here I've got my center notch right there. And we'll just tighten that up. And then you're hooped and ready to go. Make sure that none of your straps are in the way. I would also, as I said before, either pin it, clip it, or tape it down to where you can get underneath your needle. And I don't really stick it down real hard until I've checked my center position on the machine itself. Now, if you don't have any of these options, this is not my favorite way. I do like having my cap, the brim of my cap out of the way and held in place, but you can, in a pinch, use a regular frame. I'm going to go ahead and score my sticky paper here. And let's kind of pick this up. You can score your paper with a needle. You can score it with a pen. I actually have a little tool here, but you can do it however it works for you. Scissors work as well. Now this one, I personally would probably aim it. I'm trying to sit here and go. This is something I rarely do because I have the other frames. But once again, you're going to kind of tape it into place. Make sure that you get this clipped into spot. This one you're not going to be able to get to stay quite as flat unless you tried to pin it. And I tend not to try to pin with things because they can get in your embroidery field. But you may want to bend this a little bit further this way. And then you're set to go. So those are the flat options. Let's go look at how you do one of the non-flat ones that work on a multi-needle machine. Let me see if I've got any questions that is... Okay, so if you do, yes, if you don't have if there's not a cap frame option for your machine, then you would use sticky stabilizer. That is your best option. And I'm trying to move my little switcher over here so you guys can see where I'm going next. So let's see here. I'm standing in front of things. This is the flat brim cap frame. So brother has a couple of different type style cap frames. This is the flat brim. The other one that I showed you a minute ago is the standard one. And the difference is the angle that the cap goes in. So this one goes in at an angle so that it doesn't hit the throat of your machine, okay? So this one is super easy to hoop. This is probably my favorite cap frame of all time. What you're going to do is you're going to take a piece of stabilizer, and they make stabilizer specifically for caps. I don't happen to have any in the room right now, but you're going to take that and tuck it up underneath here. And then just kind of, there's little notches on this little guy, and just kind of rub it along those notches and it'll set into place. How easy is that, right? They've made a little spot for it. Let me see if I can hit you a better angle so you can see what I'm doing. So you can see right there, I've got that in there. Now, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to kind of squeeze our cap just like this, okay? And once you've squeezed your cap, you're going to take this little guy right here, and he has little notches on him, and there's a center notch, and it's the biggest notch. That's the one you want to line up with the center of your cap. And you're going to do this right along the bottom of the brim. Okay? So once you've got in there, we're set to go. We're ready to try to stick this in. This frame allows you to get closer to the brim of the hat. So you're going to take this and you're going to slide it up over the top of that. And then let me give you the side view. Oops, wrong one. On the side here, there are little slots, and you're going to take these little guys right here, and I'm going to press from the top and slide them down in there. And then inside it, there's a little latch. So we're going to press the lock lever to take it the other way and simply press down a little bit further till it gets in there. And then there are little clips that seem to have found their way to some other place that you just clip right here. Once you're done, simply pop it off. Easy for me to say because I can't see what I'm doing right now. There we go. And that's your hat's hooped. So let's look at it going on the machine. And I've got to move a little bit out of the way here. So on my machine, you can see that I have a driver here. This is my cap frame driver. I also have the needle plate cover on it. So this is what absorbs the space between the cap and the bed of the machine. You need to do that when you're doing caps. We're going to simply take this in, and you want to make sure that you miss the needle, slide it in and turn it around, and then you snap it into place. My cap is on my machine, and I'm ready to go. So on your machine itself, and I'm going to have to go in front here. So let me slide in front here. Let's go to the front of our screen. And I'm just going to pick a little design here so you can see what happens. When you're using the Persona or a multi-needle machine, you'll notice that it shows me this is my cap frame. It knows what I have on there. So that is the first thing that's going to tell you. I'm going to bring Jane's pig back up, and we're going to set it. And I want you to watch what happens to this pig here in just a second. When I touch embroidery, it is going to rotate that pig to where it's upside down. So you know you do not have to change the orientation of it. And that, I think, is absolutely awesome on a multi-needle machine. If you wanted to add to your design, you can still do that. We can return. And let's come in here and let's say add, and let's add some text. Actually, I changed my mind as to what I want to add. I'm going to add pig pit for a barbecue. So let's go here and go to our uppercase, and let's go pig. I'm going to set that, and then I'm going to size it and make it smaller. Make it a little bit smaller because I want 2 words to fit on there. So let's shrink it a little bit more. There we go. Let's go ahead and center that and move it up above and array that. Now you'll notice I'm outside of my frame, so that easy reference is there. I know I need to move it back down. So there we go. I'm in my frame. Let's go in and add and go back in and grab pit. There we go. P. And let's shrink that back down too, so we can kind of have them proportional. Oh, wrong direction. Now this one, I want to arc upward. So I'm going to go ahead and touch OK, touch my array again and arc it upward. If I don't like the spacing of that, and I think it's still a little bit too big for my pig. So let's go ahead and shrink it just a little bit more. And if you don't like your spacing, because on your lower letters, it's going to be a little bit further spaced apart, we can touch spacing and we can put those closer together. So let's make those lower letters a little bit closer together there. All right. So now let's look at it in our hoop and see if we like it. I do. I'm good with that. I think I need my pig just a little bit above because it looks like it's touching the pig. There we go. Embroidery. And now your design has rotated and you're ready to go. So you have options, and the multi-needle machines make this easy to know how to do it. It knows I have a cap frame on because I put that driver on it, and that makes it easy. So when you're ready to embroider, let me show you one last thing when talking about caps. Because we are in the cap frame driver, our LED drop light does not work. I'm going to turn my light on so you can see what I'm doing down below. But we have options. So let's touch this little needle drop thing that I showed you earlier, and let's touch the top center, okay? That's going to let you know how close you are to the top up to your brim. So let's look at it down as it clicks into position. And how, same way I checked it before, touch the lock key, touch your needle drop key, and you can see if you're in position. And if it's not in the right spot, you can, I got to do locking up again. Why are you, what did I do? I must have touched and turned something else on. I want my needle to go back up. We're just going to raise it up manually. There we go. Now I can tell I'm slightly off, so I need to move my design to the left a little bit. I'm going to touch lock, drop my needle, bring it back up. I don't know what button I pushed, but I've pushed something to change it. And I'm right smack dab in the center, and I'm ready to embroider if I wanted to. So that is super simple, easy to adjust, and you are ready to get going on your caps. Now, let's see if we have, some people buy this machine actually to only do caps, because once you get it set up, you're just going in and out and doing different cap frames. I can show you how to hoop with the other cap frame. It is similar, but not exactly the same. I'll just need to change out my my jig. I had to think of what the word was. So hang tight for just a second and we'll go do that. And this will work the exact same way as the ear-to-ear one. I'm just got the one that's not. So we're going to change out the jig, and there's just this little screw down here that you screw. Take it off. And then we're going to take this one and screw it back on our assembly area here. And I always keep mine set up. Keep one or the others on here at all times, just in case I need to do a cap. And let's take this off and show you the difference. So this one's slightly different than the previous. And now I know where my little clippies went. This one's just a little bit different. And you can see I've got my stabilizer underneath it. I already had it in there. But what you're going to do with this guy, once again, let me flip cameras here. I got to move my slider. So once again, you have the teeth on your cap frame. You're going to slide this up underneath there and put your stabilizer down on the teeth. This would be easier with a piece of stabilizer that has not been sitting in there for a little while. So let's just do this one. Slide it up and put it down on the teeth. Once you've done that, you want to make sure that your brim is out of the way. So you'll notice here, I've got my brim pulled back, my band pulled back, and we're going to slide this up underneath here. And you're looking, let me show you one last thing. There's a little line right there on the cap frame itself. So we're going to slide this here. There's also another way to look right there. But what we're going to do next is we're going to take this little guy right here and we're going to take him up and over. And around. And then he locks down into the bottom side. But before I lock him into place, I'm going to pull this guy down and make sure that I'm in the center. Once I know I'm in the center, I get this as far down as I can get it. And then let me flip angles here. Once you've done that, there's a little latch mechanism down here at the bottom. You simply put your loop around that, snug it into place, and your cap is hooped. So it's a little bit different. It has a little bit more moving parts to it, but it does the job. The flat brim, as I said, is my favorite. The difference is the angle that the hat moves in and the ease of use. So this one, you'll notice it's much more upright than the other one. So this is going to go straight up. This one gets right up in between it. The flat brim allows you to do those snapback caps and your flat brim caps, which you can't do with this guy. So it's a bit more versatile. All right, guys, I think I have given you all about hooping a cap. So let me see if there's any questions that I can answer here. Yes, all of the different cap frames are different options.
Cindy, that was fantastic.
So, the Whiz at Hooping Hats. How many different styles of cap frames can I show in one?
I mean, people are really and truly blown away. It was such good information because everybody has such different ways to, they have different hoops and they have different machines and they want to be able to embroider on hats. So a couple of questions. So if you guys have questions right now, we got a couple of minutes, which is great. So shoot your questions over. I'm reading them in the comments. I'll try to ask Cindy or look at them while Cindy's answering the question. The top tip for the tape again.
Take the tape. It's basically medical paper tape, and I buy it by the tons. Okay, this is my favorite stuff. And you simply pull the sweatband back and tape it down.
So nothing fancy. Paper medical
Nothing
tape.
fancy.
Okay, that was the question. That's great. Any tips for getting the sticky off the back of the frame? I saw that one go through earlier in your segment, and I wrote it down.
Okay, so there's a product. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it out loud. It's called Totally Awesome. And Totally Awesome will clean almost anything off of anything.
It's totally awesome. I always just say a little white vinegar and water gets everything off everything. So I'm old fashioned.
Well, now the challenge with it is the Totally Awesome is it does stink, but it will clean it off. So
okay, good job.
Then if after they've done that, if they'll run just a little bead of like a Goo Gone or something over the top of it, it won't stick quite as bad the next time.
I mean, it's good. This is what we're doing. We're sharing the top tips. Somebody just said I ordered a bunch of medical tape just now. What was that about covering the needle plate?
Okay, so there is a little spacer that comes with a multi-needle machine or the Persona, and it is basically a spacer. And it absorbs the space between the cap frame and the the throat of the machine, so that there's not a bunch of this going on. If you don't have that in that, you're going to know that you're going to notice that hopping. You'll see it just as clear as day. It will just hop up and down.
And the question was, what weight stabilizer should you use for a hat? Is tearaway always?
It's a tearaway for the most part, and it depends on your cap. the loosey-goosey of the cap will determine whether you need a heavyweight tearaway or a lightweight tearaway. So your more structured caps are going to go with a lightweight. Your less structured caps, you're going to need more stabilizer.
And then sticky stabilizer you use the back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
If you're in the flat, and that's pretty much all you need for a flat brim, for a flat frame.
And you have the last demo you did with putting the hoop on the side of the PRS, that attachment, and then the other one with the flat. Does that work on multiple machines?
Yes, there are different the flat ones that I showed, there are different ones for pretty much every model of embroidery machine out there, including, like I said, that the little 4x4, the SE625, the gold one is for the SE625. So they have one, Durkee has one for pretty much every system out there. And that little 5x7 is what I consider, actually they all are kind of multi-purpose, because you're using sticky, so you could put blankets on them. Anything that you find a little bit more challenging, onesies can go on them. Especially that little gold one, because you can just kind of slide the throat over what you're doing and just set it down there on top of it.
Well,
so don't just think of them as cap frames. They are multi-purpose hoops for sticky.
Which is great. And that's why you're here, to educate us on those things, because we think one thing is for one way, one thing is for another way. And it's interesting too to see you really got the hat on there on the flat one, and it was nice and flat and easy to get in there. And sometimes, our mind thinks that, oh, this is a mountain to climb, I can't do it, but you made it so easy.
One of the things I will suggest is since caps have that center seam in them, I would use a heavier needle than normal. So normally I'm running a 7511 needle. Now on a multi-needle machine, you don't need to worry about that. You can still use the Persona, or your multi-needle can still use a 7511. But on a single needle machine, it needs a little bit more oomph behind it. So you may want to increase your needle size up to maybe an 8012 or a 9014. That gives it a little bit more oomph.
8012 or a 9014 on a single needle machine.
On a flatbed, yes.
On a flatbed. Excuse me, I meant to say that.
I said it. I said the same thing. So yeah, flatbeds.
But but it's always good to know, because there's so many moving parts that when we actually, we know the direction to go, we can write all this down and say, okay, I'm going, and then you just pull that piece. I don't know about you guys. I can't remember everything from like working on the website and doing the behind the scenes this and how to make that. I'm like, I got to write it down and go to that page in my notebook, which is what we were doing when you were teaching us, Cindy.
So, I mean, there's sometimes that I'll use the flat one instead of the curved one. Like if I wanted to do an applique lettering, how am I going to get an iron to this cap frame?
Right.
Not real easy, but I can get my iron inside the flat one. So there are times that I'll go to this one and times that I'll go to the other one. It's nice to have both options.
Cindy, tell us this. You're such a pro. And you explain everything so well. And we know your background is in education, so that you're natural at that. But when you're learning, you're like, oh, I can't get my iron on this, and I'm doing it like this. Is this trial and error? How are you learning so that you can give us all of these top tips?
Well, I dive in with both feet first and then look at the directions later when I've messed it up. So if there's a mistake out there, I've probably made it 20 times over. And then, the 20th time, it probably sticks in my head and say, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Might ought to do something else. Dive in with both feet. Have fun. Enjoy yourselves. It's a cap. It didn't cost $1 million. It's and oh, by the way, my husband doesn't like to throw anything away. So any of my mess ups go right to him.
Right on his head. There you go, honey. You look great. Cindy, you're just amazing. Hooping a hat is not as difficult as we thought it was 30 minutes ago. You're so great for sharing that education wisdom bomb that you just dropped on us.
Wisdom bomb. I'm going to have to remember that wording. I like that. But yeah, I mean, don't be afraid of them, guys. It looks intimidating, but it's really not. And after you're done, after you flatten things out and you've embroidered everything out, just squeeze that cap back together and it'll go right back in its shape.
I mean, that's what the kids do anyway, right? That's right.
Exactly.
And by the way, somebody said if you make a mistake, just put a patch on it. You're fine.
I actually learn more from my mistakes than I do from my successes.
And we always do. Cindy, you are the best. Thank you so much. Always great to see you.
You too. Y'all have a great rest of your Hoop Fest.
Cindy, she is just so great. She is part of the Brother Education team. And of course, now we all know how to hoop up a hat. Fantastic education from Cindy Hogan. I'll bring Blaine back in right now so we can move along with our next part of the show. Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Jane. Hey, what was that product that Cindy was talking about?
Totally awesome.
Well, you know what? Cindy's totally awesome, isn't she?
She's awesome. She's totally awesome. Actually, Blaine, I don't know. Like, can we all just talk business for a minute? Find out what that is, and then you make your SMP totally awesome.
There we go. There we go.
Make your own brand.
And another product I was told, Kennedy was just talking to me about it, that she uses out here on the hoops. They use that Goo Gone.
Oh, you use Goo Gone all the time.
Works. And, I've heard people say they get a little bit of mineral oil or something and they rub on their frames before they even put the stuff on them and kind of wipe them down and wipe it off, and it keeps it where it doesn't stick so bad to it.
I mean, all these little top tips are just, they're like gold.
Yep, you're right. Well, hey, we're going to keep moving on. And Jane, we're going to bring you back in 30 minutes. And then they got a whole hour with you.
Whole hour of Jane. Woo.
That's going to be awesome. So, all right, we'll see you back in here in just a little bit. But guys, we're going to move on. Hey, and our next guest, hey, we're going to talk all about the SWF 12 needle. Y'all been seeing that every single day. You saw the 15 needle as well. But hey, I talked to SWF and they were giving us some educators. And I said, look, we know we've got a customer over in Phoenix, Arizona that's bought 2 of these machines. She has an Etsy store. She has a YouTube channel, and we use her to do the demonstrations, because I just want she can relate. Y'all can relate to her extremely well. She's a customer. She was one of our customers. She's bought 3 multi-needle embroidery machines from us. She bought a Pfaff 10 needle first. Then she's got 2 of these SWFs, and so, to me, I thought she's more relatable because she's a customer and the things that she's been through, and she's 100% self-taught on it. She didn't get any classes. She just bought it and did everything on her own. And so, we're talking about Amber Bingham. And Amber, she's a owner and founder of a successful clothing company. Basically, it's called Bingham Bliss. And she has an Etsy store. She has her own website, and she specializes in handmade children's clothes. And so welcome to the show, Amber.
Welcome back, everybody. Hi, thanks for having me again.
Man, we're so excited you're here with us all week. And, I love that you're here because I think customers can relate to your experience, so well. You're not a paid professional by a manufacturer. You're just a customer, and, you've used this, you've tried it, and, undoubtedly you love it or you wouldn't have bought a second one.
Right.
So, and I love that, you're taking us through this journey. So you started out Monday, kind of taking us through a journey, and you're kind of talking about things every single day, and you're kind of gearing it based on the questions you've seen people ask. So that's what I like. So I want you to get going on it, and then we'll come back and talk at the end.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, so welcome back, everybody who has been here this week so far for Hoop Fest. Again, my name is Amber, and I own Bingham Bliss. It's all handmade children's baby clothing, blankets, accessories, anything to do with the children, you name it. So anyways, today we are going to be talking about the SWF 12 needle. I have 2 of them. And then on the far right, I have a 10 needle, the Pfaff, sorry, I can't talk today. So I kind of broke it down on day 1 and day 2 on how to actually work the machine, what all the different icons are on it, and everything just basically that you can do that I'm knowledgeable about. Again, like Blaine said, I am self-taught, so everything that I teach you guys is what I've learned on my own. I've never taken any classes. It's just like jumping in feet first and just going and trying everything that you can do. And if you make a mistake, don't be afraid, just keep going. And that's how that's my mentality on it, on my business, is just you have to learn and you have to take the risk on doing it. Otherwise, you're never going to be able to do it. So I'm actually going to just kind of give you guys haven't actually shown you guys what the machine looks like. I've kind of just done close-ups on it. So today I'm going to kind of change the angle of the camera a little bit, and I'm going to show you what the machine just kind of has to offer and what it looks like. So here are my 2 beautiful machines, and this is what they look like. And as you guys can see, let me get in front of here because my camera angle, I am 5 foot tall, like barely 5 foot tall. So this is how big the machine is. It's not that tall, so I was actually very scared of it when I first saw it because it looks like a beast, but it's really not, you guys. And they do look scary, but I promise you, once you learn them, they are so easy to use. You can take your business or hobby or whatever you're wanting to use it for to the next level. These machines are fantastic. I promise you. I wouldn't have bought a second one if I didn't think so. So today I just kind of wanted to show you guys from this angle what the machine has and what I like about it that differentiates it from other machines. Coming over here, I first just want to talk about how pretty it looks. And it matches my shop, which is white, and I love it, but that's besides the point. It's 12 needles. What really caught my attention when I first started looking for the machine or at the machine is its beautiful interface. This screen is so big. It is almost 10.5 inches big, as you can see. It has a 13.8 embroidery field, and it has a smart system built into the machine, which allows you to basically draw on the machine itself and have it auto digitize right on the screen, which is a super cool feature if you want to just personalize anything that you're making. It has a very easy tension setup. It comes pre-threaded when you buy it, which is amazing. You just tie off your colors and change them out that way. I did go over how to thread it yesterday. It was kind of hard because the camera is in the way of my hands. So if you guys do want to see me rethread it again, I am happy to do so. Another thing I wanted to talk about is the frame. This frame is so sturdy. I only have one other multi-needle, but just comparing the two, this frame is just, it holds its own. Like, I don't have to feel like I ever need any other stabilizing parts underneath to secure it. Hopefully I said that right. My terminology isn't the best, guys. But yes, this frame is very sturdy. It holds its own it's kind of small for how big this machine is. And that's another thing I wanted to talk about when I go in to different hoops. I wanted to not just show you guys the hoops again, but I wanted to show you kind of what you can do with them. And I wanted to show you the ease of pulling the frames on and off of the machine as I'm talking about them. The next part that I wanted to talk about is this little bobbin area. When I first got the machine, I don't know about all you guys and what machines you have. I thought this was broken at first because it's open right here, but that's just actually how they come. So if you get it and you're wondering about that, don't be worried about it. That's how it comes. It's super easy to change the bobbin case or the bobbin. I need to change it soon. It's almost out. But I just use the pre-wound MagnaGlide L bobbins. That's what it takes. I've never ever had one single issue with the bobbins that I use. The only time I've ever had an issue is if one time I got a bad batch of bobbins that didn't have anything to do with my threading or the machine itself. It was just simply every now and then you get a bad batch of something, and that was my time. So anyways, super easy. You just load it in, and if any of you are wondering how to load it, I can show you guys. It's super easy with the MagnaGlides because you have a magnet, you just stick it in, and then what you want to do is just pull it through the bottom, and as long as when you're facing it towards you, it's spinning clockwise, then you have it in correctly. And then you just pull it through the little piggy tail, and that's all you have to do. It's just like any other machine. And then you simply just click it off. I always like to trim my bobbin thread, and I usually just trim it to like the center of this case right here. I don't like to hang too much off because then it'll get kind of caught up in there. So yeah, that's kind of another feature. Hold on one second, getting ahead of myself. I love this feature on this machine. This little bar right here is just like a magnet. So you lift it up whenever you need to get underneath here to change out needles. Just yesterday after the live, I changed out 5 of these needles because I was doing a project and I haven't changed my needles in a while. So it's so easy to get underneath here, clean, the whole thing. Threading, which I should have done while I was threading it with you guys, was lift this up that I just didn't do. But that is your light. As you can see, when I move it, the light moves up and down, and you just simply click it back into place. And when I oil this machine, there's a little oiling hole behind the machine back here. Super simple. It's self-explanatory. It says oil on it, so you will not miss it. I just put a couple of drops in there, and then I always oil my bobbin case when I'm using it. And a cool feature that I just recently discovered is that if you move this, a way to move this to the side, which I didn't go over, if you want to move your needle over or whichever way you want it to go, this icon in the very top on the very first interface, you can't see it from this angle, I'm sorry, but it looks like 2 needles with kind of like 2 arrows going in a circle. So if you click that button, you can change it to whatever, say I want it to go to needle 12. You click needle 12, and that will move it to needle 12, which will be in your starting point. If I want to move it back to needle 6, I'll just hit 6, and it goes back to that. So what I wanted to show you really quick was if I go all the way over to needle 1, I just discovered this, guys, and it's super exciting. In the back of the machine, you'll see these little levers. And again, I'm self-taught, so I have no idea if this is correct or not, but I just thought it was the coolest thing ever. You can, it's like a spring, so you can move your needle up and down if you ever want to, like, just maybe put a little bit of oil back here, maybe just like a dot. Again, I'm not sure if you're supposed to do that, but I take it as this is my machine. I'm the one who paid for it, and I can do whatever I want with it. So I've never taken classes on it. I've watched some care instructions on it, but again, everything needs a little oiling, like here and there. So yeah, I found that little feature and I thought it was just amazing. So I'm just gonna put it right back in the center because that's how I like to align my stuff. And to click out of any of the icons, you're gonna be like, where's the cancel button or the exit button? You simply just click on the actual icon that you touched and then it disappears. So there's kind of just like a brief overview of the machine and what it does and what it looks like. Again, it's not that tall. I'm 5 foot. I can reach, I can see all the thread back here. You can use anywhere from the big thread to the smaller threads. I just have them sitting on this. When I use the smaller ones, I just place them on here and I just, I don't put them on the actual cone. That way they don't get tangled up. But moving along, I wanted to just give you guys examples of how easy it is to go from one project to the other. And I wanted to show you guys kind of how you can use different hoops. So this is the hoop that comes with the machine. This is the 9.4 by 9.4 hoop. Hopefully you guys can see that. This is just a children's shirt. This is a size 6. I was going to make my son a shirt today. So I thought I'll just hoop it so I can show you guys. So this is one of the frames that come with the machine. And I also wanted to show you an example of basically the same size mighty hoop. This is what I use on the machine every day. They're basically the same size. I mean, technically they're not, but you can get the same design size in there. And I just wanted to show you guys from my experience how easy it is to go from. One of my favorite features about this machine is that you do not have to change the frame out on anything. You just click and go, click and go. So here's one of the frames that comes with the machine. Simply click it in and you're ready to go. So there's the hoop that came with the machine. Take it out. Say I have my next one. This is my mighty hoop, which is a completely different hoop. Doesn't come with the machine. You have to purchase these separately, but you don't have to change anything out. You just click it in and you can go with that one. So there's that. The next one I wanted to show you is the Durkee Easy Frame. So again, the whole point of this is just showing you that with this machine, you don't have to change anything. You don't have to adjust anything. Like I know on my FOF, I have to adjust the frame. I can just, it's just unscrew it and adjust the sizing. But on this frame, you literally just leave it, you put your frame in and you're ready to go. You don't have to adjust anything on it. So I haven't touched the frame. I'm still just clicking my different frames that I'm using in here. So this is the Durkee frame. That was the Mighty hoop. I showed you how to click the original hoops in. I'm going to show you the bigger hoop. So this is the biggest hoop it comes with. This is the 14x9 hoop. This is a large men's sweater. I don't know if you guys can see that correctly, but it's huge. It's like bigger than my whole body. But it's, again, you just don't have to change anything. You just click it in and it's ready to go. Then say these are all apparel. So this is a sweater. The one on the Mighty Hoop was a t-shirt, and the one on the original 9.4 by 9.4 was another t-shirt. The Durkee frame was what I make my blankets on. So again, you don't have to change anything. I don't change my needles. I don't mess with my tension. I don't do anything. Every time I stitch something, it's always beautiful stitching. I never have to mess with any of the tension settings. And then the next part was switching. Say I just got done doing that sweater and I wanted to move on to a cap because I wanted to make a matching cap for the sweater. Here's my cap frame. Again, I don't have to change anything on this machine. I just simply put it on and it's good to go. So I showed you guys how I do this yesterday, and I'll show you again. I put arrows on my frame just so I know which way it goes in, making sure my side clamps are underneath the little clamp downs. There's a little bullet down here. That's what I call it. I make sure that's aligned, and you just snap it into place, set up your hoop. I know the previous lady who was doing a class on hats, she was showing us how when you choose your hoop, it automatically flips it. Well, this machine does the same thing. So if I went into my hat hoop on my machine, let's just go into frame. I'm going to choose my hoop. Say I'm going to do a cap. I'm going to choose my cap frame. I'm going to hit OK. It recalibrates to that. It's basically going to flip it. This isn't the right design, so let me bring up an actual hat digitized. You have to have a specially digitized design for hats. So now it's, you can't see it probably from there, but it flipped it upside down automatically. I didn't touch anything, so it automatically does it for you. You never have to worry about doing that on your own. So again, I'm going to show you just what it looks like. This is my cap frame. I know you can't see it, but it's just a long rectangle, and you can see my design in the center of it. It's already flipped upside down. That's when I would attach my cap and trace it, whatever I want to do to make it perfect, and then I'm ready to stitch out. Say it's all done, and I just want to take it off and move on to my next shirt. I just snap it from the hoop. Again, I always hold it from here because it slides around. If I hold it right here, it's not going to slide around anywhere, and it's going to be sturdy in my hands without pinching me. And then the next thing that you want to do always, if you're moving from a cap to a shirt or a blanket or anything else, you always want to just adjust your hoop. Make sure you do that. So I just always keep it on my 30 by 30. That's just because that's what I use for my business. But again, there's all the built-in default hoops that you can choose from. So I'm going to close out of there. It's going to recalibrate. Now it automatically flipped that design back right side up. Even though I'm not going to use that design, it flipped it for me. So say I'm going to do this design now. I just load it. And now I'm ready to go onto my blanket or my shirt or whatever other project I'm wanting to work on. So I have about a couple more minutes, and I wanted to actually show you guys. I'm going to switch the camera so you guys can see it up close. I'm going to show you guys some examples of different things that this machine can do, because I just think it's super, the stitching on this machine is phenomenal. You guys would love the way it stitches, because for me, one of the questions Blaine always asks me is, why do I love these machines so much? And for me in my business, I just feel like having consistency and just good stitch out is just makes your business look that much better. If you have skip stitches or you get just, I don't know. I can go on and on about like what I feel about it, but what I'm trying to say is anytime I go from one design to the next, whether it's a sketch stitch or a fill stitch or an applique with heat transfer or glitter or whatever it is that I'm working on, I never have to change anything and the outcome is always exactly the same. So on this specific project, I wanted to show you how big the stitches are. Where's my camera? So I always do samples and then I take pictures. I also wanted to show you guys that this isn't even on a regular shirt. This is just on a fabric that I buy at Joann's, and it's just a knit fabric that I do my samples on so I don't waste my products. And the reason I'm telling you that is because it doesn't have to be, as long as you're using the right stabilizer and it's hooped correctly, it's going to stitch out correctly. So nobody would ever tell on my picture that this isn't an actual shirt. This is just a piece of fabric. But again, the little dots on here, a lot of machines struggle with dots. Those dots are like perfect. I can't really get any closer than that. But this is using the glitter heat transfer from Stalls. You can get it from anywhere. But again, nice large satin stitches, and they turn out beautiful. There's literally no skip stitches in there. There's no puckering. There's no nothing. It's just beautiful. Next up is this cute little love bug shirt that I wanted to show you guys because it has a combination of satin stitches and sketch stitches. And if you can see on the sketch stitch, it looks beautiful. It doesn't have any like skip stitches from one color to the other. Those little teeny tiny hearts are beautiful. Again, this machine just stitches out beautiful. Okay, next up really quick, I wanted to show you again just another rainbow. Rainbows are really hard. I know on my other machine takes it kind of tough, but this machine does a really good job with it, especially with all those polka dots inside the big satin stitch. Sometimes it could get bulky. This machine takes it like a champ. There's never any issues with it. Moving on, I don't have very much time. This one I wanted to show you because of, this is all fill stitch, satin stitch and fill stitch. But I wanted to show you these little tiny arrows. They actually have like a little design in them, and it never ceases to mess. Like it's always just a beautiful stitch out. Even that heart, you can see the detail in there. I don't know how close I can get up. There we go. But the arrow, the heart, everything is just beautiful on there. Sorry if I'm talking so fast. Next up, I wanted to show you this full sketch stitch. Again, sketch stitches, depending on the machine you use, it can mess up time to time. This machine is amazing with sketch stitches. It's just so beautiful. It never skips any stitches. They all look beautiful. I think I showed this one on my last, maybe last year. I'm not really sure when I showed it, but I know I did, because I wanted to show you guys a sketch stitch and this little bean stitch down here. These little bean stitches are very hard to get really perfect. And look how pretty, like precise that is all the way through. It just looks beautiful. Also, this one is a combination of fabric and glitter HTV with satin stitches. And these little designs right here are actually super thick, and the machine didn't mess up on any of them. It just stitched out beautiful. And last but not least, I love this design. This might be one of my favorite boy ones. It's very popular. It's just a combination of satin stitches and applique. But again, those tiny little dots on the deer are very hard for some machines to get to, and it stitches out perfectly, especially this thick satin stitch right here. Again, this is not on a shirt. This is just on a sample fabric, and it's stitched out so beautiful. So I don't know if I have any questions, or if you guys have any questions for me, please ask. I would love to just answer questions or anything that you guys have. Again, this is just what I do for my business, and I'm so happy to share it with you guys.
Hey, Amber, if somebody wanted to be able to follow you, like on your Etsy shop, if they wanted to go to your YouTube lives and things, can they just go to amberbingham.com?
So on YouTube, it's just look up Bingham Bliss and you'll find me.
Okay. Bingham Bliss.
And then
Is there, I
Bingham
mean, can
Bliss,
they
yeah.
go do you have a website where it has all your social media listed?
Yeah,
though?
so if you go to Instagram and you look under my bio, it'll show you like my link tree and stuff. I have all
Okay.
my stuff in there. Yeah.
So your Instagram is Bingham Bliss as well?
Yeah, it's actually it's all lowercase, but it's Bingham_Bliss.
Okay, perfect.
Sorry.
So I encourage y'all to go out and, you're doing, Amber does some live videos all the time and working on your projects and things. But Amber, thank you so much for coming on the show. And I know we'll see you again tomorrow. We're going to talk more about the 12 needle, and we sure do appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. Bye, guys.
All right, great job, Amber. All right, guys, we are talking all about the SWF 12 needle, and I've got to show y'all something that it's pretty awesome. So I got a buddy of mine a while back, quite a few years ago. He owns an embroidery business, and he actually he uses the SWF embroidery machines. And I want to show that picture, Kyle. There's a picture. I fly radio control airplanes, and so I want y'all to take a look at that picture. And he went on. He got that picture. He surprised me with a gift, and he went and took this picture off my website. And so now I want to show you what he actually did. So he embroidered this on his SWF. So look at that. And the detail is absolutely unbelievable. So I just wanted to show you all the quality, and I'm trying to hold this, but if you can see that, like on the wingtips right there, it has the checkerboard on it, just like it did in the picture. All the logos on the plane are just crisp and clear. And that thing is just unbelievable how well that embroidered. And guys, I'm telling you, this is several years old, and it still looks brand new. I mean, the stitches are tight, look new, like it was the first day you gave it to me. And I have worn this thing a lot too. So that just shows you the quality of the SWF embroidery machines. I just wanted to share that with y'all because I've always been impressed with this jacket because of the stitches are unbelievable on it. And so that's the quality you're getting. But again, guys, today, this is the 12 needle. This is the SWF 12 needle, and we have got such a good price on it. The normal price, now think about this, guys. This is a 12 needle embroidery machine that runs 1,000 stitches per minute. The normal price on it is $9,999. Okay, that's impressive by itself. But what's even more impressive is all the things that we're going to give you with this. So not only does it have the best warranty in the industry, it has an unbelievable hoop package that comes with it. So again, the sizes that you're going to get, we're going to double the hoops up. So you're going to get a bunch of hoops with each one. And so you're basically going to get a 4.7 inch round hoop. You're going to get a 5.9 inch, and then you're going to get another 7 inch. So 4.7, 5.9, and a 7 inch. We're going to give you two, excuse me, each one of those sizes. Then we're going to give you a 9 inch or 9.4 inch by 9.4 inch and a 14 inch by 9 inch. Two of each one of those. So that's a total of 10 hoops right there. And the reason we're doing that is because if you're using, let's just say, for instance, you're using a 14 by 9 and you've got something on your embroidery machine you're embroidering, you'll have that extra hoop that you can go over here and be hooping up your next project. So it's going to actually make it faster. If you're doing a run of 20 shirts, you're going to be able to do it a lot faster. The other thing that we're doing, we're throwing in for free the cap driver and 2 cap frames. That's a $999 value right there. We're going to give you that absolutely free. And then we're also going to give you the machine stand, which is a $500 value. So you're getting a $1,500 value of just the stand and the cap driver with the 2 frames that we're going to throw in absolutely free. Normal price, $9,999. Guys, we're going to even beat that price. It's a call-in special. We're going to ship it free right to your doorstep. And we also offer 0% interest financing. So if you've been in the market for a multi-needle machine, I am telling you right now, you need to look no farther. This thing is unbelievable. 1,000 stitches per minute. It has a large embroidery field of 13 by 8. The machine is compact, doesn't have a very big footprint at all, and it only weighs 85 pounds. So 2 people can carry this and move it around extremely easy. Once you get it, put it on that stand. It's not going to take up very much room in your sewing room at all. It's about a 36-inch by 36-inch footprint that it's going to take up. So it's extremely small, footprint in your area. And I'm telling you right now, guys, if you've been wanting a multi-needle machine, we're making this such a great price, so tempting with all the things you're getting today. And I just don't know how you could resist this. I know Roger's been wanting to get an embroidery machine to make patches, and he's like drooling over this one, aren't you, Roger? So we have got such a good price on this. And again, I love these SWFs. The quality is unbelievable. And, I wish y'all could see my jacket up close in person. It is just so impressive, the stitch quality on it. And again, the pricing for for a 12 needle machine, the pricing is just insane, I think. To have anything under $10,000, and we're even going to have it even cheaper than that. Plus, we're throwing in that $1,500 worth of, the stand and the cap driver and cap frames. Plus, you're getting a double set of hoops, which I don't even know what the value is on that, Kyle, but it's got to be $500, $600 just the extra hoops, right? 2,000. Yeah. So it 2,000. Yeah. I knew it had to be a big value of it. So, guys, we have got, if you have any questions about it whatsoever, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. They can take your order so you can get that great discount. It is a call-in special. The only way you're going to get that special is by calling in. If you go to SMP TV or SMP Live, LIVE.TV, you're going to be able to see it on the product page, and you can read all about it. And then we have live chat agents. It'll help you there. Now, I know the phones are extremely busy today. We just talked to Nick, and he said they're ringing off the hook. If you can't get through on the phones, you can't get anybody on live chat. When you go to SMPLive.tv product page, at the very top, it says request a callback. You hit that button, fill out the information. It gets updated real time at the call center. As soon as they get off the phone, they're going to see that. They're going to give you an outbound call. So just be patient with us. We'll get to you. But I promise you guys, this is the best deal we've had on this all year long. And we're super excited to be able to offer this to you today, especially a 12 needle for that kind of price is unmatched. All right, guys, let's keep moving on. What a great product. Let's bring Jane back in. And Jane.
Hey, Blaine.
Wow, what a great price on a 12 needle. But hey, we're getting ready to talk about a product that is really awesome. And, we have Teresa Griffin coming in, and I know you're going to introduce her, and we're going to talk about the Hot Fix adhesives. And I've met her and Scott. They're great people. They live down in Florida, and this product that they're going to show is awesome. So I'm going to let you talk to them, and we're going to talk all about the Hot Fix.
Sounds great. All right. Thanks, Blaine. Yeah, I've been binge watching some of their videos online. I'm super excited. Sounds like this product is a game changer. So joining us to talk about a new no-sew fusible adhesive is the co-owner and educator from Hot Fix Adhesive is Teresa Griffin. Let's bring her in. Hi, Teresa.
Hey, how you doing?
Fantastic. How are you?
We're doing great. It's hot down here, but we're doing good.
Well, we got to love Florida. Actually, I was drinking out of a Florida coffee mug this morning. I wish I'd still have it to show you. So cheers to Florida. Thank you for joining us today. So like I said, I've been binge watching some of your demos and your videos, and I'm super excited to learn more about Hot Fix Adhesive. But Teresa, you're hard to, I'm looking up you. I want to know about you. When did you get this creative bug?
Oh, I have started sewing as a young girl with my mom. My mom's one of 10. And I remember the first project we did, we made a quilt with my grandmother and all of my aunts. And then I grew up sewing and making up most of my clothes. And then right out of high school, I started working as a seamstress at a bridal shop and made wedding dresses and bridesmaids dresses and actually did some veils. So I love creating. I work with pottery. I have just found that love in the last 10 years, and I'm having a ball with it. But this product, Hot Fix Adhesive, the way it was developed was my husband and I own another company that produced heat transfers, but they were made with rhinestones, not ink. And one of our customers asked us to come up with a product that could go through 50 washings, and it would work with rhinestones. It was actually Minnie Mouse ears, and they wanted lace Minnie Mouse ears with rhinestones around it. And he developed hot fix adhesive. We applied it to some lace. It went great. We went through all of the R&D, and it will go up to 50 washings. It just didn't take off for the client. And so he's like, what are we going to do? And I said, honey, this stuff is perfect for sewing. It is perfect. It's going to transition into everyday sewing as well as crafting. And what makes it so unique is that it doesn't just work with fabric. It works with so many things. And when you were talking about doing repurposing, I can show you some different things with that. I think that you would really enjoy working with it, Jane. So to show you what it is, it's a fusible that has a paper backing on it. And I'm going to peel the paper backing off so you can see how different it is than what you're used to working with. There's no fibers. I hope y'all can see this. There's no fibers or webbing in it. It really is like a glue. So when you iron it down onto your fabric, it has 2 melting points. So what I did was, I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, y'all. So let me just tell you about this. Okay, so it comes in 10-yard rolls, and they're 12 inches wide, 4-yard by 12 inches wide, then 8.5 by 11, and these inkjet sheets are made to go through an inkjet printer. So if you have a PDF pattern, you can print on the back of the paper and then iron it down, cut it out, iron onto your project. It's ready to go. It was also made, one of the reasons he did what he did with the paper backing was it works with cutting mats. So if you have a cutter, say a Brothers Scan and Cut, it allows you to fuse your fabric to the hot fix adhesive, put the paper backing down on your sticky mat, so you're cutting your design face up and you're not having to mirror, because a lot of times we make mistakes if we forget. So that makes that step a whole lot easier when you do that. This is a little example of something that we cut out. It's a mermaid. And I don't know if you can see all the detail of her fingers and hair and everything, but it will cut without fraying or jagging or tearing. And those are a lot of things that we have problems with when we're using our cutters. This eliminates all of that. So this is a sheet of hot fix that we've run through an inkjet printer. This is actually a coneflower and the leaves and then the center part of the coneflower. So you would just take and cut out your pieces, and I cut one out here. This is the actual coneflower, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to fuse to your fabric. You don't have, I do sometimes starch my fabric just because I want it to be nice and crisp. You don't have to. So you don't have to treat your fabric in any way at all. Let's make sure my iron's hot. The paper backing is where your printing is. And then the way you can tell that is you can feel of it. Also on the back sheet, on the paper backing, it has print on this side, iron this side, depending on which product it is. The inkjet sheets say print on this side. Guys, you don't want to run that through any other kind of printer than an inkjet, because it will make a mess, because it's going to heat up, and that's going to heat up your hot fix adhesive. So we're going to lay this down on the wrong side of the fabric. You always put your adhesive side down on the wrong side of the fabric. Oh, I guess my iron did get hot. What are the chances, y'all? Okay, well, we're going to roll with it. So you want to just press down lightly. And it locks it in place. Okay, and then normally what I would do, I'm going to see if I can get another iron here going. Normally what I would do, I cannot believe my iron just scorched that. But so after you've pre-fused here, you want to flip it over and you want to iron across your fabric. You want to press down originally to lock it in place, and then you want to iron on the back side and iron on the front side. So my husband is trying to get another iron plugged in for me and hand it to me. He doesn't want to be on camera. So, okay, thank you, baby. Okay, so I'm gonna let that iron heat up before I cut this out and show you, but I do have some other stuff cut out. So I can, yeah, and you want to use it on the cotton setting, and you don't want to use steam. If you forget, you leave your steam on, it's okay. But what it'll do is it'll just kind of bubble up the paper backing a little bit. Just turn the steam off, let it calm down, let it heat back up, and then iron it again, it'll be fine. So a helpful hint when you're peeling your backing off is to use a straight pin and score the back of the paper like that. And then you want to just peel this off, and it's ready to go and iron on your project. And if you look, you can see it's super shiny. It's not sticky at all. It doesn't change the hang of your fabric, and I'll show you some examples of it. This is just a pillow sham that I bought at Target, and you can see here's like a pillowcase, and we just ironed these little cutouts, ironed it on here. Y'all, this is probably about 5 or 6 years old. So when we say it's a permanent bond, you can wash it. It can be washed up to 50 times. You don't have to wash it. You can stitch over it. It's not going to gum up your needle. If you don't want to stitch over it, you don't have to. This is a little leprechaun that we did on a party bag. Parties these days for kids, think baby showers, bridal showers with all of the themes. You can make some really cute take-home gifts, all your Christmas bags or birthday bags, and personalize them. You could think about monograms by you cutting out fabric and then iron it on here with your hot fix adhesive. This is another application with wood. It will iron onto wood. We cut these out on the scan and cut, peel the backing off, and iron it on. This is a little mug rug that one of our clients made. Her name's Gloria Stallhut. She's with Quilted Glow, and she fussy cut all of these little Christmas trees and the candy and all. And she made this for her mama for Christmas as a little mug rug. And she did stitch over it, but just to give it the aesthetic. So you can stitch, like I said, you can stitch over it. You don't have to stitch over it. This is another example of it on a photo album, and we just personalized it. So you can do a lot of really cool things. Now, I want to give a shout out to Jerky Hoops, because they were supposed to be in this time slot and they had a conflict in their schedule, and so they called and asked us if we would step in, and we really appreciate that. And this works great with applique. This, I'll show you, this was done in the hoop, and it was done with a jerky hoop. Mike Johns is an educator with Baby Lock, and this is a project that he and I did together. And I've got these. Mike was nice enough to give these. So see, this is how it was stitched out, and then we had the cutout pieces. We ironed them or fused them on, and then this was our finished product, how it ended up. I'm hoping I'm making sense with this. Basically the thing is with it, your options are endless. It's a great product for crafting, quilting. If you've got little ones that you want to do projects with, these little irons work perfect for kids that are using them, or even little irons when we're trying to iron stuff down. The little, I can't think of what they're called, y'all, where you use them in the hoop and press it down, fuse it, because as you can see, I just barely touched this. I'm going to iron it just to make sure it's fused properly on both sides. And it doesn't take, 10 or 15 seconds is it. I mentioned earlier it has 2 melting points. So the first melting point, you want to make sure that you do fuse it properly. And the best way to do that is let it cool and peel back a little corner. And if it is slick and shiny, like we showed you here, then your fuse is perfect. If it's opaque, if it feels rough or bumpy, just put the paper backing back down, iron it again. The one thing about this is that another thing that's different is it's not going to disappear on you. So if you use it with applique and you have, sometimes you wash something and then the center of your applique will start to lift up, you won't do it with this product. Your edges won't fray at all. So if you're doing applique that you want to do like your little bean stitch around the edge and then you want this to fray, don't use the hot fix because it's not going to allow it to fray, because it is more like a glue. Once you iron it down on your project, it's a permanent bond, and it's just the edges are going to be fused with the glue or the hot fix adhesive. So this is cooled off. I'm going to peel this back so you can see how it was fused. And actually, this is a great example. I don't know if y'all are going to be able to see it or not, but I need to iron it again. As you can see, it's slick and shiny, but there's a few bumps in it. That's probably how I fused it the first time when that iron was too hot. I kind of like when things like this happen because you really can see that it's going to be okay and it's going to work. So, all right, I'm gonna let it cool because that's the other thing about it. It's like a glue and it's hot. Like, have you burnt yourself with hot glue gun? Yeah. So, I hope y'all are, if you have questions, I hope you're firing them in so Jane can help me answer questions. Okay. Okay, it's perfect now. So I'm gonna just trim this. I'm not gonna do that. All you would do is trim this with your scissors, cut it out, and you would have a shape like this, which is a coneflower. And then I've got some leaves cut out, and here would be the center, and it would be ready to iron onto your project. Can you see if they're asking any questions?
They're not.
Okay.
It'll be at the end.
All right. Let me see if I can think of anything else that I need to go over. We are going to be offering some patterns that are pre-printed. One of them is the coneflower that I'm working on. We're going to be back on again with Sewing Machine Plus on Friday, and I'm hoping I'll have something ready for you to look at with that. I also wanted to say thank you to Sewing Machines Plus for putting all this on for all of us, giving us an opportunity to talk to you about our products. We are new in the market, so we rely on folks like Blaine, and it's just nice to have the opportunity to talk to you.
Hey, Teresa, it's Jane back here with you. And I jumped in. I know you were saying your thank yous. I wanted to jump in with some questions because people are asking questions because they're just like, this is great. Again, everybody, we're talking to Teresa Griffin from Hot Fix Adhesive. And this is a new product on the market, which is really fantastic for quilting and crafting and sewing and upcycling, like so many uses. Teresa, I have a couple questions that came through as you were chatting. Can the paper be used again?
No, I would not recommend that. I also forgot to tell folks too, you can draw on the back of this. If you're creative and you want to draw out something and then use it that way, you could do that. And in addition to run it through the inkjet printer.
And that was exactly the next great segue. The question was, can you put it through an inkjet printer?
Yes, it is the 8.5 by 11 sheets. There's 12 sheets in a pack, and they are made specifically to run through the inkjet printer. When you want to manual feed it in, not put it in your paper tray, and the reason you want to do that is you want to make sure that you're doing it that's going to print on the paper side.
Do you have a YouTube channel? Everyone's wondering that.
No, I don't, but I promise I'm going to get there.
Oh, I hear your husband laughing. I mean, I'm telling you what, I was like, what is this? I'm very interested. So I went and I saw you doing some Facebook Lives. I saw you doing some other YouTube things with beautiful Florida backgrounds. Let me ask some more questions. Does it go through the sewing machine if you want to outline the applique?
Yes, it will. And I'm trying to think how to tell you to do that. I don't know if you can see my sewing machine that's sitting over here. It is a Singer 1983 circa that I got when I graduated from high school. And that is what I use for everything. And that is what I used to use as a seamstress too. So her and I have been through a lot together. I really want to, would really like to get an embroidery machine so somebody can whisper in my husband's ear. But I don't have one yet. And I have seen Mike Johns do it. I've seen Amanda do it, but I don't know how to tell you how to do it. And that's embarrassing.
Well, and somebody was asking, well, how can we find you on your Facebook and on YouTube? Hey guys, I just literally Googled Teresa Griffin hot fix adhesive, and then up came a bunch of videos, and I was just watching them because I wanted to learn a little bit more. Does it leave the fabric stiff?
No, it does not change the hand of the fabric. This is a quilt. This quilt was done. That's a Hoffman pattern. All of those are Hoffman watercolor batiks, and then some other fabrics that we used. And it is quilted, but most of those are just ironed on and then stitched over. This quilt, this is a bag. This bag's probably like 7 or 8 years old. It's been, I don't know how many trade shows with us, and that's on burlap that it's ironed onto. Mike Johns cut this out and made this little quilt for us with the AccuQuilt. It'll go through the AccuQuilt. You can layer it 4 times, and it'll cut it like butter every time.
Now, are you guys on a laptop there, or are you just on a camera? I'd love for your husband to bring that real close to the camera so we could see it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, let's get some close-ups happening here. This is great.
So this was cut out on the AccuQuilt. It's layered, and I'm trying to.
He used the baby lock.
Yeah, he does use the baby lock, but it doesn't change the hand of the fabric at all. This little quilt that we did, so you can see it too. And like I said, this is probably 6, maybe 7 years old. It's actually got some stains on it from being put in suitcases and stuff, and we've traveled with it to different shows. We went to the very first quilt fest, spring quilt fest. So,
show them the canvas again.
And then I'll pull this one up closer so you can see that. And
That's
then
beautiful.
Our little leprechaun. I think he's so cute, especially on a paper bag.
Now, we love this. And when you were doing the demo, you pressed it on the fabric. Can you just hold that up to the screen so everyone can see that as well up close? There you go.
Yep, right there. So, and I'm going to just peel this off so you can see, but you can see how it's shiny and slick. So if it's rough or bumpy, then you just need to put this back down and iron it again.
And how long are we holding that iron? Do we just press it down, or are we moving the iron?
Press it, lock it in place for just seconds to lock it in place. And then you iron back and forth over the paper, flip it over, and iron on the fabric side too. And you only have to do that for maybe 30 seconds total. So, and then when you peel the backing off and fuse it down on your project, the same thing. I would say no more than 30, 45 seconds.
Yeah, and we're able to move it. Because a lot of times we'll put a press cloth on something, or you don't want to hit the wrong side of it, but you do the paper side, flip it over, do the fabric side.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, please. It's your segment.
And I forgot what I was going to say. Sugar.
Well, if you remember at 3 a.m., don't call me.
Okay. That's usually what happens, isn't it?
It is what happened. Just write it down and tell us tomorrow. Let me ask you this. Where is my question? Oh, it works with a brother scan and cut. People are asking that.
Yes, works perfect with that.
It seals the fabric together with the adhesive using that iron on. Using the iron, what setting are we using on the iron?
Cotton setting, no steam. And that made me remember what I was going to say. If you have a heat press, like you have the like an easy press or the heat press, it works great for that too. So if you're using it, like imagine like your canvas tennis shoes and the kids have something they need to have for school. Strawberries I grew up in a farming community and strawberries were the crop. And there were 2 weeks out of the year when we had the strawberry festival that it didn't matter how gaudy it was, everything you had on had strawberries on it. This is perfect for that kind of thing. When you just want something for the kids for a special event or something, and you can fussy cut something out, cut it on your scan and cut, draw it and cut it out. You could put it on their tennis shoes. You can put it on their shirts or their shorts, little caps, you name it.
I mean, it's really, the creativity is endless because you can use it for so many things. Instructions come with the packaging, correct?
Yes, there are instructions in there. And we want to always make sure that folks know. Email us or call us. We are here to help. This is a new product. We want people to use it because when people start using it, they really, really tend to love it. And
I can't wait to use it.
Yeah, we want people to have success with their projects. So we are always here. You can message me on Facebook. You can message or email us to info@hotfixadhesive. And you can even call the office. And if I'm here, I'll talk to you and help you, walk you through it. We had one lady that accidentally ironed the hot fix onto the right side of her fabric. And it was a pattern that the fabric came with it. And she's like, what am I going to do? And we stayed on the phone and talked, and we finally figured out nail polish remover. So nail polish remover took it off. She laundered her fabric. She ironed it. Then she started over with a hot fix, and it was perfect. It worked out great. So we had another customer that was making an honor quilt for the sheriff's department, and she transposed a number in the the unit number, and we worked together and got it off, and she redid it and got it back on, and it was perfect. This is not something, this like when I say it's permanent, it is permanent. So, but you can if you make a mistake, and I'll help you.
Yes. Which is great. I mean, this is what I love because, we say there are no mistakes when we're being creative, but when you accidentally put it on the wrong side of the fabric, I love it that you were there to help. And again, let me just restate this for everybody that we are talking about Hot Fix Adhesive. And this is the co-owner, Teresa Griffin. And Teresa, everyone is like, what are we talking about? Hot Fix Adhesive, my friends. That's what it's called. Hot Fix Adhesive. No gumming up of the needle, which is great.
Nope. No gum up of the needle. It's a permanent bond. It's washable up to 50 times. You can, like I said, you can stitch over it. You don't have to stitch over it. It's just a really fun, easy thing to do. And in a world of quick and easy and repurposing, this is just phenomenal to use.
Yeah, and ever people are making fun of me because I change my clothes throughout the day, and they're like, "This could be great for Jane to quickly make a new shirt," which I probably could because it's quick and easy.
You know what? When you're traveling, like we do, and your hem comes out of your shirt or your skirt, you just take a little piece and cut it, and you can iron it right there in the hotel room, and you're set.
So many uses, and the hotel rooms have irons these days. Quickly, types of fabrics that it works with. I know you had mentioned lace, and you'd mentioned just some like jersey fabric. What about fleece, and what about felt?
Fleece works great. It works great with felt, with wool, and we have. They're doing a quilt. I think it's 12 blocks. It's all going to be wool. Hey, buddy. I don't know if y'all can see Maxwell, but just came in the frame, our golden retriever.
You just come on in to say hello.
Can you say hey? No. Okay. But no, they're doing it with felt, and it's working out great. So
okay, well, and wonderful, because I like to throw all kinds of fabric through my brother's scan and cut, and I like to throw all kinds of fabric through the sewing machine, probably some no-nos, but it's always great to know what I can use to make it not frayed and make it safe. Teresa Griffin from Hot Fix Adhesive, fantastic new product, new no-sew fusible adhesive. Teresa, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. It was nice meeting you. And again, big shout out to Sewing Machine Plus. Thanks for having us. We really, really appreciate it.
You're
Y'all
amazing.
Take care and enjoy the rest of your day.
We will see you soon. Let me tell everybody how they can get their hands on some of this Hot Fix adhesive. This is going to be from Sewing Machines Plus, call-in specials only. You're going to go to 800-401-8151. We've got the pricing there for you online, smplive.tv, or you could call 800-401-8151. 8151. Again, this is Hot Fix Adhesive, and that is how you are going to get your hands on this amazing new product. Yeah, it is a cool product, Tracy. Thank you so much. And thank all of you for joining us today. I'm going to keep things moving along here. I think Blaine's probably either taking a nap or having lunch, which is totally fine because, you know, I can talk all day long. So thank you to Teresa Griffin from Hot Fix Adhesive and her husband. Everyone needs to go out and grab that product. SMPlive.tv was where you get more information and those call-in specials. You can get all the information and all the products that we talk about today on the show at smplive.tv or 800-401-8151. It is day 3 of Hoop Fest. I almost said day 2. It's day 3 of Hoop Fest. So let's keep things moving along. Next up, we are going to talk to a very special educator. Her name is Drea Boucher-Goodine from Anita Good Designs. She's an educator there. And she's going to be on next to talk about all the new releases that they have at Anita Good Design and how you can become an all-access member. Now, as an educator, Drea's mission is to create hands-on experiences for you and give you products that are stitches above the rest. Did you get that? Stitches? Because that's what you're doing. So many great designs at Anita Good Design. So please say hi to Drea Boucher-Goodine. Hi, Drea.
Hello. How's it going?
We're doing great. Did I say your last name right?
Close enough. That'll work.
Okay. Well, thank you for joining us. I've been loving talking to your whole crew there this entire week, and you're here to talk to us about Anita Good Design and the new releases and all access. But before you get started, tell us about Anita Good Design. You're all it's a small group and you're all in Charlotte, yeah?
Yes, that's right. So we are a small business. Our owner and our founder still is here and works with us every day, Stephen Wilson. We are, like we mentioned, small business. So there are about 42 or 3 of us here. That's it. So, and that includes all the departments. So all the tutorials, the digitizing, the art, all the things, the warehousing, all that's done in one location right here in Charlotte, North Carolina. And one big building that we work in. All of our educators have additional roles within the business. So a lot of times people don't know that. So thank you for reminding everyone we are truly a small business and not some giant presence.
Yeah, and what's so cool about that, and I love this, and there are some companies, actually I know some in England, paper companies, but it's like from conception to completion, it all happens right there in your building. So that's really, really amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, we take a lot of pride in being involved in all the parts. So we don't outsource or share anything, really. We do it all right here.
That's fantastic. All right. So everyone has heard me talk enough. I want to send it over to you. You take it away. Tell us all about the new releases and all access and Anita Good Design.
For sure. Thank you. So I have a good pile of stitch outs over here beside me. It's a mixture of some older things, some brand new things, and I may even have a little insider info on some things coming forward. So if you're not familiar, I'll give you a very brief introduction to what we do here at Anita Good Design. I'm seeing a lot of comments. I know some of you are familiar and some of you may be newer. We welcome you all. So our passion here is to create quality embroidery designs and education that goes along with those designs. So we're very passionate about both parts of that. We want you to have the quality designs and then also to know how to use them. They're not any good if you don't know what to do. So we have both of those pieces, and that really sets us apart from other companies because we want to make sure that you're supported in all of our things. So let me get into my pile. So a few of the things we have here, they kind of have a similar theme, if you will, or a similar creation. So we do embroidery, we do quilting in the hoop, we do all types and techniques, but since you've gotten to talk with a lot of our educators and you'll have a few more coming up, I wanted to pull my favorite type of design here, which I'm a little biased, but I love quilting. So our in the hoop quilting builds up from the stabilizer, then you add in the batting, then your base fabric and any embroidery and accents on top. It's super simple. And here are a couple of my favorites. So this first one, it looks so glamorous. Y'all, it's so easy. It is a beautiful, I know I'm going to get covered up, but you don't want me, you want this. This is our beautiful Midsummer Night Tapestry. Now, you can see all the detail in these blocks. We stitched it on velvet. These are just quilt blocks to make this huge, gorgeous tapestry. And the best part about this, There are 2 thread colors in this design. One of them is the stipple color. We matched our fabric as closely as we could. And the other is this beautiful metallic bronze color. So you only need 2 thread colors to make this amazing tapestry. How easy is that, right? It looks so elegant. It looks so detailed. There's not even any applique in this. It's just base fabric and beautiful embroidery on top. And I know it's too big for you to see all of it, but it has a beautiful midsummer kind of nightfall theme. This is one that just came out in June, so brand shiny new. It is beautiful and super easy. 2 thread colors for all that. That's amazing. Now I have another more quilting tile scene style here as well. This one is a little bigger than I have space again, but this is We the People. Now I want to dig in close and let you see some of the embroidery and applique that's in this quilt. Check this out. I'm kind of folding it up, but you can see all the detail that we put into this particular design. There's some hidden applique under here. So these stripes in the flag, if you can see those have a light fill over the top of them. There's a lot of applique there. That way your stitching time doesn't take as long, and you can see it's relatively soft. Now it's a tapestry. It's not necessarily meant to wrap up with this one, but it's a beautiful, beautiful tapestry that's meant to honor our nation and its heritage. You have these border blocks that are meant to look like a frame. And this is, once again, just quilt blocks. If you're a quilter and you've tried our In the Hoop designs and are a little intimidated by tile scenes, don't let this stress you out. It's just quilt blocks. They are super, super simple. And the best part about them, we do several things when we're creating these designs. We have the freedom to adjust these because the art is all original and created in-house. That means when we plan these pieces and parts, we're very careful about where the seams are and where you would need to match things up. That way you don't have to stress out about trying to join together something tiny like an eyeball or a nose. We make sure that they're logical seam points, so they're very forgiving when you put them together. So not as hard as you think. And remember, we always have those tutorials to give you the information as well. Let me show you a couple more. I have a few old and new things in my stack of favorites over here. I could go all day, but I'm going to keep it good and brief. This next one I have here, this is House Tile Scene. This one is from 2020, but I wanted to show it to you, if I can hold it. I wanted to show it to you because you can see all the vivid color. You can see all the detail in this. This is a limited applique scene. So I'm going to try and get you some nitty-gritty details here. If you look under these bottom blocks here, all this background applique is just white and it has a light fill over the top. So you don't have a ton of appliques. This greenery portion, there's a light green fabric that goes under this block here, this portion, and then it's a lighter density fill stitch on top of that. Isn't that amazing? The detail on those flowers. And it's all done very simply. You can see the stitching is kind of a sketchy, realistic style. So you don't have gaps, but it's not bulletproof. It's very soft because once again, we have all the control over that. The process here is once that art is created, we then send it to our digitizing team and they hand digitize everything. So nothing is ever computer generated or automated. It's all done by hand. So we can really control the detail in these blocks. Now, the designs that I'm showing you here are all in our A size for quilting, which is right in the middle. So we do have larger blocks than this, believe it or not, and smaller blocks as well. We typically do that A size in the middle for sample purposes, but they are relatively stitch intensive, but not as much as you'd think because of that light cover, that style of stitching. I've seen a few people saying, how long does that take? Oh my goodness. In our tutorials, and I'll show you in just a moment, but in our tutorials that we explain and give the detail, we always tell you the stitch count so you can kind of gauge the intensity of the stitching. Let me show you some other goodies. If you like applique, this is a great one. Now, when you look at this, it is the Good Shepherd. This one is meant to look like stained glass. Check that out. It's beautiful work here. This beautiful stained glass saying and window here, all this stitching, this one only has one thread color in the whole thing. So all these pieces, if you'll look with me at this block here, kind of in the corner here, you'll see all the greens. Those greens and blues, all those were done with some batik fabric, kind of some ombre fabric. And those lay as applique. So all that light blue lays together And then the final step, once everything is tacked, is all this very dark gray. So it looks like you're doing a ton of hard work placing all these appliques, but they are digitized in such a way that all the applique comes first for this one, and then the embroidery. So it is not anything super crazy to put together. It just looks like you've done a lot of hard work. We're letting your machine do a lot of that tedious part for you. So again, for this one, I saw someone asking about the sizes. Our A size, again, that's kind of that middle size. If it's a square block, it's just at 8 inches. And if it is a rectangular block, it's that just under 8 by 12, right around that, depending a little bit on the sizing. So aren't those amazing to see? It looks just like stained glass. We have some that look realistic with the stitching. And then we have some whimsical too. So all the styles of stitching and embroidery, we do those in quilting. Check out this all aboard quilt. This one is another fan favorite here that we've come out with recently. I'm gonna try to let my poor little computer adjust here. I'm moving faster than it wants me to. But this one is done with some applique and embroidery as well. It is absolutely adorable. And you can see here that there are some larger areas of fabric, which is like a traditional applique and embroidery style that you might expect. If you're familiar with Anita Good Design, you might recognize some of these little animal friends. We do have this Anita's Playhouse. We have a set of animal characters that are featured over and over in these designs. But again, aren't these precious? These are super, super sweet. I think my favorite is this little elephant just hanging out. But these are done with applique and embroidery. So we have whimsical, we have realistic, we have a lot of other goodies. This one here is all aboard. This one came out November of 2021. It is, all these are still available, whether they're older or newer. And I do want to tell you a few other goodies, or show you a few other goodies before I get into showing you some of the details about the information process. So here's another, I call this one a labor of love, but I want to show you some more realistic too. This is Noah's Ark. We did a realistic version of Noah's Ark, and you can see all the detail in this is absolutely insane. I'm going to give you some close-ups too. And I know I'm zooming through these really fast. You can always see the full details on our website. I'm just focusing on quilting today, but we do all the things, as you may know. So there's applique under, let's say this rhino. There's applique under that body, but there's some stitching on top so you can see the accents that are there. It's not a full cover stitch, so it's not super dense, but it has some beautiful, beautiful elements for each of these. And depending on the section, like the rainbow, that's thread because you wouldn't want to cut anything that small. But then just depending on the area, we do as much applique with the embroidery and combine those techniques. So now I want to explain to you a little bit more about this process as well, because I don't want you to feel like this is intimidating. If you're a new embroiderer, you can do these things as well. We don't just do quilting, but this is kind of my baby that I wanted to show you today. But I don't want you to let some of these designs, like this cherry blossom tile scene, I don't want you to let this intimidate you, because even though it looks extremely detailed and extremely difficult, we give you every direction, every piece of information you need to make this start to finish, every design. So the first thing we do, we tell you about how you'll hoop your stabilizer, what to hoop. Super easy. You'll start every time for any of these quilts, any of our quilting designs, no matter the type or style, you'll start by hooping your stabilizer. We use a no-show mesh or a cutaway stabilizer. That's what we build our quilt blocks from. The next thing you'll get is we give you a placement stitch to go ahead and place your batting. All you have to do is stitch out that square and cover your square up. And then that's easy. Tack it down, and then you'll trim, and then you'll add in the fabric on top. So whether you're doing something this level of detail, like this beautiful tile scene, or if you're doing something whimsical and fun, like all aboard, they're created the same way. Now, some blocks will have more than one fabric. Obviously, if you were placing this one, we may start either with the sky or with the grass. It depends on the layering of the design. We always try to make sure everything is placed logically, but it is so much easier than you would think. We really give you every applique that we place, no matter how small or how large, every applique we place, we give you a placement stitch. every single time. So if you're going to place this cloud applique, they would most likely place together, but we'll give you a placement stitch that is the shape of that cloud. You don't have to pre-cut your fabric. You don't have to pre-measure anything. And we do that with our quilting and our embroidery. We always want to make sure that our education accompanies those quality designs. So let me show you a little bit. I'm going to give you some kind of sneak peeks in here on some of the tutorials. I have a June issue, and I actually have a few others, but I have a June issue of All Access here with me. And what we do in our All Access is instead of getting designs individually, we sell them as a bundle. Every single month of the year, we create multiple designs, of course, quilting, embroidery, projects, all the possible things, all varieties and all focuses, and we release those each month. So you have the option, of course, of buying those individually, or you can get them in this monthly bundle. And we call that monthly bundle the subscription form. It's for a year, and you get All Access and become an All Access member. So I'm going to show you some things inside this June issue. I know it'll probably be too small to read, but I want to show you, here's the printed version. You can see just how easy it is. So for example, we just looked in the beginning, in case you didn't get to see it, we looked at this beautiful midsummer tapestry. I guess you want to see the front, huh? Oops. Here you go. Look how beautiful. All this detailed work. Doesn't that look amazing? Let me show you the tutorial for that. You can see it's featured on the cover, so you know it's in there. And I'll show you exactly what I mean when we show you the step-by-step directions. Now, each tutorial, no matter how complicated the design collection is, each tutorial will give you some information. We did it in black as well, black and silver, so you can see same design. This one has the borders included. So the sample I have here doesn't have borders, so you can customize and use them if you want to. There's the one that I have with me, so you can see it's the same thing. We give you some information and inspiration. We tell you a little bit about what we did. And then the next thing we do is we go through, we give you samples and ideas. We tell you about the sizing. So we give you the sizing and materials for every collection. We always give you the information. The next thing we do, when I said the tutorials start you at the beginning, the very first picture is begin by hooping your stabilizer. And we show you step by step exactly what to do. So what we have someone do here, once we've stitched out a design and selected one for the tutorial, we have them go through down into our tutorial room and they stitch out one of the designs and photograph each step so that our customers can then follow along once they're reading that tutorial. So there are a couple of different ways to use it. Lots of picture steps. We photograph each step. And then one of my favorite parts, and a lot of my fellow embroiderers I think will agree, in the back of each All Access, we give you the machine steps as well. So you can follow along on your machine, the step here, and it tells you again here what sizes these blocks are, and it tells you the exact steps. So your placement step, it also tells you the colors that we used. You don't have to follow that, but you certainly can. So all this information comes in every subscription of All Access, and it comes with every design too. So if you were to purchase just one design, you still get that information for that collection. You just wouldn't get everything. So let's look inside this June issue. I want to show you some other goodies that come in it. The good thing about these, again, with those directions, you can stop and start if you have a life outside of embroidery. You can stop and start, and you can continue anytime you're ready by picking up exactly where you were. So you have all this information. These are some of the collections that came out in June. So you'll see we have the embroidery category, we have quilting, and then we have some adorable projects. So there's some great things. You can see all the details are in here. This is a thick book. And I'll show you some other months too. So this was April's issue. It had that We the People in there. There's some lace that's freestanding and beautiful. Oh, you have all kinds of goodies. Now, if it's a quilting design or if it's something larger, we even tell you how we put it together. So we show you, what do you do with all these blocks when you're finished? We show you exactly what to do, and you can follow along with that as well. In addition to these items and these information written and printed, we have videos and other things that can help you access the information as well. So you have several different options on how to access all of your information. All of the files that you would receive, there is a digital version, and then there is a printed version of All Access, and the subscription is for a year. So if you were to start immediately, you would run 12 months forward from the date that you would start. And then you get every single design that we're going to come out with, that we come out with in that time that you are a member. So it's a great way to get all the designs. All of our designs come in multiple sizes as well. And then these books do come with all the files, just to make sure everyone knows, the books come with all the files for the collections. Now, there are a couple of things that I want to make sure I let you know. Once you are a subscriber for All Access, the files and the designs and the information that you get, that's yours forever. That never goes away. All of the files are digitally delivered, so you get those copies in your account on our website. You can download them as many times as you want. You don't have to worry about storing them. You don't have to stress out about where they are. They live there forever. And then if you get the printed subscription, you get these books delivered to you as well. If you get the digital subscription, you get the same content, but you don't get any paper. So 2 options, same content. We always make sure, I know some people are like, I need the book. I want the printed book. And some people are like, I don't have room for the book. That's okay. That's why we have multiple options so that you can get the variety and the subscription that suits you. So what we do in All Access, I see some people asking how many. So in April, we had a special edition. We had 2, 4, 5 full collections. And then we had some projects as well. So you get a bunch of collections, anywhere from 8 to 10, more than that, depending. And then you get all the designs. So remember, each of these collections includes anywhere from 8 to 20 or even more designs in that. So you get a bunch of different designs each month. They come in all the sizes, and you have your options of, again, formats, digital or print. I did see someone ask, what version, what machine do I need? Everything we do here at Anita Good Design works on any type of embroidery machine. So if you have more than one, if you have several, if you're getting a new one from Sewing Machines Plus, we play nicely with everyone. So you can use multiple varieties of machines, etc. But we don't promise a certain amount of designs each month or a certain number, but it is always hundreds and hundreds of individual files, tons of information, and all those tutorials. So you can see projects, quilting, all kinds of goodies are included here. We put in a little bit of everything each month. So those are 2 subscriptions. They are a year long, and there is a digital version, and then there is the what we call the yearly printed version. And I'll give you a little information about that. So the full All Access, this year-long version, you get all the books, you get all the files digitally, and then you get a gift card that is the same amount that you've paid, which is amazing. You get that option, and then you can go through and you can pick out other designs. You can save that balance. It lives on our website. You can use that with us on AnitaGoodDesign.com at any time to get all kinds of other goodies off your wish list. And if you're a smart shopper, you can get a ton of other goodies. The digital version, you get your year going forward, and then you get a great deal for that as well. So you have several options. I know that they're going to give some additional pricing information that's special for Hoop Fest and for Sewing Machines Plus. There's some extra deals that are going on, but I'm going to take a second and look through some questions. So I've seen a couple of people say, can I use these on more than one machine? Sure. Once you're an All Access member, those files are yours. You can use them on any brand of machine. You don't have to just select a type. You can stitch those out. Anywhere you travel, your All Access and your subscription information is tied to your email address. So you can log in on your tablet if you get the digital version, or you want to look through something on your iPad or your phone or laptop, you can do it that way. If you have the printed version, you do get the interactive book as well with the printed version. So what I like to do, believe it or not, I do embroider at home too. I don't even take my books out if I'm traveling. Sometimes I'll take a machine. I have a little road machine. I'll take it with me and I'll pull it up digitally. I love the printed book for when I'm sitting in my studio and working on a project. But if I'm traveling or if I'm doing something smaller, I use both versions so I can go back and forth. For some of the other questions I'm seeing, gift cards do not expire. Never, ever. They last forever. And if you have one and you're not sure where it is, give us a call. We'll help you. Someone said, do you have to be a member to buy designs? Absolutely not. AnitaGoodDesign.com. You can 100% get some information there about our designs and their sizing. And then we want to make sure that we give you all the deals that are going on as well. Someone said something about a CD. We do not make CDs anymore. We used to. But as technology has moved on, we've moved on with it. I know some people are a little frustrated about that, but those don't exist anymore. Our files have been digital for almost 2 calendar years, and we've gotten a lot of good feedback on that. But the printed version, again, you get your printed books, you get your 12-year subscription, or excuse me, 12-month subscription. So 1 calendar year, you get all the files that come out during that calendar year time that are included in All Access, and you have all the tutorials that I showed you. So you have multiple options. The digital version, calendar year as well, 12 months. So it starts when you start. Your calendar year runs from whenever. If you're a current member and you want to renew or you want to re-up and get some really good Hoop Fest deals, you can do that. And you can get the same pricing here. We'll add it on to the end. We don't do USBs because there are different embroidery machines that take different types of USBs, and we do not have the manpower. I'm going to be honest. We do not have the manpower to make several different versions of All Access. So there's 1 great version and 2 formats. That way you can have the focus be on your quality of designs and on the tutorials as well. Let's see. I have some questions. I saw someone talking about financing. Talk with Sewing Machines Plus. They have some options for you, I do believe, as well. I do want to make sure if you have your pen or pencil handy, I want to let you know that we do have a coupon code for Hoop Fest. So because you're here, we're giving you some extra good pricing on any collections that you may want from Anita Good Design. Now, this Hoop Fest code, it's very, very simple. It's a coupon code that works on our website, AnitaGoodDesign.com. And the code is HoopFest22. Super easy. HoopFest22. So that coupon code will get you half off on a ton of different things on our website, HoopFest22. It's good through 6/27. So you have some time to use it. It's not going to give you half off of All Access, but it's going to give you a good discount on some other items that are absolutely fantastic as well. I do want to let you know before I leave, I know my time is running down, but anytime if you're working on an Anita Good Design collection, whether it's quilting or embroidery or anything else, if you need us, when I say we're a small business and we're passionate about education, quality designs, and interaction, we absolutely would love for you to call us, to email us, to ask for support, because we are here to talk to you. We're on our social media, so make sure you do check us out on Facebook. You can see us on YouTube. You can see us all over the place. You'll see my face. I'm sure you have before. All of our educators love to interact and share with all of our customers and with new and old customers and friends alike. So I do thank you for letting me come and show you some goodies and share some things with you. Thank you for having me.
Right, so good to see you. What a great presentation. Thank you so much. I was going to say, so many great designs. How do you pick your favorite? Well, you don't have to pick your favorite. You can just sign up and get all of them.
Get yourself a year. You know, who needs favorites when you have them all, right? That's
right. Who needs favorites when you have them all? And of course, we've got 3 great opportunities for you to get in now. Drea, thanks so much for joining us today, and we'll see you soon.
All right. Thanks so much. Have a great rest of your day.
Wow, that was so much fun. I love their designs. It just makes my mind get crazy with creativity. So let's just recap all of the ways that you can become an All Access member of Anita Good Design. And that is number 1, you can get the magazine actually holding an actual book, which we love. You get the digital version of the book. You get a 12-month membership. And then remember, you get that gift card for $1,400 to Anita Good Design to use on any other designs, and it never expires. So that is fantastic. That's a $1,400 value or $1,400 price, but you're getting $1,400 back. So thank you. Option number 2, $999. You get a 12-month membership. You get the magazine hard copy, and you also get the digital version of the book. That breaks out to about $83 a month. And then option number 3, $499, you get a 12-month All Access membership, and you get the digital version only. Let's say you're cleaning out the house, you're downsizing, you're like, I don't want another book. Well, this is a great opportunity for you to get in and get all of those designs and keep the creativity flowing. So we always love to hear from our friends at Anita Good Design. I'm going to bring Blaine back in so we can keep the show rolling along. Hey, Blaine.
Hey, Jane.
How was your lunch?
That was a great information by Anita Good Design. And, it's, I haven't had lunch yet. I took a nap.
Okay. They were asking, they're like, where's Blaine? I'm like, oh, he's
Just
sleeping.
kidding. I've been sitting here waiting on y'all and watching it. And, but hey, we're going to continue this great Hoop Fest. I'm telling you what, the stuff so far has been awesome. I hope everybody's enjoying themselves. And again, Jane, before we go to our next presenter, I just want to remind everybody again, how they can participate to win the prizes. We're giving a $28,000 Dream Studio away to one lucky viewer.
Amazing.
And tell us what they got to do, Jane, just to win that.
Oh, just participate. Just be a part of the action, everybody. So number one, share the broadcast. Share the broadcast on YouTube. Share the broadcast on Facebook. Share the broadcast. Say, hey, friends, you really need to tune in and watch this. That's number one. Number two, participate in the chat. Pop in. Tell us where you're coming from. Ask some questions. We love it when you ask questions, and just be a part of the comments.
That's right. It's so simple, Jane. And guess what? Those same things will work for all the stuff we're going to give away today. Each day you can do that. And then it's also going to help the whole week. It's just, the way I try to explain it, it's like a raffle ticket. Every time you do something, you get a raffle ticket with your name. You get throws in the bucket. And at the end of Friday, we're going to pull a name out of there. And so, again, it just helps, everybody get a chance to win. And the more time, more you participate, the more chances you get put in the hat. So just pretty easy.
And I just want to say, thanks, Paula. I got you too. She just, me and my friends are having a good time here, Blaine. But yeah, it is like a raffle ticket. And it's like I say, when you go to the picnics, you're like, buy 5 for $20. You don't have to pay for a raffle ticket here, people. You just participate. It's all free. It's a free raffle ticket.
You know what? Hey, and what other place can you go that you don't have to pay a cover charge? This is absolutely free for everybody to come, get this kind of education, get all these things, and then even have the opportunity to win $28,000 worth of product.
Amazing. You really can't. I mean, and it's fun too, because I feel like we were all here together. I don't know. I feel like I'm in a big room with all my friends. We're all just hanging out. And then you guys get to go home with prizes. So, I mean, there's a bonus there. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Blaine. You're so generous.
Best of all, we have some of the best pricing of the year on the show. So people that have been looking for an embroidery machine and different things, man, now's the time to buy. And I want to remind everybody too, guys, if there's something that you haven't seen on the show, that doesn't mean that it may not be on sale. We have hundreds of items that are on the Hoop Fest special. We just had so many slots that limited slots we could fill in for the demonstration. So guys, if you've seen something on the website you've been having your heart set on, give us a call and find out anyway, because there's a good chance, Jane, that could be on special.
Absolutely. And I love this too, Blaine, and you can help answer this. Somebody was asking Dre from Anita Good Design was talking about her travel sewing machine. Now we have smaller machines on the show, but again, maybe you have a smaller machine on SMPLive.tv that this person could get some help with when they call looking for some other opportunities.
Exactly. That's why you want to talk in a great way that you're, the call-in specials. But if you're just got questions, give us a call. We have 20 people manning the phones. We have, 6 people on the live chat on the website. So out of all those people, they're going to be able to answer your questions for you to help you out. And that, you can ask, hey, what would be a good machine to travel with? And is it on special? And they can guide you to the ones that we have a deal on, or the best one, it would be, work for you for travel. So that's why you want to call if you have any questions, and we'd be happy to answer it. And guess what? Even the information's free, Jane.
even the info is free. This is, what's better than today? I don't know. This whole week, I guess.
Well, hey, speaking of great machines, we got a great machine coming up next. And so we're going to let you go. And I know we're going to have you back here in 30 minutes. And but guys, coming up next, we have a great educator coming up. It's Melinda Stevenson. She is a Baby Lock national educator, and she's been on our show before. So we've worked with her a lot. So I really know this lady well. She is awesome. And we're going to talk about one of my favorite machines, and I think y'all are going to fall in love with this machine. It is the Altair by Baby Lock. And this is one of those machines that you'll hear me say occasionally that for the price that it has all this high-end technology put in. So it's not the top of the line machine, but it's one like right under it, and it has some of the same functions with a great price. And Melinda is going to show us all how to use it. So welcome to the show, Melinda.
Thank you so much for having me, Blaine. I'm so happy to be here. It's nice to see you again. It feels like it's been
Good
forever.
to see you, and I hope everything's going well. And we're so excited to have you on the show. And I know that you've demonstrated a lot of different machines with us through the thing, but I know the Altair is one of your favorite ones. And I know that we had Richard Tharp on here, and he was the same way. He's like, when him and I talked on the phone, he was like, Altair is one of my all-time favorites. I said, Richard, it is. A lot of people absolutely love it because of the technology that's packed in to this machine, and it's not these $20,000 machines.
Right, right. Yeah, it's a great machine, and it does almost everything that you could absolutely imagine, everything that you could dream of. You're only limited by your imagination. So it has wonderful centering features, wonderful features for creativity because it has IQ Designer built in. You can make almost anything on this machine. I mean, this morning, I have to show you this, okay, because this is just fun, all right? So I have, I had to do some presents this morning. And so this is just some of I've just made a really quick zip bag, right? But I digitized this in the IQ Designer. Same thing, all right? These are just like those little built-in designs. And then like a hot pad. These took me about 10 minutes each, all right? So it's a great machine. It's a really fun machine for creating gifts for people really quickly. And honestly, Blaine, I travel all over the country, and it's so much fun because I get to see all these wonderful women like all of you guys out there. And 98% of the women, when they sew, they are sewing for other people. So they buy these wonderfully, beautifully expensive machines, but they sew for other people with them. So I really love that, Blaine. Thank you.
Well, hey, you're exactly right, Melinda. So, hey, Melinda, we're going to let you go over there and get on your machine to get ready and do the demonstration, and then we'll bring you back in, and you and I'll talk at the end, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you, Blaine.
All right. So there we go. Bring me back, Kyle. Melinda's going to go get on her machine and full screen. There you go. All right. So now we're going. All right. So we're going to give Melinda a chance to get over here on her machine, and we're going to let her do a little quick demo on the Altair. And again, guys, this is one of those machines that, man, you just fall in love with all the features. And okay, I think Melinda's ready to go. So Kyle, let's go back to
Melinda J. Stevenson, National Educator for Baby Lock. And I want to show you my 5 favorite things about the Baby Lock Altair. My favorite thing, number 1, is simply how large the workspace and the LCD screen. You've got an 11.25-inch workspace, big enough to put an entire quilt in. And you've also got this fabulous 10.1-inch LCD screen. You can see all of the features of your embroidery design, as well as get a really close look at the editing features on this machine. So this is what the opening screen looks like. Let's choose embroidery. And then we're going to go to one of our designs and check and see what it looks like. So I'm going to just choose this stained glass pattern that I think is really pretty. And even on this screen, you can see it on a lighter background, a darker background, or an even darker background. All right. This screen also tells you the size, how many stitches it is, how long it's going to take to stitch, and how many colors that you're going to have. All right. Once you set it, you can see on this very big screen the colors, right? And you've got your editing features. But I want to show you what happens when you go here. You can choose the size of the hoop that you can put it in, right? And then here's a really fun thing that you can watch it stitch out. Now I'm going to put it on 3 so that it will go really fast, but watch this. That's fantastic. The 10.1-inch LCD screen also enables you to control your design. You can recalculate your stitches whenever you make your design smaller, 60% smaller, small enough so that you can make it a border. And you can align your borders perfect. And did you know that you could make an applique out of any design on your machine. Let's go to Kids Corner and let's go to this cute unicorn. My granddaughter loves unicorns. Let's choose Set. Then we're going to choose Edit. And then we're going to choose Applique. Now we have an applique. All you have to do is touch embroidery and you have created an applique. It's that simple. The IQ Positioning app works great for perfect positioning on fabric borders, pockets, and for perfectly centering your designs. The process is a snap. If you can take a picture using your mobile phone, you can use this app. And this is what the IQ Positioning app looks like on your phone. So what you're going to do is you're going to choose the app icon, which is down there at the bottom right of my screen. And then it's going to give you a choice of embroidery or IQ Designer. And we're going to choose embroidery, which is the photo frame for easy positioning. You're going to hoop your fabric and then you're going to hold it over the hooped fabric. And then it's going to save it for you and it's going to say send to the machine. Once you've pushed the button that says send to the machine, it's sent. It's as easy as that. Let's go to the machine now and see what it looks like there. So I've placed my hoop into my machine and I have a message that says the image was sent from the mobile app. Update. The answer is okay. Now it's going to move the embroidery unit and now I can see my flower right there on my pocket. I need to move it up a little bit, so I'll use my editing features to move it up until it's perfectly positioned. Next, I'll embroider my flower, and there it is, perfectly positioned right above that pocket, exactly where I wanted it. The color visualizer enables you to quickly see the embroidered design in different color palettes. Say, for example, you want the design to match the colors of your living room. You can choose the palette you prefer, and there it is, right on the screen. You can save it, and up pops the colors, the exact colors you'll need to create the design that makes your interior decorating designer worthy. Let's try it. I want to choose a K for my daughter's living room. Her colors are navy blue and light blue, and I want to put this on a pillow. So one of the wonderful things about the Altair is that it enables you to increase the design and also change the stitch count. You can go all the way up to 200% or down 60%. So I'm going as high as it'll go, 11 inches by 9.3 inches. All right, so now I'm ready to play with the colors. So I'm going to choose this color palette and I'm going to change it to my blue. So you have this ability, you touch color visualizer and then you choose the color that's going to be the main color in your color palette. So I'm choosing kind of a royal or a medium blue, all right? And so it's going to enable me with this gradient to use gradient colors in the navy blue color palette. All right, so here we go. I'm going to touch manual and then I'm going to go down and I'm going to find that perfect blue. I'm going to touch OK. And then it's going to give me several different choices. Once I decide on the color that I love best, then I'm going to touch that design and then I'm going to go to my embroidery screen and I'm going to choose set. Now at the top of my embroidery screen, I'm going to get all sorts of choices, all right? So once I touch embroidery, at the very top, I can look at the colors that I'm going to need, and then I'm going to look at what it's going to look like inside of my hoop. Now I can make that a little bit bigger so I can really see those stitches up close. But let's say I'm not really sure what colors I want to use. And let's say that I just want the color visualizer to choose any colors. So what I'm going to choose is random, and then I'm going to choose OK. And look, it just shows me all sorts of random colors. Now this gives me inspiration. So I can choose my favorites, and once I've marked my favorites, I can save them. And then I can go back to the favorite screen, choose the one that I like the most, and pop it up on my embroidery screen. I can do some last-minute color editing tweaks, and then I'm ready to embroider. My favorite thing, number 4, IQ Designer. I love IQ Designer. There is so much that you can do with it. I'm going to show you how you can change from your phone into IQ Designer. So you go to the IQ Designer app, you pull up any photo that you'd like to put into IQ Designer, and then you choose Send to the Machine. Super easy process. Once you get to the machine, then you're going to open your IQ Designer, and then you're going to choose Line Design, right? And then you're going to choose, yeah, you see that? Yeah, there you go. That's what you choose. And then you're going to choose the picture, whichever picture number it is. You're going to choose Set, and then you're going to resize it so that you get rid of all that extra stuff. Choose OK. And it said line, you can see that. And then you're going to choose Set. And there it is inside your IQ Designer. Now you can have some fun and you can paint with it, okay? I'm going to blow it up a little bit. And then I'm going to go into my region fills, and I'm going to choose a different color. I'm going to choose pink. And I'm going to choose some background colors with my pink. All right, you have to use the paint bucket to get the whole area filled. And then I'm going to fill a second background area. And that's just to show you what you can do. But here I want to show you how to open IQ Designer and use the built-in designs to create your own design. So here I'm going to choose this flower, and then I'm going to choose my region fills again, and then I'm going to choose my specific color. I think I'm going to go with red, so I've got some red roses. All right. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a tulip and a little tulip bud. Now I'm going to choose green so that I can color in my leaves. So there's my leaves all colored in. See how easy it is? It's just like, it's like a coloring book. It's really fun. Now I'm going to choose my line properties, and I'm going to convert my lines to kind of like, I think, a dark green. And then I've got all these choices up at the top. I think I'll choose this stitch here. I like that stitch. It's really pretty. And then I'm going to touch all of my lines. All right. And every single one of those lines, I got to blow it up sometimes to be able to see, oh, I have a little extra piece there, and I'll get rid of that later. I'll show you how to do that. But I'm just going to touch all of my lines, and that's going to convert them to that sort of goldish color. And it's also going to change the stitch so that it's no longer a zigzag stitch. Now it's going to be a chain stitch, and I like that chain stitch. I think it's really pretty. So now I'm going to go into my well, first I'm going to show you how to get rid of this little piece right here. Okay, you can blow it all the way up to 800, and then you can move it over, and I'm going to get my eraser, and I'm just going to erase that little bitty piece. So I mean, mistakes are easy to take care of in IQ Designer. All right, so I'm going to make it a little bit smaller so that I'm going to go to my preview screen so I can see if everything looks okay. And this is, oh yeah, I can see that I accidentally forgot to do that outline in my chain stitch and in my gold color. So I'll need to go back in and I'll need to change that, but you can change that right in the preview screen. So I'll cursor forward until I get to that accidental black outline that's got the satin stitch or the zigzag, and I just touch that. I touch my chain stitch. I touch my little color, which is kind of a goldish green color. And now I'm going to keep going, moving forward, because I know that I have another one that's an accidental zigzag, and it's super easy to change that. So there's my black zigzag, and I'm going to go in there and change it to my chain stitch, change it to my goldish green color, click OK. And then I'm going to go through and make sure I don't have any others that are in that stitch, in the black zigzag stitch. Oh, there's one more. Super easy, again, to change. Chain stitch, green color, click OK. Touch preview again, and now I'm going to transpose it or transfer it into my embroidery. And there it is, it's on my embroidery screen. I'll choose set, and look, it shows me just my 3 basic colors, and now I am ready to embroider that created design. There's so much you could do with this. I've created in the hoop purses, in the hoop key fobs. There's no limit to what you can do with IQ Designer. Coloring is not limited to IQ Designer. Look at this beautiful built-in design that you can then fill in with your own paints. Now I'm going to share my favorite thing, number 5, sewing. So now I want to spend some time talking about sewing on the Altair. It's pretty fabulous. And you can see there are 771 stitches on this machine, all right? I mean, that is a lot of stitches. I'm not sure in my entire lifetime I'm going to be able to use all of them, but I sure wish that I could. You can see right here that you have control over your width, your length, the left-right shift of your needle, and your needle tension right here. And you can see your automatic reverse or reinforcement stitch key. So if you touch that backwards key and you highlight the automatic thread cutting key and the automatic reverse key, you'll be able to reinforce your stitch. There's also a pivot key, and you can see your guideline marker key. One of my favorite parts of the Altair, the sewing side, is this fabulous guideline marker. If you touch the guideline marker key, then you can see right that little barely visible on the film, the red light on that white fabric right on the left. And what that enables you to do, and you can control it from the screen, is you can create a guideline marker for a 1/4 inch seam or a 1/2 inch seam, or you can make that guideline marker go right down the middle where your needle is going. So if you're trying to stitch a straight stitch, then all you have to do is align the guideline marker with your needle, and it will show you exactly where your needle's going to go. Or you can put it a 1/4 inch to the left or a 1/4 inch to the right of your needle, and that will enable you to sew a perfect 1/4 inch seam or a 5/8 inch seam if you're trying to do garment sewing. Very helpful. Another unique feature of the Altair is the ability to stitch on the diagonal. So you can see that if I choose that diagonal key, that diagonal stitching key, and I add a stitch, hit my plus key, hit the diagonal stitch key, you can see that that stitch is actually going to sew diagonally. And the last thing I want to show you is how you can flip your stitches and you can change their sizes, all right? So here we have a large size We can make it small, but we can also flip those stitches, and then we can make it so side left to right, and we can also flip the stitches up and down. All right. All right, there we go. There's so many other features to the sewing side of this machine. I hope you enjoy sewing on the Altair as much as you enjoy embroidering on it. Thank you so much for joining me as I showed you my 5 favorite things on the Baby Lock Altair.
Well, that's pretty impressive. I hope you are impressed with that. So, Melinda, one of the things that really stuck out to me was that diagonal sewing was unbelievable. And to me, I guess I don't know what your favorite thing is on that machine, but to me, this is a machine that has, the Solaris 2 is like the top of the line machine that Baby Lock has. That's the for the combo machine. And this is half that price and does almost the same things.
I mean, really, it really does. There's I don't want to undersell the Solaris, but there are very few things that Solaris will do that this machine will not do. And you're right, that diagonal stitching and the directional stitching and all that, it's so cool because if you have like you're sewing on a handbag and you can't actually turn it around, you can use that diagonal or directional stitching to kind of stitch whatever you want on that handbag. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. So yeah.
I've got to show you something. So Melinda, I want you to show you some samples we've got here. Now, this is Lynn, is one of our employees at the San Marcos store. And I don't know if y'all can see, Kyle, try to zoom in on this, but she did all this on the Altair. And I'm going to kind of just move it around. Y'all can see all this stitching, but she did each individual piece like this. It's all embroidered, and she used the Altair on this and made these are leather handbags. And this thing is just absolutely gorgeous. And Kyle, I'm going to spray it out a little bit. They can see the back of it. Yeah. And again, she made this one. And Kennedy, if you want to hand me another one. She's got another one in a like a brown color. And I'm hoping y'all can see all the stitching detail on this. It is absolutely unbelievable to look at. And I don't know if the camera is actually doing it a justice or not, but it is just beautiful. And so this was all done on the Altair. It's leather, and the inside is, she's got it all lined on the inside, with snaps and pockets and everything. And she did that with our, basically, was it the sticky stabilizer? So she used the Stay Perfect, medium tearaway, I'm sorry. So she used the pre-cut medium tearaway with it. And then she also, Melinda, used, it's called the stable bait. It's a stabilizer and batting together.
Nice.
And,
nice.
So we sell both this on the website. And so that just shows you what you can do with the Altair. Yeah, I mean, it's it's so creative to do that with. And so I'm so impressed with what the Altair will do.
Yeah, the stitches that she's used on that machine, on those bags, those are built-in stitches. I mean, the majority of stitches are built-in stitches. Those are our region fills. And then I saw a few of the quilting designs that are on the machine, and just a few of, but those region fills can be used in so many different ways, and you can rearrange them just like she did. It's beautifully done, and you can stitch on leather. It's good.
Yeah, it's amazing. And she's just, using a pattern template to cut all the pieces out, and then embroidering them each piece and then sewing it together and I mean, creating these one-of-a-kind masterpieces, I think. And so again, that just shows you the power of the Altair, what you can do with it. And, we've been super excited about this, because, Baby Lock started letting us sell that online. It wasn't always available online. So now, you can buy this thing and get it. We'll ship it to you nationwide, free shipping all over the nation. And you can get, I mean, this is I think every, what you'd want. I know the Solaris 2 has, some few more technology options and things that it'll do and more designs and things. But man, I tell you, for the price of this machine we're going to have today, I don't think you can beat it as far as all the features you're getting.
Yeah, it's a great machine, and you know it has that camera feature that that you use your cell phone to take pictures. You can center anything on anything. You bring it into that machine. You take it into IQ Designer. You can make whatever design you want and whatever size you want, and put it perfectly exactly where you want it on your garment or on your piece of fabric. So it's pretty phenomenal.
It is. It really is. Well, Linda, thank you so much for coming on the show and demonstrating that for us. And we want to thank, Baby Lock for being one of our platinum sponsors as well. And this was a great demonstration. And now we're going to tell everybody how they can get one. And again, guys, this is the Baby Lock All-Tear. The normal price on this is $8,999. And we have a show special on that today. You have to call in to get the special. But I can tell you we have got a fantastic special put together. And it also is going to include a bundle. We have a bundle. Now, Roger, what's the bundle worth on this one?
This one is
it's about $950. So we got a $950 bundle that we're going to throw in with this. Now, not only you're going to get the machine at a great price, we're going to throw this bundle in for absolutely free. You're going to get the Stay Perfect medium tearaway stabilizer, the big 20-inch by 24. It's a 25 pack. You're going to get the medium cutaway in the 20 by 24, 25 pack. You're going to get the no-show mesh in a 24 by or 20 by 24, 25 pack, and the sew and wash 24 or 20 by 24, 25 pack, and then the peel and stick, a 20-inch by 24 in a 25 pack. And the reason we're giving you such a big size of the stabilizer is because the hoop is so big on this machine. We're also going to throw in one of our world famous sewing mats. You're going to get an extra large sewing mat in the gold color, and it is a 22-inch by 39-inch. And you're going to get the Dime Exquisite thread assortment. You get a 30 pack of the 5,000 meter spools. And then we're also throwing the Sewing Machines Plus 3-year platinum protection plan. And this is just going to be another kind of warranty on top of your manufacturer's warranty that'll even pay to us, for the first year, for you to ship it back to us, and we ship it back if something happens to the machine. So again, a great package bundle that we're throwing in with this. But not only that, I mean, we have some great the features on this thing. Again on this, it's a 9.5 by 14 embroidery field, and it's got the quick set drop-in bottom, 771 stitches, and so it is just a great machine. Wireless capability, has that IQ Designer built in, and again, guys, this thing it's got 11 and a 1/4 inch workspace, so you've got a huge workspace from the needle to the I guess the neck of the machine, you would call it. It has that 10.1 LCD screen, and it has the color visualizer, so you can actually see what it's going to look like when you get all the designs on the screen. 494 embroidery designs built in. And again, guys, this thing has so many features. It's hard to go through every single one of them. So what you'll need to do is actually go to smplive.tv, and you'll see the All-Tear on the screen there. You can click on that. It'll take you right to the product page on that. And again, give us a call at 800-401-8151 to place your order or to ask questions. And we have a fantastic show special on this. We have financing available at 0% interest. And again, guys, the regular price on this was $89.99, so $8,999. And we got a great special on that. And then we're going to throw in that $950 value bundle in with it, absolutely free shipping. You can't beat that. And again, guys, this is an unbelievable machine. Kyle just informed me that right now we have 2 of them left. So there's 2 left. And but don't worry, if we sell out today, we're actually going to order in right now for some more to come in. And as long as you get on, if you do a pre-order, if they sell out those 2 today and you do a pre-order, you'll get guaranteed that price. So we've got a great bundle put together. So don't delay, call them today and get that order in. So guys, let's keep moving on, and let's bring Jane back. So Jane.
Hey, Blaine.
We are officially afternoon in California.
That's right. It's 2:30 Central Time. I literally, right before we got on, I'm like, it's 2:30? What's going on here? The day is flying by and so much fun.
So you know what I think we ought to do? Is everybody awake out there? I want to make everybody still with us. Give us a number one if you're still having fun and still awake and you're ready for the second half of the day. And let's give something away. What do you think?
Let's give something. What are we going to give away? I mean, like, can we give a chair or is that later?
All right.
Yeah, we could do some giveaways.
Y'all want to do, what do you want to do?
Okay, let's see.
How many ones? If y'all are, I want to see how many ones is coming up first. Make sure everybody's awake out there and they're ready to go.
You just woke them up with the giveaway. Wait, can we do a chair?
What do you want to give away?
I want to give away a chair because I'm wearing cats.
Yeah, we could probably do some chairs.
We got chairs?
We got some chairs.
What do y'all think? Do y'all want to, let me ask everybody out there, do y'all want a chair or a sewing machine?
Oh,
yeah. The chairs are really good.
That chair's pretty good. I mean, I'm telling you, chair, sewing machine, chair, sewing machine.
Cat nap, chair time.
Let us know what you want.
Y'all let me know.
No one
a chair or that sewing machine?
Chair.
I mean, they're both really good.
Chair machine.
Chair. Blaine's bomber jacket. I don't know if we can give that away. Chair.
Kennedy has actually got my bomber jacket on right now because she was cold. She says she's not giving it away.
Love this chair.
You're on camera, Kennedy.
Kennedy, can you stand up and model it there?
Hey,
yeah,
Kennedy.
see everybody. She's wearing the bomber jacket.
Cute. It's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere.
That's funny.
I see chair, and then someone said Altair, but I don't think we can.
We can't do an Altair now.
Yeah,
it's either going to be a Aero chair or a Necky 132. So y'all tell me which one, the machine or the chair?
I think the chair won.
Is the chair winning?
Chair definitely won.
All right, Jane, we're going to give a chair away right now.
Good.
So Kyle,
it's a chair up there.
All right, here we go. You get to pick any of the 10 colors.
Perfect.
Donna P.
Oh, Donna P. What's up on YouTube? Donna P. wins a chair.
All right, so Donna, you just won yourself a chair. We're going to let you pick one of the colors out of the 10 that we have available. And how you're going to claim your prize, we want you to go to smplive.tv and scroll all the way down at the bottom, and it says a place where it's going to say claim your prize. Fill out that information right there, hit submit, and we'll do the rest. How's
chair
that?
Time.
All right. And Jane, I got to tell them our naked scammer is back.
We see.
And so I want to make sure that everybody out there do not type anything in the chat that has anything similar or anything to do with that scammer that keeps coming in. Because what happens, YouTube is banning our customers instead of banning him if they're saying the word naked or anything in it. So don't, say anything about that because we don't want you to get banned. We have about 25 people has gotten banned today, and we've had to try to get them back in. And we haven't had much luck banning this guy because he keeps coming in with a different username. So we're sorry about that, guys. We're trying to work with YouTube and right now and Facebook to make sure that doesn't happen. But again, we just kind of got to ignore it and move on. But yeah, I don't want anybody else of, our customers getting banned. So just kind of be careful out there. Don't type anything that he's typed that would be called spam words that we're keen on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a really good bit of information because I did see some comments of people saying Naked Guy is back, which is funny. We're all in it together. We're like, oh, Jay, we're busy hooping. Leave us alone.
And the problem is when they say naked guy back, the word naked is getting them kicked out. So
no, that's good. Yeah. That's a good top tip. Oh, okay. Let's not talk about him anymore.
I wish we could find this guy. I'd punch him right in the nose for you, Jane.
Doesn't he know we're busy hooping? We have no time for whatever he wants.
We're all about embroidery today. So, but anyway, I know that we've got some fun stuff in store, for us today. And I know that you've got another special guest coming up right now, and with OESD.
That's right. And you know what, Blaine, when I was little, this is all about education. And when I was little, my yaya, I'm Greek. So my yaya came from Greece. So education was so important to her. And I remember being little, she'd be like, education, education, education. You have to learn. And so I never forgot that. So whenever there's a moment of education or a moment to learn, I want it. and I need it. And we all would like some more education. So joining me to talk about embroidery beyond the hoop is Kimberly Dotson from OESD. Hi,
Hey,
Wayne.
Jane,
Yeah.
Kimberly's not going to be here.
Oh,
But guess who we got?
who do we got?
Cameron Evans is going to take her place this afternoon.
But we're
from
still doing
OESD.
education, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. I love it. I thought maybe we weren't even doing education, and then I was like, "Well, I'm out. See you next later." No, I'm just kidding. All right, well, fine. Let's.
Well, I got it. So you didn't know they made a switch right at the last minute. So I've got to help you out here because Tamara Evans, she works at OESD. She's a national educator for them and a machine embroidery enthusiast, and we're so happy she's here. And so we'll let you kind of talk to her a little bit, but let's bring her in on the screen too, okay?
And
hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Thank you
Sorry
for
that last
jumping
minute change.
Totally fine. We can pivot. It's live TV. We're doing it all day long, every day. So, Cameron, it's great to see you, and thank you for jumping in.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm glad to be here, and I'm ready to provide some education and enlightenment on our tiling scenes.
Oh, okay, fantastic. So let's do this, and we're talking about embroidery beyond the hoop. Is that right?
Yes.
I can't wait to
Because
learn more.
You do little pieces and then put them together and come up with a great finished product.
I think it's great. And we're all loving all of the work and all the education and all of the tips and tricks you're giving us. So I'm not going to talk anymore. I'm going to let you go because I want to give you as much time as possible.
Okay, I will share my screen here. 1 second, and there we go. Okay, and we're ready. So first of all, if any of you tuned in yesterday, you probably learned a little bit about OESD if you didn't already know. But we are based in Oklahoma, which is what the O stands for, Oklahoma Embroidery, Supply, and Design. And we have been in Oklahoma City or in the area for over 30 years and doing this. And we've done a lot of innovation in the domestic home embroidery market. Button and loop freestanding structures are one of our specialties, tiling scenes in the hoop projects, and many more fun ways to enjoy your embroidery machine. So what is a tiling scene? It's a large design that is split into multiple parts, and all of the parts or tiles will fit into a 5x7 hoop. So you don't have to have a great big hoop to do this. But certainly if you have a larger hoop, you may be able to do 2 tiles at a time, depending on the capabilities of your machine. At the end of the last thing that stitches on each tile is what we call a seam stitch. And you will change your bobbin thread to a really different color so it will show up on the back of your design, because that's what you're going to use to trim, and it's your seam guide to sewing the tiles together. So it doesn't have to be the same color on each tile, just something that's really contrasts with the back. And on the front, we recommend you match it to the front fabric or blend it. You could even use invisible thread or wash away thread on there if you choose to. The stitches are feathered into the seam allowance. So this seam stitch really gives us an idea of how far out to trim and where to sew them together. So we have come a long way since our first tiling scene back in 2007. The finished size was approximately 19 inches by 15 inches, and that's Dragon Sky right there, which is a lovely tiling scene and still available online. The original tiles, though, had to fit into a 4x4 hoop, if you can imagine. And then Happy Snowman is our one from the holiday season last year. So here's kind of a history of what we've done. Dragon Sky was first. Then we did some tiling scenes that were a little bit different, where you actually cut right at the seam stitch and then zigzag them together and cover up that seam. And you could still do that today on any of our tiling scenes, but we also teach you how to sew them together a little bit later on. In 2011, one of the tiling scenes there is dashing through the snow. And I have that one here. And it really looks like you're looking at a picture at this horse and sleigh going through the snow. It's lovely. Then we moved on to some that looked more like travel posters. And the poinsettias are lovely, really fun to do, and some cranes. And then we did a covered bridge and some books. Then on into, more recent, we've got all different kinds of things, like the modern petals tiling scene, and then the night before Christmas, and then other kind of quilts that are put together with sashing as a tiling scene, and the beautiful peacocks, lots of fun and exciting things. And then up to current day, the first one that we did with Donna Gelsinger, who we've used every year for a holiday themed tiling scene, is Santa's Workshop. That Santa has 19 shades of gray in him. So it's so intricate and just has a beautiful look to it. And then Starry Night Santa is still a favorite, the one with Santa's reindeer. And then we have the Aquatic Adventures and up to Enchanted Santa tiling scene, which is behind me here, in 2020. So lots of fun, cool designs. So there are different types of tiling scenes. There are ones that we sew them together, like Enchanted Santa and Summer Glory, which is very popular. We came out with last year, I believe, and Santa's Workshop. But there's also one where we sash it, like with quilts and different things, to make them go together easier. So you may have like 3 or 4 designs in one section, and then you put those together with sashing. All the instructions are included. In fact, one of the things that we did over when we weren't traveling and doing events for the last couple of years was to update the instructions. So always check online. The instructions are free with the design collection. So check on them and see if we've updated those for a little bit easier, better pictures for you to use. And then we have applique scenes, which are really easy. They're not near as thread intensive as some of the other ones, or stitch intensive. The Aquatic Adventures, I think, is so cute. And it's 3 rows of 3 tiles, and they go together very easily. And the same with the Nativity tiling scene and the classic Reeds quilt. Very fun. So what are the steps to creating a tiling scene? Well, first of all, cutting and hooping. You're going to cut your fabric at least 2 inches larger than the hoop that will be used. All of ours, like I said, will fit, all of the newer ones will fit in a 5x7 hoop. Then fusible woven, we highly recommend that you adhere that to the back of the fabric. It's a permanent fuse, do it over the complete fabric, and it's designed to stay in permanently. Then typically we either use 2 layers of heavyweight tearaway with that, or 1 layer of heavyweight and 1 medium weight. And if you check the instructions for the tiling scene, it'll tell you which combination works best for that. So hooping and embroidery tips. Floating, it's not recommended. It's best if you put it all in the hoop. A tip for doing that is to use some temporary spray adhesive to stack your sandwich with your fabric that's already backed with fusible woven, and a layer of tearaway and the other layer of tearaway, whether it's heavyweight or medium weight. And it should be at least 1 inch larger all the way around the hoop. And if you're stitching more than 1 tile, make sure you leave enough space for that 1/2 inch seam allowance around the tile so that you can sew them together. And don't color sort. We recommend you don't color sort it. It will really work better if you don't. Then The last thing that's stitched is the seam stitch. Now you can use, as you remember, I said that's got to be a contrasting bobbin. It can be any color. It can be those bobbins you've got that you're never going to use that, neon orange again. You can use those. They don't have to match each other. They just have to contrast with the back. And then use, black or contrasting thread in the bobbin. All right. Then once you take it out, you'll notice, well, first the top seam stitch option, you want to blend that with the fabric or in with your design. If it's a lot of different colors, use invisible thread or water soluble thread. Then if you don't catch it, if it shows on the front after you've stitched your seam, because we stitch into the seam allowance, it's still going to look good. But if you use that water soluble thread, little Q-tip dipped in water, it'll get rid of that seam and no one will know. The instructions will always say color 0020, which is black in Isocord, the brand that we use for the seam stitch, but matching the fabric really is a must, using one of those three options. So let's see how a tiling seam goes together. She irons very quickly. So that's where the seam stitch comes in. You measure 1/2 inch out from that to get your perfect seam allowance. And there you're sewing just a thread inside of that seam. The point of the point and press tool, the larger point, really helps you get down into that seam if there's a lot of stitching into the seam allowance. It also helps on the more thread intensive tiling seams to leave all the stabilizer in until after you press them open, then take it out of just the seam allowance. And there you go. So stabilizers for time. A couple of things I do want to mention about the video. Many times I find it easier to do two tiles, going through and do two tiles together and then put those two to the two next to them and kind of build out like we do in quilting. So you don't have so many seams that you have to match up in one stitching. So if you do all of the seams in one and then all of the next row, you'll want to start from the center and work your way out on stitching those together. It's a little bit more tedious. So if you do it in smaller sections and build up, then I find it to be a little bit easier. Also, when you're doing the strip of fabric, it really saves fabric and time to just cut one long strip and then stabilize the whole thing, which I don't think was really clear in the video. Stabilize the whole thing with spray adhesive and then move down it as you go. And it makes it go really quick with less fabric used. So heavyweight tearaway is one that we really recommend for tiling seams. It supports a lot of stitches. It has a stiff, crisp texture, which is great when it goes onto the wall, which is why we only want to tear it out of the seam allowances when we tear it away, not out of the center of any open spaces, so that it has the same consistency across the whole seam. And let's see, then we also may call for medium weight tearaway. In the ones that we've done with Shannon Roberts, who has been really popular, like Miriam Bright and Peace on Earth, those are a lot lighter weight, less dense stitching on them. So we can use a heavy weight and a medium weight, and it removes very easily. Then fusible woven. This is really the game changer on the whole thing. It helps to get rid of excess, to make your fabric that you're stitching on a better fabric. And we always have just used regular quilter's cotton or sometimes linen, but it gives it, say, more thread count. It makes it a better fabric, and it just stays in for the whole time. And it really helps to prevent puckering and supports those large designs. So let's look at the construction technique. You're going to trim the blocks either as you go or when you're all done. But very important is to put a number on the back of the block. And I also like to put an arrow so I know which way was up, because sometimes when you get into them, it's very difficult to tell which way is up when you're in the middle of, Santa's coat or a bunch of flowers around the water can with the flags in it. Leave the stabilizer in the seam allowance until you sew them together. Cut a 1/2 inch seam allowance from the seam stitch. Some of the older ones will say 1/4 inch if we haven't updated them. So 1/2 inch is really a better width. Then, since the stitching's feathered into the design, it doesn't matter if you're a little bit off on them, because it will still match without showing a blank spot. What I like to do is to measure or figure out exactly where this block has to match perfect. Like if it's on a letter or on somebody's head or, something, so it doesn't look awkward, and base that, check it, and then stitch the whole thing. It makes it very easy. And you want your tiles pressed flat before you start assembling. And one of the ways we do that is with the perfect embroidery press cloth. It really helps to keep your embroidery from getting a flat look to it. You press face down onto it. It's made of natural fibers. It absorbs the steam. So by all means, use steam and, a cotton or linen setting, depending on your tiling seam. And the press cloth you can use over and over again. You can even use spray starch with it and best press, those type of things. It is washable. Then the block layout. So lay out all of your tiles in numerical order, and there'll be a guide with the instructions on what order they're in. And then check for areas that are crucial to match up and separate into 4 sections. Most of our tiling scenes have 32 tiles, so it's real easy to do that. Then we're going to sew 2 tiles together and go all the way through and sew all the pairs together. And when you join them, remember, just inside of that seam line is where you want to stitch. And a walking foot or a dual feed foot really helps with this. Pins are kind of hard because they can be very stiff on the designs. So what I recommend is either, quilting clips, or if you do any of our freestanding lace structures and you have the button clips, those work great. And you're not distorting the tile with a pin or anything. Then pressing the blocks, you do want to press them open. Use steam and the end of the point and press tool, the smaller end or the larger end, depending on which one you need to really get in there. And then remove the stabilizer from the seam allowance, and just from the seam allowance. So it'll help to make your design line flat. And this is a picture of the Expert Point and Press tool. It's about 6.5 inches long. It's a fabric safe stiletto. You can use it for turning tubes and all sorts of things. And it's really great for pressing in the hoop or helping you press those tiling seams open. So you can see the difference between a seam line that's feathered, see where it goes over the seam allowance on the left of your screen. And then the first one we did was the dragon one, and we didn't know that trick yet. So it just stopped at that seam line. So if you didn't get it exactly right, you would have a gap there, and that's very visible. Then we keep joining the 4s. We take the 2s and we put them into 4s, and we got 3 or 4 sets of 4s. And so those together, so you're not having to match as many seams or places when you stitch it, if you do it in sections like that. Then quilting. We don't really recommend all over quilting, and really the purpose of the batting and the backing is just to give it a nicer finish. And I don't even stitch every seam, if it's one like, like the Santa here, Enchanted Santa, I may go down the middle and across in a couple of places. I just want to hold it together. And then I stitch all the way around so that when I put my binding on, I can trim from there and apply the binding. So 1/4 inch, trim it down after you've stitched around the perimeter. Then bind as desired. Framing is also an option. And if you go onto the Perfect Stitch, our Facebook page, you can, search for tiling scenes or different particular ones and see how people did them. The framing is lovely. And people are happy to share with you how they did that. So we do use Isacord thread, and I highly recommend the thread kits for the tiling scenes, particularly in ones like Starry Night Santa here. That is, his coat looks like velvet, and the fur looks like fur, and the deer looks almost lifelike. It's so incredible that you really need to match those shades. And Isacord has 423 shades, and that's how we get 19 shades of gray for the Santa's Workshop, and the threads that for the Starry Night Santa and the other ones. It's okay to match on things like the Night Before Christmas one with the Christmas tree. Even, you could do that on Dashing Through the Snow, but I highly recommend them on the ones that you really want the intricate shadings to use the thread kit. And it's economical that way. Plus, you can make a lot more than one tiling scene with most of them. You may have to buy a spool of thread, or 2, depending on how many you make, but it'll go a long way. So we do have a special bundle for today's participants. It is called the tiling scene bundle, and it comes with 4 full-size rolls of stabilizer, fusible woven that you prep your fabric with, 2 rolls of heavyweight tearaway, and 1 roll of medium weight tearaway. So everything you need to make tiling scenes, plus, let's take a look, you get 4 tiling scenes. You get the fresh poppies, which I have here, you can see it. Really fun, and this is one of the applique types. Celestial stained glass is one of my favorite all-time ones. It's just beautiful, and it uses shimmer organza to make the threads look like metallic, but they're not. So it's very easy to stitch, and it's just a beautiful piece. Then Dragon Sky and Autumn Morning Pastures, which is a nice tranquil, farm scene with the horses in the pasture. So some fun things. And that whole set with the 4 tiling scenes is only $99. Well, $100, $99.99, but the value of the bundle is $279. So it's a really special deal. So do we have any questions?
Hey, Tamara, that was fantastic. Actually, you got me inspired. So I'm sitting here with my stabilizer.
Oh, cool.
Working away. So everyone's loving it. The poppies are cute. They want to know, oh boy, there's so many questions they have. And I'm just trying to scan through them all and get them for you. But fantastic bundle that you have. Great education. They can be bribed with thread. They're saying they love the kids. So I think everyone's just loving the kids and they love the bundle. So I'm not seeing too many questions right now, Tamara. Any last minute? Yeah.
Go ahead. One of the questions that we do get a lot on the Perfect Stitch and stuff is that they want to use a cutaway for this. And we don't recommend that because we want to get it out of the seam allowances. Plus, depending on the cutaway you use, if it's like our poly mesh, we use a lot of steam to press those seams open. And poly mesh is made of nylon, so you really don't want to use a hot iron on that, or then your tile may pucker.
That's right. That's very, very good. Well, Tamara Evans from OESD, thank you so much for jumping in.
Oh, you're welcome. Can I add a couple of more things?
Sure.
All right. I just want to invite everybody to join us on Facebook, The Perfect Stitch with OESD. Answer all the questions, and we'd love to have you. It's so much fun to show off what you do and see what other people have done and get inspired. Also, yesterday, Kimberly went over our Spree Stitchers Club. That is available, and you get... she said yesterday, you get 10 free designs because this is an online event and that's an event exclusive. So go on our website and pick out your 10 collections. Anything under $100 is good to go. So you've got a lot of things to choose from. And just check with the store and filling out the form.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Somebody was in an event with you last month in Phoenix. They loved the event. Last time I was with you guys, I mean, I couldn't find any more. I probably used them all, but I went ahead and bought a whole bunch of stabilizers. So fantastic product.
Good. Glad to have you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, okay, thanks, Tamara. All right, everybody. How about that? All of that great information from Tamara Evans from OESD. I'm going to bring my buddy Blaine back in and see what he's got cooking.
Hey, Jane.
Hey, Blaine.
Well, hey, guess what?
What?
I've got to tell everybody about our sewing mat deal.
Okay.
All right. So y'all take a look at this.
So cool. That's awesome.
Pretty cool, huh?
Blaine, did you just get that in?
No, this is the one we've had for a while, but I thought since it's getting close to 4th of July that we would show that one. But I do have 2 brand new ones. Kennedy, if you want to come and hand me these. I got 2 brand new mats, 2 new colors that we want to show everybody of the sewing mats. And guess what? We have 12 different colors to choose from right now.
They're
4
new
different
colors
sizes.
too, right?
And this is another brand new one. And this is called Cherry Blossom.
Oh, awesome. That's so cool. I love the design.
So this is a small size. This is going to be one for like small machines or your sergers. So this is the very small size. The flag one I showed was an extra large. And then this is another new one that we've just got in.
Hey, Blaine, does the flag one come in a smaller size too?
Yes, it comes in 4 different sizes.
Okay.
All right. And then this is our brand new, Kyle, if you could back out just a little bit. This is our extra large size, but this is our brand new teal color.
Teal is great. That would look great in my bedroom, actually.
And so it is really good looking.
I'm going to put a sewing machine in my bedroom just so I can use the teal mat.
Yeah, so the cherry blossom and the teal are the 2 new colors. And so we have 12 colors to choose from, 4 different sizes. Now that small size is a brand new size for us too. So it's we have the 4 sizes now. And we are going to do a thing just for people watching Hoop Fest this week. You can get 25% off any size, any color mat. And you just go in the checkout, or if you call in, tell them just to use it's the coupon code. It's called MAT, M-A-T 25. Actually, Roger just put it on the screen. So MAT 25, and they're going to get 25% off any of our mats. And like I tell everybody, Jane, you know how great these things are. If they don't have a sewing mat yet, they're doing their machine a disservice.
That's right. It's true. I actually have 2 of your mats right now. I've been sewing and I've been hooping, embroidering, and the mat really just make the difference when you're working on those machines.
Oh, it does. You know, and it's very functional. I mean, people don't realize that, but not only does it reduce the vibration that your machine's producing, that transfers to the electronics, and it makes those electronics last longer. Because again, think about it. We're spending, $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 on machines. You want them to last. And the other thing it does, it dampens the sound, so it makes it a lot quieter, and then it protects the surface you have it on. So if you have it on a kitchen table or a bar, or if you're just setting it up on one of your sewing furniture, it's going to protect that surface. And then the other thing it does, it's not going to let it slide around. It keeps it gripped. And so they're just like, if you can imagine, a huge mouse pad. And so they work so good. And all you have to do to keep them clean is just a damp cloth and just wipe them down.
Yeah. And I love that it reduces the vibration, and it also reduces the noise. I mean, all day long, I've had those machines going and you can't hear a thing.
Yep. So they really are, very functional. And so speaking of functional, hey, we're going to move into our next presenter in our next machine. What's that?
How big is the small size again?
I don't know what the dimensions are off the top of my head, but what they can do is they can either go to the SMPLive.com, .tv, or they can just go to our regular, website. Yeah. Just type in SewingMachinesPlus.com, and in the search bar on that, they can just type in sewing mats, and it'll take them to that page, and it shows the dimensions for each size.
Okay, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Keep the show going, Blaine.
All right, we'll see you back here in just a minute, Jane. So, guys, we're going to move on. We are got Janome coming in now, and we are going to talk all about the MC 14,000. And we have Christina Dolliner coming in, and Christina is going to talk all about that and show us how to use it. This is a combination machine of sewing and embroidery. This is one of the top-of-the-line Janome machines. And, again, if you are a Janome fan out there, I don't have to talk a whole lot about it because y'all know how great quality and how great this machine is. And we're going to have a great price on it. So let's welcome Christina to the show.
Hi, Blaine.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, and you?
I am doing fantastic. We're having so much fun, and we're so happy that you're able to join us. And we, again, thank Janome for being one of our sponsors. And we're looking so forward to seeing what you have to show us all about that 14,000.
Great, thank you. You and everyone's going to love the Janome Memory Craft 14,000. As you mentioned, it is a sewing and embroidery, a combination machine. And first off, we're going to talk just a little bit about the sewing side, because believe it or not, that embroidery arm is going to come into play in the sewing side. But first off, just wanted to point out that you do get an instruction book all printed out and in color. You also get a DVD, and it actually has 10 different languages on it also. So you have all that information you need right at hand. Okay. The bed of your 14,000 is 11 inches. It comes with the traditional embroidery accessory tray, but as you can see, we've removed the accessory tray and put on the included extension table. And the extension table, of course, can be used not only for sewing, but also in the embroidery mode to support your hoops. Isn't that great? A couple other great items that come with your 14,000 that, again, you can use with the sewing and the embroidery side is first our straight stitch throat plate. And the straight stitch throat plate, you can see, has a single hole down the center, which is what we traditionally think of for sewing. But you notice that there are holes to both the left and to the right side. When you are embroidering on a Janome, you are actually stitching in the left needle position. And the combination of that left needle position and this straight stitch throat plate gives you the most perfect stitch you could imagine. It's a great accessory to use when you are doing your embroidery. Because remember, your needle is only going up and down when you embroider. It is the hoop that is moving every which way. The 14,000 also comes with a great magnifier. If we open this door, you can see this little port right here, and that's where the magnifying glass will go into. Because I don't know about everyone else there, but you know, the eyes are getting a little worse every single day. And you can actually see how that just greatly magnifies that stitching area. Speaking of seeing our stitching area, how about a little extra light? We can just pull this out. Is that not great lighting? And it has some repositioning so that you can really focus all that extra light exactly where you need it. So as we mentioned, not only do we have the extension table on, but we also have the embroidery arm on. And how can we use the embroidery arm on in the sewing mode? With this. This is Janome's cloth guide. Now, for many that have sewn in the past, especially think of garment sewing, and we think of that 5/8 inch seam allowance. And in the olden days, we would screw that metal guide onto our throat plate and measure it with our seam gauge. And that length, that edge that we would butt our fabric up against would be about maybe an inch at the best. This is going to be your new seam guide. So on the screen of your 15,000, there is an icon that looks just like this cloth guide. It says, keep your hands clear because your embroidery carriage is now going to move. And you can just see it moving back there. You now simply attach this to your embroidery arm, and you can now adjust that seam allowance exactly where you want it. So for my garment sewers, 5/8 inch seam allowance, right? So you can simply butt your fabric, the edge of your fabric, right along that guide. And again, a nice long guide to keep you nice and consistent in your space, in your seam allowance. You can even adjust it, because I'm certain we have a lot of quilters out there, to a 1/4 inch seam guide. And once again, you're butting the edge of your fabric right against the guide, and that will give you that nice, consistent 1/4 inch seam allowance. Great feature on the sewing side where we are using our embroidery carriage. So let's remove that for a minute. And let's talk about another great feature on the Janome 14,000, which is in the quilting side for just 1 minute, because this is a very overlooked feature on this machine that this is going to, I think, blow your mind. Well, first off, you do have a great collection of decorative stitches on your 14,000. And here are just a few projects that we've created using decorative stitches. Okay, this is just a little pillow, of course. This was made with 2.5-inch strips, a little bit of stabilizer under there, and did that stitching to create a nice, fun texture pillow. But a great way to use some of your decorative stitches. Even use decorative stitches to sew the zipper in. This is another little project where decorative stitches were used to embellish your fabric first, then cut out this great pin cushion, this mannequin pin cushion, which should be able to hold all of our pins and all of our fun quilt pins and everything. And but a great use of your decorative stitches. Okay. But the one that I want to show you quickly, whoops, the mannequin fell over. But the one stitch on the sewing side that I'd like to show you is this one here, which is called variable zigzag. Looks like a little heartbeat, right? So it's a great embellishment stitch. And for anyone who does free motion or thread painting, this is a great stitch, super easy to do, and a great feature on the 14,000. So we're simply going to go into the sewing applications mode, this t-shirt icon. We're going to go to quilting. And this is where you find the free motion techniques, your patchwork piecing. But here is one that is called variable zigzag. It says, keep your hands clear. That carriage is moving back to where it goes. Now, right now, it is showing your 14,000 is showing you to use a free motion stitch. And I know many of us are insecure, if I can use that term, about our free motion skills. But what if you could do this with a regular presser foot? And if we look at this icon right here, that is simply asking for the F presser foot, just one of our regular sewing feet. You can see it's showing a little zigzag here. But the important part is attaching the knee lift that comes with your 14,000. So let me place some fabric underneath here. Okay. I'm just lengthening that a little bit. So right now, as you start stitching, it's just going to do a straight stitch until you start incorporating the knee lift. The further to the right that you push it, the wider your zigzag goes. And maybe we can show some pictures right here as we're stitching along. Is that not fun and exciting? And again, just using that little knee, the knee lift to give a lot of pressure to the right, which makes it really wide, or a little bit, and it gives you that heartbeat appearance. And let's use the thread cutter and just take a quick look at that. Is that not exciting? It's one of those features that many of us overlook, but it's a great way to embellish many projects that you make. So now, shall we talk a little bit about embroidery? So first off, of course, we're simply going to attach our embroidery foot. Okay, so we'll remove the current presser foot and the ankle and attach the embroidery foot. And then what I'd like you to do is watch the needle when we touch the icon that allows us to toggle over to the embroidery mode. So we'll select that and it's going to toggle over. Boom. Did you notice how that needle shifted to the left side? And again, that is the straightest straight stitch that you can get. Okay. We open the carriage in the back. And this is where, of course, we could put this straight stitch throat plate on. And let's just do that. There's a little lever under here, easy push to pop that off. And put the left side in and then snap it back down. So let's just take a quick look at the screen on your 14,000. And you see this flower icon. And that's, of course, where you can go and find all of your designs. So we have some sashiko stitches, cross stitching. There are 6 different pages. There are some alphabets, some pennant designs, so you can make like your own banner designs. A little bit of everything included with your 14,000. Okay, let's just go and select a design. And we will select that ballerina right there. Okay. So since we simply selected her, it is actually telling us to what hoop that we should be using for this particular design. Your 14,000 comes with 4 hoops. The smallest is about 1.5 inches by 4. Perfect for those little kids' clothes, those small little areas, like on a cuff that you might want to embroider the initials of someone on a cuff. And it comes with the largest hoop being 9 inches by just under 12 inches. Okay. So when you select your design, when you just select a design, it just puts it in the most appropriate hoop. Okay. But let's go back to the home and let's touch this alphabet icon. These are all the fonts that are available to you. So as you touch this icon, it is popping up all the different styles of fonts. You see it says 1 of 3. It even includes those classic monograms, the 2 initial or 3 initial monograms. And it also has little, they're kind of like sewing stitches, but in the olden days, and I'm dating myself, we would call those wingdings on the computer, right, folks? So you can actually create some fun borders with those also. So you can select your design, your alphabet, or you can select your hoop. And what's nice with when you first select your hoop is that you are now able to create whatever you would like within that hoop area. Here are all the hoops that are available. Remember, 4 of them come with your 14,000. Let's just simply select this 9 by 9 inch hoop. And now let's go get a design. So go home, select our flower, and we'll go and select our ballerina. Okay. So right now you actually can just move your ballerina around wherever you'd like. There are these northeast, southwest directional arrows that would let you finally move the position of your design. And if you say, oh no, just take me back to the center of the hoop, you can simply touch the crosshair in the middle and that takes you right back. You have the ability to scale your design. Make it larger or smaller by about 20%. So here you can see her getting larger. I don't know if I should say that, poor girl, right? And we'll simply touch OK. And again, you could move your design wherever you'd like. But let's say now that you wanted to add some words. We'll go home, go to our fonts. And this is, you have the option of upper and lower, small, medium, and large fonts. Small is about 1/2 inch. Medium is about 3/4 inch. And large is about 1.25 inches. Let's do a medium. And you have both upper and lowercase available. So let's just write the words, let's dance. Okay. So uppercase, E-T. If we page down, we'll see all of our punctuation marks. So let's just put that on the screen. And now you can move lets around. Now, it would be nice maybe if we could maybe shape that in a little arc. And that's what this icon can do for you. It will allow you to arc it clockwise or counterclockwise. And when you like what you're looking at, simply say, okay. Now let's put dance around the bottom. So we'll go back home to select our font and DANCE. We'll get that exclamation point and say, okay. We'll move dance to the bottom. And now let's arc this one more time, but this time counterclockwise. Oh, and look what happens when with those letters in the word dance, they kind of scrunched in on itself. But right here, these two icons will allow you to space those apart and really have that design on your screen exactly how you want it to look. Okay. Once you're ready and you say, that's exactly what I like, we're going to touch the word okay. And we're going to stitch this out for one quick second in a minute because I want to show you a fantastic feature on your Janome 14,000. But your Janome 14,000 has a great collection of designs already built in, but you can always bring designs in directly from your computer via this cable. You can also put designs on a USB stick and simply stick them into the port on the side of your 14,000 to bring your designs in. Okay, but let's put this hoop on for a second. And I want to show you what occurs with the very first stitch when on your Janome 14,000. So we're ready to stitch. And traditionally, for my quilters out there, you know how traditionally you'll pull up that bobbin thread. You can have your Janome 14,000 do that very same thing, which is great because then you do not have to worry about that thread on the back side. So we'll simply hold our top thread. We're going to touch our start stop button. Oh, and it didn't do that for me. Maybe I failed to set it. I so apologize. Let's go into the set menu. And I did not turn it on. Okay, so let me just do this quickly. I apologize, folks. We're going to, I can't believe I did that. Oh yeah, I do. Okay, so we're going to say okay. And we'll just back up to the very beginning of our stitch. And now this will work. Okay. So we'll touch the start stop button. There is that single stitch. So when you're doing those double-sided embroideries like laces and quilting designs, you don't have to worry about what that bobbin thread is doing because you've pulled it to the top. Isn't that great? And then you can simply touch your start stop button and continue on with your design. So your Janome 14,000, great sewing machine, great embroidery machine, and you'll thoroughly enjoy using your Janome. Any questions?
Well, hey, that was a great overview. And again, thank you so much for coming on. Hey, you know, the 14,000, you really did a great job with that. But as you know, we could probably spend a day on it.
Yes, not that it takes that long. There's just so much to show. But
so
again,
much, Christina, to talk about with that thing, and it's awesome. And you did such a good job on it. But hey, I'm going to tell everybody how they can get that. And I want to, again, thank Christina for coming on and Janome for being one of our sponsors. Again, guys, this is the MC 14,000 sewing and embroidery machine by Janome. And guys, we have an incredible price on this right now and a great package. It's normally $69.99. on this, but we have Hoop Fest pricing. You see it on the screen right there. You see the bundle that's coming with it for free too. You get a lot of accessory with this. We're going to ship it free nationwide right to your door. 0% interest financing available and free shipping. So guys, what a great thing. This going to come with the 9.1 times 11.8 hoop, the 9.9 or 9.1 times 9.1, and then it's going to have the 5.5 by 5.5, and then it's going to have the 3.9 and the 1.65 free arm hoop. So again, you're going to get the 4 hoops with it. 350 built-in embroidery designs, 11 fonts with European characters, 2 and 3 letter monogramming functions. All these things are for the embroidery features. And then on the sewing side of the house, you're going to get the 400 built-in stitches, 13 one-step buttonholes, and the list goes on and on and on with this, guys. There are so many accessories and so many things that this machine does. You just need to go probably read or give us a call about it, because again, we have a ton of things for this. Go to SMPLive.tv. You'll be able to see the MC 1400 or 14,000 right there. You can click on it. It'll take you to that product page where you can read all about all the things it has. And again, if you want to give us a call at 800-401-8151, we can take your order and also tell you the price of the Hoop Fest special, and help you with financing or whatever you need there. And again, guys, if you can't get through on the phones, I was told a while ago, the phones are just extremely busy. If you can't get through, again, go to smplive.tv. At the very top of the page, it's going to request a call back. You hit that button. It's going to open up a page where you fill all your information out, hit submit, and that gets updated real time in the call center, and it comes up on their screen. So as soon as they see that, as soon as they get off the phone, they're going to give you a call right back to take your order. So guys, a great Hoop Fest special today. But hey, let's bring Jane back in. And Jane, I know you've got brother coming in the house with Sarah Vester, and we're excited for her to be back, and excited for you to kind of talk to her and find out all about this machine she's got coming up next.
Yeah, I'm excited too. Thanks, Blaine. All right, everybody, let's keep this party going. My next guest, like Blaine said, is from Brother. She is a Brother educator. But you know what else? She studied at FIT in Manhattan. She's a designer, and she's the owner of SAVNYC. She's passionate about the planet and practices sustainable fashion design. But today, she is here to talk to us about the Brother NQ 1700E machine. Let's bring in Sarah Vetzer. Hey, Sarah.
Hi, Jane. How's it going today?
It's going great. I'm just eating my words, getting so excited talking about our fabulous machine from Brother there. So I'm just going to hand this right over to you, because I really want everybody to get all the good information about the NQ 1700E. So Sarah, you take it away, and I'll talk to you on the other side.
All right. Thanks, Jane. So yes, as Jane said, I'm here with my Brother NQ 1700E. This is Brother's midline embroidery only model. So it has just, it came out last year, and it's replaced the NQ 1600E. This is a really great machine for if you are looking to start learning how to embroider. It's a great machine to learn how to embroider on. But if you're already a seasoned pro and you have embroidery machines and sewing machines, it's a great addition to your current lineup. It's always good to have another embroidery machine around so you could be sewing and embroidering at the same time. And it has a lot of those high-end features that someone who's accustomed to Brother embroidery machines would be used to having. So it's a really good machine for both beginners and experts. And as you can see, it's pretty compact. So it measures about 18 inches long, and it weighs less than 20 pounds. So it's also a really good machine to take on the go. If you're looking to travel with something, I recommend this. And it's also great for tight spaces. If you have a small sewing studio like I do, it'll fit in there real nice. It's easy to store away, take out when you want to use it. It's a really good all-around machine. So this is Hoop Fest. Let me get right into the hoops that come with this machine. You get 2 hoops included with your 1700E. This is the 5x7 frame, really versatile, good for lots of different kinds of projects. And the second included hoop is the massive 6x10. Look at this thing. This is like as big as my machine back here. I I'm so excited to show this hoop every time I get the chance to because it's really impressive embroidery field. This is the max embroidery size. For this compact machine to be able to get a 6x10 embroidery, it's impressive. I love showing this one off. The sample that I love to show to illustrate just how big that embroidery area is this jacket here. So you can see I used that 6x10 hoop to put a beautiful embroidery that fills the back of this jacket really, really nicely. This zebra design comes included on the machine. It's one of the new designs that's loaded on there. And it took me just an hour to stitch this out because this machine stitches 850 stitches per minute. So you can get more done in less time. One of the optional hoops that I also absolutely love with this machine is the 5x7 flat magnetic frame. I have a little bunny lovey hooped in here right now to show you guys that this magnetic frame, it has 6 magnets. Again, it's 5x7 embroidery field. This is really, really helpful when hooping really thick projects, really bulky items. You can see I got this plush bunny head hooped in there with no issues. Those magnets hold really strong. You could see my project right here, not moving a bit. But at the same time, they are super easy to take on and off. They click right on and come right off. So again, this is the 5x7 flat magnetic frame. You can see how flat it is too. Really good for hooping thick like toys, towels. You can also hoop cotton, sheer items. It's really good all around. So the machine comes loaded with 258 built-in designs. 258 designs ready to go out of the box, and it's packed with editing features. So you can go ahead and use all of those designs that also, I didn't even mention yet, 140 frame pattern combinations, 13 embroidery lettering fonts, and 2 floral alphabets. So let's get up close to that machine screen, and I'm going to show you some of those designs. So this is our machine's home screen, and this is where you can find all of your design categories. So right in here, you have sub-design categories. So you have your buttonholes, you have your buttonhole decorations, and you have this crown category here, which holds a lot of the new designs that are on this machine, new versus the 1600 model. So you can scroll through, you can select designs and preview them in the box right to the left. As you're choosing them, it also tells you what hoop you need to use to fit that design in. So it grays out those smaller hoops. It gives you your project dimensions right up there. So you know right away which hoop you need to use to stitch out your project. And then at any time you could use this preview button in the corner, which I love, because it blows that design up for you so you could get a really good look. You can also select the hoop that you may want to be using, and it will preview the design inside the hoop. I love that feature as well because it gives you a really good idea of the size in relation to the hoop that you could hold in your hand in real life. There are even more embroidery designs in this category. You can see there's 14 pages, so I can scroll through some of those for you. Tons and tons to choose from. And then back on our home screen, these are our 2 floral alphabets. We have this nice gold floral one, really good for monogramming, making gifts, personalizing. We also have this blue floral alphabet here. And then our 13 embroidery lettering fonts live right here. You can scroll through all those options. So you have pretty much everything you need here to make all different kinds of projects. There's a really good amount of fonts to choose from. And then, like I said, 140 frame pattern combinations. So you go in here, you choose what shape you want. Let's say I want a heart. And then you have 4 pages of different types of heart frames. And you have those options for every shape here. So I'm going to show you a few more projects. and then we'll try and squeeze in a quick demo. So with all those texts, all those fonts that are available to you, you can go ahead and select those. This is a cute little romper that I made. It says, "Hello, Sunshine." And I was able to create this text layout on my machine. Again, no digitizing software needed. I used all of the editing features and all the fonts that were available to me on my machine. And I was able to choose different fonts for different words, change the colors of the letters, move them around, curve the text, do all of that right on the screen. I'm going to bring this bunny back out because, again, I created this entire text layout on my machine. I curved the text. I changed the font of loves. This is one line of text here, but I was able to just change loves to a script font. I added in that bow in the middle there, change the colors around, all done right on this screen. And this is a 4.85 inch display. It's color LCD touchscreen. You guys just got an up close look, so you saw how beautiful it is. It makes it really easy to edit all these amazing projects right there on that screen. Last but not least is my lovely No Problema towel. So these little llamas they come in the machine as a preloaded design. Again, that's one of the new ones and definitely a crowd favorite. And then what I did is I went ahead and loaded that design in, added the text underneath to create this cute little tea towel. So let's pop back over to the machine. And you know what, before we do that, in a minute, we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna show you how to put together that cute little llama layout. But first, I want to talk to you about the one of the new functions on here is wireless connectivity. And that's super exciting. I wouldn't want to skip over that at all. So your machine can actually connect to your wireless network at home. And when you have it connected to the same wireless network that your computer is connected to, you will be able to send embroidery designs from your computer to your machine with the click of a button, no cables, no USB needed. It's a super great feature. And Brother has just released a free software for PC users called Design Database Transfer that allows you to organize all of the embroidery files on your computer. It allows you to connect to your machines at home, your wirelessly enabled machines. And it allows you to, again, with a click of a button, send all those designs over. You could send multiple designs at once. You could send one at a time. It's really fun. And I absolutely love using that program. So that's Design Database Transfer. The other really cool thing about the wireless connectivity is that you will get a notification when your machine needs a software update. And software updates, I can speak for myself, I always forget to check for software updates, but it's a really important thing to do to keep your machine running smoothly and keep it up to date. So again, when your machine is connected to the wireless network in your home, it will pop up with a little exclamation point notification, which lets you know that it is time to go to the Brother Solutions website and to check for machine update. So then you could download it and update your machine. So I love that feature too. Keeps me up to date with my machine. So we looked through all the designs already, and there are no Disney designs preloaded on this machine. But because Brother has that license with Disney, and this is a Brother machine, you're still able to stitch out Disney designs on your NQ1700E. So if you go to brothersiembroidery.com website, they have over 5,000 designs available for you to purchase. It includes Marvel and all the Disney stuff, all the good stuff on there. So you're able to purchase designs, Disney if you'd like, and transfer them wirelessly to your machine and stitch them out. All right, so let me give you a quick 2-minute tutorial on how to make that little llama tea towel layout. All right, so I'm going to jump right into my embroidery category. I will grab those llamas right there, and then I'll just press set. And now we are brought over to our editing page. And these are all of our editing functions. You see we have move, size, rotate. We have our color palette to change the colors in the design. You can mirror them. And if you have font in there, which we're going to add in a second, you have a whole other sub menu of font editing options. So I'm going to go ahead and move this up. And then I'm going to go back and I'm going to add. And I think I use this font here. And you see, once you select a font, your alphabet pops up here, your keyboard to enter your text. So I'm going to go ahead and start entering my text. You have uppercase, lowercase, you have your space. And down here, it's telling me LMS stands for large, medium, small. So I'm entering in large right now. I'm going to go ahead and bump down to a medium because I don't want the font to be that large. At any time, I could preview it in my hoop. It shows the llamas are there because we're adding this to the llama layout already. You can also go ahead and just check your spelling if you're looking to do that. You can enter multiple lines of text at once. So this check button is helpful when you have multiple lines and you want to check what you've already typed and check your spelling and all of that. I'm going to use my special characters to grab a hyphen. Oh, and this is another great feature that I love. So it's telling me that my text is too wide to go across the frame. So if I'm using my 6x10 frame, I only have 6 inches across, but I have 10 inches going lengthwise. So I have the option here to cancel, which will send me back to my keyboard and I can bump it down to a size small. Or I can go ahead and hit that rotate button. That rotate button is going to rotate it in my frame for me. You see now it's going this way, which gives me about 4 more inches to fill in more text. And I only have 1 letter left, so I know I'm going to fit in the frame. Then I'm going to press set, and there's my text right there. I'm going to go ahead and move it down so it's underneath my llamas. And at any time, you can use the magnifying glass, and you can magnify up to 300%, which is really cool when you're doing kind of a smaller layout. It gives you a little grid there, and then you're able to really lay out your design very precisely. I'll go back to 100. I'm going to preview this real quick. That looks pretty good. So I'm going to go ahead and end edit. And now we have a couple of different features here that I'd love to touch on. So this one right here is the color sort. And I went ahead and activated color sort. So what that means is that when you have multiple elements in your design, if you add like a frame, text, right here I have my llama and I have text. If my text is the same color as one of the color blocks in my llama design, color sort is going to group together those like colors and eliminate any unnecessary thread changes. So it makes your stitch out go even faster. I also love this trace function, which I'm going to zoom back out so you can see that a little bit better. What the trace function is going to do is when my hoop is loaded in, pop that in real quick. It's going to move the hoop around and position the needle at any of these positions on our design. So if I choose the top position, you can see that hoop move all the way to the top. So now I know this is where the top of my design is going to stitch out in my hoop. I can do the same for the bottom, the sides, and all the corners. And I could also hit trace around, which is then going to move around the entire design. This gives you a really good idea of the sizing and proportion of what your stitch out is going to be in the hoop. And the very last feature that I'll touch on is the auto presser foot down. So I'm going to advance to the embroidery screen, which is the final screen before we start our stitch out. And right here, you can see my presser foot is raised and my start stop button is green. Normally what we would have to do is go through a whole second, an additional step and press that lower presser foot button before this start button would turn green. But with the auto presser foot down function, we can have our presser foot raised, we can press start, and the machine is going to lower the foot for us, eliminating just one more step in that stitch out process. All right, so that is the NQ1700E in a nutshell. What do you think, Jane?
Sarah, I love this machine, and everybody's loving the llamas, of course. But so many cool little tips and tricks and features that you gave us in there. We're talking about being able to go to the four corners, or the color separator.
Color sort, yeah.
Color sort is really, really fantastic. Now, this is an embroidery only machine, and that's important in our sewing room because
we can embroider more at once.
Yeah, and it's always a big decision, like you had said this at the very top of your segment. It's a great addition to your sewing room because a lot of times you're working on a project, you want to be sewing on it and embroidering at the same time. And it's a big question for us all the time. Do I want the sewing and embroidery, or do I want an embroidery ornament? I say you should have a sewing embroidery combo, but having embroidery only, super important.
Agreed. I love having my combo machine and my embroidery only machine going at the same time. It's the best.
Yeah, and I love the magnetic frame. A lot of people were asking about that. Can you show us that again?
Yeah, definitely.
Did you blink up the sides there?
This is where it slides into the machine here. And it is really flat. I could actually slide it in real quick to show you guys. My bunny head is going to get in the way, but the frame slides underneath the presser foot really easily. So here's my frame. I don't even have to lift the presser foot. It just kind of slides right under there. And then it slides in and locks in place.
And again, why we love our brother products, because of the ease of use. They just make it so easy to learn it. And if you have a brother machine and you get another one, you'll see that woven between, there's a common thread. And if you know how to use one, it's easy to pick up on the other.
Absolutely. Yeah. And they're very intuitive. So if you have never embroidered before, it's also very easy to pick up from there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's just recap all the things. Sarah, you're amazing. I can't wait to talk to you. I want to have you on my podcast so we can talk about sustainable fashion.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. So everybody, that was the NQ1700E embroidery only machine from Brother. That is Sarah Betzer. She is amazing. Great demo, Sarah. But let's just recap all the great features that you can get when you buy this great machine. It's the NQ1700E. E stands for embroidery only machine. It's the perfect machine to launch your embroidery journey. We are not kidding. It's a great machine to add to your sewing room, or if you already have a sewing and embroidery combo, this is embroidery only. Again, you're getting a 4.85 inch color LCD touchscreen, so almost 5 inches, 13 embroidery letter fonts. You're getting the 6x10 embroidery area, and you saw the design with the zebras that Sarah showed you on the back of that denim jacket. She did that all with the 6x10 embroidery hoop, which is fantastic. You're getting 258 built-in embroidery designs, 140 frame pattern combinations, which is fantastic. Sarah talked about that wireless capability, so you can send designs from your PC to your machine when you're connected to your wireless network, say at home, using design database transfer. So no USB is needed. You got that color display, and we showed you the color sort, which was really fantastic, all right at your fingertips. I mean, you've got that automatic thread cutting, and you've got the bright LED lights. I mean, it really is a fantastic machine. You're seeing their pricing for $199.99, but guess what? It's slashed because Blaine and your friends at Sewing Machines Plus have special Hoop Fest pricing. So for your special Hoop Fest pricing, you got to call in to get that special 800-401-8151, or just go online, talk to a agent. You can chat with an agent. They're right there, smplive.tv. Now, the great news is that you are getting a discount, but you have to call in to get it because of certain advertising restrictions. We're not allowed to tell you what it is, but Blaine assures us it is a great, great festival price. So this is a Hoop Fest, and this is day 3, and that was Brother NQ1700E embroidery only machine. I love it. You can never have enough sewing machines, Blaine.
You're right, Jane. Hey, and Jane, you know what? Interesting fact about that machine. A lot of people maybe not know. You know, there was an NQ3600D out. It got replaced by the NQ3700, which is a sewing and embroidery machine. Well, that NQ1700 is exactly the same machine as the embroidery side of that machine. So you're basically just getting the exact same machine without the sewing feature. So if you've already got a great sewing machine, why not add a great embroidery machine separate?
And so, and Blaine, I saw a comment just fly by. They said, if it was a combo machine, I'd be on it. So what's the name of the other one? That's the same thing?
Yeah, the combo machine is going to be a NQ3700.
3700, and this is the NQ1700. Yeah, so 3700. I can't see your name that she wrote. It said I'd do the combo. Can they call in and ask about that?
Yes, they sure can.
Okay, good.
All right, fantastic. Well, hey, Jane, you know what? You'd asked the other day about, you know, how our crew was doing, if we could do the cameras and all that. But I wanted to check on how's Kennedy, you know, kicking Kennedy over there, Rockin' Roger and Big Daddy Kyle. They're still hanging in here, guys. And we've also got the Kyle jumped into the security cameras, and I know they're watching at the call center right now. So let's open up the call center. House. Thing going and get everybody's order out and get it all taken. So again, guys, you know, if you see anything that you like that's not on the show, give us a call anyway, because there's a good chance it could be on the Hoop Fest special. And again, Jane has told you it's 800-401-8151, or you can visit, you know, smplive.tv and see all the products that have been on the show so far. You can see them all. And if you like the one you see, click on it and it'll take you to that product page. We have live chat agents as well, Jane, that can take your order.
I want to go. I want to visit the warehouse. They look like they were having fun.
Hey, they do. They get out there. They put some tunes on and kind of listen to some of their music and just have the back doors all up where they can get the fresh San Diego air, and they have a good time.
And they're lifting. It's like getting their workout in. They're doing the work. I love it.
Yeah, they all work extremely hard out there. And I don't even remember how many we got. I think we got 8 people in the warehouse now. And so they all work extremely hard trying to get all these orders out. And they'll probably be working all through the weekend this weekend trying to make sure they get everything out.
Well, thank you to them for getting all of our orders shipped out. And thanks to everybody that's there in the studio with you, making this whole thing happen for all of us.
Well, it takes a bunch of people, as you know, and we got a great crew. So, well, hey, Jane, we're going to continue this awesome show today. And guess what? We've got Arrow Cabinets back in house. And hey, we've got Harley Thomas. Harley is the National E-commerce Sales Manager at Arrow. And we got, hey, he's going to have Sarah LePage with him. And Sarah is a product specialist as well. They were here this morning. They're going to be here. They're here right now. And they've got some more products to show us. So, guys, welcome back to the show.
Blaine, thanks for having us back. I don't know how you do this for 5 days straight.
Hey, it's just so much fun. I'm running on adrenaline and Mountain Dew, Reese's peanut butter cups.
Yeah.
My wife made us a awesome vanilla cake that everybody's eating today. That's just been awesome. So, you know, they keep us, you know, pumped up with Krispy Kreme donuts and whatever it takes.
Excellent. Is Kennedy eating donuts? That's the question.
Kennedy is eating donuts. Kennedy is eating anything that we can put in front of her.
Excellent. Glad to hear.
Love it.
Glad to hear. That's great. Keep the call center.
So is Kyle and Roger. I've got to keep them, you know, fired up and caffeine pumped up, keep them going. So, but hey, guys, I know, you know, Arrow has been a really popular subject here on Hoop Fest this week, and all the products we've been showing, all the different products. That's what's been awesome. We have shown so many products already, and everybody's loving it. Harley, Dave just texted me and said that the chairs are
tired of
absolutely
Dave?
flying out of y'all's warehouse today. So again, everybody's buying chairs, but I know that we're going to show some cabinets now. So I'm anxious for y'all to get going.
Thank you, Blaine. We are actually going to show cabinets, but we are going to show a bundle. And every day with the bundle, you can save more than 25%, 30% every day. I don't know what the Hoop Fest pricing is that Blaine is offering, but I can assure you it's better than what can be advertised. So we thank Blaine for doing all that with us. And we're going to talk a little about studio sets. We're going to call them studio sets or bundles. And in the Kangaroo sewing furniture line, we have a few different bundles. Today we are featuring what we call the Kookaburra bundle. Earlier this morning, we demonstrated the Kookaburra cutting table, which is
It is beautiful.
It's about as big as a 747
It
fly.
is.
So
And it is one
it's
of my
really great.
favorites. I'm really happy to be bringing that one out again this afternoon for you all.
Yeah, you're going to show it off.
Oh, I am. I can't wait.
Can't wait. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the cabinets. So the way the bundles work is with the Kookaburra bundle, you get the Kookaburra cutting table. It's got some storage in it. And you can pick from one of our 3 key signature cabinets. The Aussie cabinet, which we're going to go over first. Behind me is the Kangaroo and Joey, which you saw earlier today, or the Wallaby cabinet, which you can win as a grand prize, the Wallaby cabinet. And they're all a little different. The Aussie is made for when you want lots of workspace. The Kangaroo Joey is really great when you need that little bit of extra storage. And the Wallaby is really good for when you need a little bit tighter quarters and you don't quite have as much space.
Right. Not as much space, but you will still want all the functionality of a really great sewing cabinet with some storage and that signature hydraulic lift.
And it has a closed front door, so you can use it in a multi-purpose area, like a multi-purpose
Absolutely.
room. So it works really well for that because the door closes up. I see lots of comments. Love the Aussie. The Aussie is ginormous. So let's get right into it because we are short on time and long on product. And what I want to talk about is the Aussie. It was our largest cabinet, and it provides you over 100 inches of workspace from right to left. And I'm going to get out of the way so Ethan can zoom in on it. There we go. So the Aussie. What makes this cabinet so great? So it's 50 inches deep when this caddy is extended like this and 100 inches wide. That is really, really big. So it's designed to fit 95% of the machines on the market. So it is 23 3/4 inches wide. Here we have the embroidery extension on it. So if we take this off, now the machine can go up and down. And why do we want the machine to go up and down, Sarah?
Well, there's a bunch of different reasons, Harley. One reason that you want to move your machine up and down is to get the best possible position for sewing. Can I
Absolutely.
do the honors? Okay.
Sure, do it.
Right now we've got this machine in free arm position. And you know, if you've got a lot of material that you want to be pushing through here, you got like this little hill that you got to climb in order to get all that done. It causes some pulled stitches. We don't want that. So we would push it down just into this position. This is called the flatbed position. And you notice what a nice flat surface you have across here, so that as you're working on your larger projects, you don't get all that pulling in your stitches. Nice, even stitches. That's what we want to see. And as Harley mentioned about the Wallaby, but this is true for all of the cabinets you're going to see today.
Right. All 3 of them have the same opening.
Mhm.
They all hold a machine up to 55 pounds.
Yep.
Because this is not a small machine.
Right. And let's say that you want to close this up and just have the cabinet be closed. You push your machine and lift all the way down into a storage position, fold it all up, and it just looks like a little dresser, like a little cabinet
Right,
that
sure
can go right
does.
in the corner of your room.
There's also an optional cover plate that comes with it. It's not optional, comes with it, but you can utilize it and actually put it on top. You can turn this into a different cutting surface. You have the Kookaburra, so why do you need this? But you might need it if
A
you're
little crafting space.
Yeah, you can use it for all sorts of things. So it's a multi-function part. You can put it on there or not.
Yeah.
It's up to you. So it's a
And
nice little addition.
Gosh, I just love this lift, how nice and smooth it moves. It makes me really happy. And I think it'll make you happy too.
So we talked a little bit about the sewing and in the wrists and the ergonomic effect of that, which is really positive. The kangaroo cabinets, we've sold over 2 million cabinets for Arrow. Arrow's been around almost 80 years. This is a nice, durable melamine finish on these cabinets. Can you switch to another camera, please, sir? So it's got a nice, durable cabinet. It's got heavy-duty casters on it. They're great casters, and they will roll on carpet. It'll roll almost anywhere, these guys. I'd call them more industrial casters on these.
Yeah, I would definitely call these industrial strength casters.
Yeah, these are really great. And then we didn't talk about the soft close drawers. So this one, so we can use storage here. Slide that in there.
I bet it fits a whole serger.
It does fit a whole serger.
That's
very
crazy.
Easily. Then we've got drawers. We keep some thread or whatever in there. Soft close drawers. And this is the cabinet which we showed earlier this week. Can actually, whoops, I got it. So there we go. We can go over. We can attach it way out here if we want.
I love how customizable this configuration is.
Yeah, it's great because you can be over there and you've got a little bit more room. You can center needle sew. If with that way over there, you can get right in the middle of your needle and center needle sew, which is really great.
Absolutely.
Or you can have it over, or you can just unhook it, float around, move it wherever. And then when you're all done with it, this should be really easy. There we go. Oh, I don't have the I don't have the casters locked, Sarah.
Oh, Harley.
So it slides right in there. Now, the other thing about Hoop Fest and SewingMachinesPlus.com is when you buy this cabinet during Hoop Fest, you also get this $125 daylight D40 lamp. So it's really nice because you can put it wherever you want it. It moves around. Extra light. Who can't use extra light when they're working, right? So, and I'm glad someone thought about the sewist. Yes, we have the sewist in mind when we do these.
Absolutely.
So this is the Aussie. There is a lot of room on this cabinet. Oh, I forgot one thing.
What did you forget?
I have a really big quilt I'm working on, and I need more room on the back. Wait.
I think we got you covered, Harley.
I have more room on the back.
You do.
So I have this really nice quilt leaf on the rear of the table, which gives me a lot more workspace. When I said this is the one with the workspace, this is the cabinet. The Aussie is the cabinet with the workspace. We're going to pick up the pace a little bit, go through the other cabinets because they all have similar features. They're all available in teak and white. So 2 colors are available. This one has the storage drawers and the caddy, but it's 100 inches wide and 50 inches deep. So it's the big one.
Just thinking about how much I could do with this.
And
exciting.
What we do when we're done sewing, because we don't want to clean up the kitchen table, right?
No.
That's no more dining room table. We slide that over, pull this pin, drop this over, slide that in. This one goes first. Done.
Lock
we
her
now
up and roll her
have
away.
the cabinet put away.
Yep.
So we're going to roll that out of the way.
Okay.
And our
I'm gonna
next
take my
cabinet
lamp with
is the
me here.
Kangaroo and Joey cabinet. So remember, this bundle comes with this and a kookaburra. So next up is the Kangaroo. So we can sew in comfort and sew longer, which is key. And if we stop right there.
Beautiful.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Let's open her up.
Okay. Kangaroo and Joey, which we will explain the neat features of Kangaroo and Joey.
So the Kangaroo and Joey, just like the Aussie, it has that 3-position hydraulic lift. And again, it fits most machines, 23 3/4 inches. Yeah, 23 3/4 inches by about 12.5 inches will fit there. Once again, we have a huge quilt leaf, huge. You can do so much with this. So much space, so much room there. It also has this Joey caddy that you can slide out and configure in just a whole bunch of different ways. Like Harley said before, you can have it just kind of floating out in space. You can move it this way. You can move it this way. It kind of creates an L-shaped desk kind of configuration for you. And check out these drawers, 3 huge drawers. And again, with the soft close mechanism, I don't know if you can see inside here, look at all of the stuff I just fit in here. So much stuff. Nice soft close drawers. You can't slam them if you tried. Well, you could try, but it would be a soft
It won't
close.
work, but you can
Right.
try.
Right. And all of these drawers are locking. So that's a nice way to keep little fingers off of your shears.
Now, before you put it in too far, we should show the extra workspace on the left.
Oh, you know what? That's a great
when you add
idea.
the panel in. Absolutely. I'm going to push back even a little further so we
Okay.
make sure we have room in the camera. So the Kangaroo and Joey,
Oh, yeah.
when we put the Joey underneath, we can pull this drawer out.
And there's lots of space to store things in here as well.
This is a panel. It very easily, there are 3 pinholes. We line them up. Boom, boom, boom. In it goes. And then there is a magnet on here and it sets in.
Look
It's
at
not
that.
going anywhere.
Extra space.
So you can leave it there. You can turn this 90 degrees if you want additional storage.
Mm-hmm.
Again, Kangaroo and Joey. It's available in teak and white. Holds machines up to 55 pounds in the 3-position lift. Big quilt leaf, large drawer. You also have this workspace on the right-hand side, which is a new addition to the Kangaroo cabinet in the last year. Huge improvement. We've gotten great feedback. What am I forgetting here? We talked about drawers, casters. We talked about the size of the cabinet, the industrial casters, the sturdy design, soft close drawers.
I think we covered everything.
I think we did too.
Yeah.
It's part of the Kangaroo sewing furniture line, so it's easy to put together.
It is.
Sarah herself has built all these cabinets.
I have built all of these cabinets,
And
and
has
I can
written-
tell you, if I can do it, you can do it. Believe me on this one.
That's right. You weren't a carpenter before you
I
started
was not a
working here, were you?
carpenter. I was not.
No. I think it's easy enough to do. And the next cabinet, Ethan, I believe, is going to be the Wallaby.
Oh, I love the Wallaby.
That's what you keep saying.
I do. I love all of our cabinets, but there are a few that are just so near and dear to my heart. They just make me so happy. So as you wheel that guy out of there,
I will.
I will wheel my buddy the Wallaby.
There we
right
go.
center stage here.
Center stage. I'm going
Okay.
stage left.
You're going stage left? Oh no, we've got technical difficulties with cords and things here. We'll figure it out.
Just unplug it. We'll be fine. Okay. Blaine wanted to see it lit up because he's like, that light, does it work? Of course it works,
The light
Blaine.
is great. Blaine, it's a great light.
Actually,
Okay.
Kyle wanted to know if it worked.
Okay, so here is our Wallaby. It has a smaller footprint than the other cabinets, as you have seen. It works in a similar way. You've got your locking drawers here. It opens all the way up. Same on this side. Okay. You can open up. Oh, this one goes like this. Open this guy up. It has plenty of space. Have you been watching how such a small footprint became such a big deal? We have a quilt leaf on the back here as well for those larger projects that you don't want dragging and pulling on the floor. And
It really is small. I mean, it transforms.
it does.
Same size lift opening. so
Same
it's
size
23
lift
inches,
opening.
1/4 inches wide,
Also
12 and a
comes
half.
with the well cover in case you want to do some crafting on this table. And here we go. That hydraulic lift. Oh, come on, baby. There we go. Comes right up, easy and smooth.
It's harder when you're at an awkward angle trying to get pressure.
You know, it was a little bit of an awkward angle, but I think I got it figured out. In the door, we have a whole lot of thread storage. These are all spools that are the dowels, pegs for you to put your thread spools on. We have over here, I'm going to close this up so you can see it just a little bit better. You've got room for a big bin full of all your good
Keep your
sewing
project
notions and
boxes in
things. Your
there.
Project boxes, absolutely.
Absolutely. Keep things organized.
Yep, and I love this little drawer here. Oh, our little friend Pockets is hanging out in the drawer.
You know, Pockets was really popular yesterday as a giveaway item.
I just love
and-
him. He's just so cute.
And I have to say, I think Kyle might try to abscond with a Pockets. or Rockin' Roger. I don't know. One of those two guys is taking pockets.
And you know what? I don't blame them.
I'm also a little afraid of what Kennedy might do with pockets on social media. I can't wait to see where pockets ends up within the Sewing Machines Plus office, maybe the call center, to watch over the call center. But pockets will eat Krispy Kreme.
Pockets will eat Krispy Kreme.
That's what I hear.
Anything sugary you put in front of them.
That's right.
It's gone. All right. So again, we've got the large rear quilt leaf here. Full view, soft closing drawer. You've got a well cover we talked about. This one also comes in our ash white and in our teak. You're looking at ash white right here. And with all of our kangaroo cabinets, you get a lifetime warranty. You get these heavy duty casters. This is such a sturdy design. You're not gonna feel like this is wobbling around all over on you. You're not gonna feel like you're afraid to sew something heavy. It is sturdy. We've got these soft close drawers, and it comes ready to assemble with lots of help. We've got a manual. We've got videos on our website. You can call our customer service agents. They're happy to help. You are not doing this alone.
Look how easy this is.
Look at that.
Down we
Slide
go.
right down.
Lock that up.
Close your other door.
Bam.
Once again, locking. Keep those little fingers out of your projects. And away she goes.
Now, you can get any of those 3 cabinets along with the Kookaburra cutting table, a sewing chair, any of the 10 fabrics, 10, 2 hands worth, and a cutting mat for a special low bundle price. So the Kookaburra, I'll let you take it away with the Kookaburra. How's that?
You know, I do so love this
I know
Kookaburra
you do.
cabinet. Guys, this thing is great. It is a behemoth.
Have you
You've
put
got-
like 3 of these together already? At least 3 of them.
At least, and I would put together more. I love them so much. You've got these great big leaves that pop out, and these gate legs. Harley, I'm going to ask you to come and show how easy these gate legs are to maneuver. Because
Will do.
they have, can we see on camera here? Yeah, right here. This little half moon that you see here makes it so easy
That's
to
great.
grab that quilt leaf and that gate leg and bring it on out. And I'm seeing somebody asking, well, how tall is it? This guy is 36¼ inches tall. So that's just about counter height and just the perfect height to stand and do your big cutting projects. You
And it's
have
got the
no-
magnetic locks that holds
Yep.
the legs here in place. Really great. And you know, one thing we didn't talk about, the drawers, they're not only just soft close, they're also full view
They are. Check this out. When I pull out these drawers,
because they open all the way out.
All the
You
way
can see
out.
all the way in there. So they're not going to be
it's not
short.
just a little bit like this where you have to bend over, break your neck, and peer inside the drawer. You pull that baby all the way out
Yeah,
and you
full
can
view.
see everything that
Slam
you've got
that
stored in
drawer.
there. I'll
Slam that drawer, Sarah. All right.
Yes,
So
soft
you get the
close.
Kookaburra cutting table. It's massive. I'll go up above. You want
But
to grab
wait,
the cutting
there's
mat? real
more
fast?
about the Kookaburra table that I want
Okay.
to talk about. Let's spin her around. On one side, we've got those drawers, but check it out, my friends. We have adjustable shelving. There are little pegs that hold these boards in position, and you can move those up and down. I don't know if you can see in here all these different pre-drilled holes.
Yeah.
Got it? Okay.
Yeah, they're great.
You can move, you can have a huge shelf on the bottom and then a bunch of little short ones, however you want to put it together. This thing just has so much adaptability for your sewing studio. I can't stress how much I love this table.
Now, with that, it also has its own custom cutting mats.
Oh, yes. This is a thing of beauty.
How big is this top of this table again?
Oh my gosh.
70 by like 40.
Yeah, something like that.
That's straightly from memory. 70 by 40. It's ginormous.
It is a big one.
So-
And this is a pinnable cutting mat.
Yes.
It covers the entire top of the table. And this is, I think, a really neat feature. The top of the table, the corners are rounded, and so are the corners on the cutting mat. Makes it fit really nicely on that tabletop.
This studio set is so big. There's so much to talk about. We're going to run out of time again, but not before we talk about the featured Princess Purple chair.
Oh, I love our chairs. They're
Sarah, why don't you
really
show us what's so great about the chair? I'll show the inside of this one.
This is what's so great about this chair. And all you sewists out there know what I'm talking about when I say you have to sit at the right height.
Yes.
Our sewing chairs are height adjustable between 18 and 22 inches. So they'll fit anybody from 4'11" to 6'2"?
Probably.
Very comfortably.
It extends. It's 18 to 22 inches in height.
Mhm.
Is the difference, is the adjustability of it.
Absolutely.
And you'll notice the back here.
Oh yeah, that's the next thing I was going to show them.
There you go.
This is the lumbar support that you need if you want to sew in comfort and sew longer. And sewing is your sport. You want to spend as much time doing it as you possibly can. These chairs really help you do that.
How many chairs have you put together? It comes in 2 boxes. It
comes
takes
in two
like
boxes.
5 minutes. I
have
think I put
together
45 together.
45,000. I don't know.
Oh, now you exaggerate, but that's okay.
Oh, just a little bit.
That's
yeah.
all right. So that's it. That's the
Yeah.
Kookaburra Studio Bundle. Comes with the 3 big cabinets.
Mhm.
You take this. We've got all sorts of chairs, 10 different fabrics. You can see them all on SewingMachinesPlus.com. Sarah, anything else we need to tell them? Other than you put everything together here,
I've
and it
put
was
everything
really easy.
together. Choice of 10 fabrics, a 300-pound capacity
Oh,
on each one
right.
of these chairs.
5-base swivel, so I can't fall over. Look at me. I'm gonna fall over.
Absolutely.
Yay.
And our chairs come with a 1-year warranty.
That's right. Lifetime warranty on the cabinets.
Yep.
1 year on the chairs.
That's right.
Blaine, what do you want to tell them about the great price? They can normally save 30% every day. I don't know what Hoop Fest is because you can't talk about it.
Hey, it's absolutely crazy, Harley.
I know. I know. Crazy like
crazy prices today. But hey, guys, again, thank y'all so much for coming on the show and being one of our big sponsors and Aero Cabinets there. And thanks to Harley and Sarah. But guys, got to tell you about these.
Blaine.
These are all the studio bundles. Okay, so we have a lot of variations of these. They start out about $29.99 and go up. But we have a great show special on them today. So these are all call-in specials. So what we need you to do is actually give us a call at 800-401-8151, or you can do SMPLive.tv and go to that page and click on the Aero Cabinets. But once you get there, you can just kind of put your own studio collection together. But the best way to do it is give us a call and let us walk you through it and help you out and get the right one for you. Because there's a lot of different openings. There's a lot of different sizes. And my suggestion is, get your pencil and paper, make your little triangle, figure out the best one, the size that you need for your space. So when it's all closed up, it's going to be where you can stow it away and it's not going to take up much room. And then you can roll it out and open it up and have all kinds of workspace. We have got something that's going to work for you and your machine. And there's a lot of different combinations. So make sure that y'all go check all those out. They're all the studio collections. And it's a combination of a lot of different cabinets put together to make your incredible studio. So make sure they start about $29.99 and go up. But we have a great show special. And we have 0% interest financing available to make those low monthly payments. So you can go check all the things out at SMPLive.tv or just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com and you can type Aero Studio Cabinets in the search bar and it'll take you to all the variations. So
and you get an awesome pockets with every cabinet.
That's right. You get the little pocket stuffed animal with it. And again, we want to, if you get those, when you get your pockets, we want you to take a picture of it with your sewing machine or your cabinet and send it in to us so we can use it on the show sometime.
Harley said he sent us a bunch, but we can't find them. I think he needs to send some more.
Yeah, Harley, I think you need to send more pockets to us because you're right. Kennedy is already scheming over there about how she can get pockets driving my truck. All right, guys. Well, hey, we're going to continue on with the show. And we have got Lou Ann Hartley coming in from Juki. And you are in for a treat today because we are going to not only talk about the 8-needle Tajima that Juki has, we're also going to talk about that Ricoh direct-to-garment printer. And Lou Ann is going to tell us how you can use the combination of the two to create some very unique things. So Lou Ann, welcome back to the show.
Glad to be back with you again today.
We are so happy you're here. And I know everybody is super excited about the Ricoh printer. They're also excited about the 8-needle, but you're going to make them excited about both because you're going to show how you can use them working together to create some really unique things.
Yes, I am. That's what I'm going to do today. Make you really excited about getting both of these and starting your projects.
All right. We're anxious to see what you got.
All right. So we've talked about the 8-needle embroidery machine this week and the Ricoh printer, which is over here. So today we're just going to do like a little overview of both of the machines. And like Blaine said, I'm going to show you some things you can do using both of the machines together in your project. So first of all, this is the Juki Tajima Sai. It's a commercial embroidery machine. It's an 8-needle machine. And this is actually an embroidery system. And by that, I mean, you get the software with this machine. The full digitizing software comes with it, and you get the hoops with the machine. The other thing about a commercial machine, the Tajima Sai, is it uses pulse motors. So when you're running the machine with the pulse motors, you're going to get a smoother running machine. There's no plastic gears in there, so you don't have those issues. And it's also going to help you with the life of the machine. This machine is going to give you more life. If you're using it every day, all day long, you're going to get more life out of the machine with the commercial quality machine. The other thing is, when you start to stitch, you will hear this machine start out slow, and then it's going to ramp up to its highest speed, which is 800 stitches a minute. And you think, well, there's other machines that'll go faster than that. Well, what happens with those machines is they'll start out slow, they'll ramp up to that speed, but then they'll slow back down as they're stitching. So you'll hear them speed up, slow down, and that's because it's accommodating the design, the stitches in the design. But with this machine and the commercial machine, it's going to ramp up to that speed, and it's going to stay there. So if you are using this all day long, you're going to be able to knock out a whole lot more projects in one day's time. So you'll get more time efficiency and get a lot more things done in less time. And we all need more time nowadays. We never have enough time. So it does have an upper and lower thread sensor on here. The hoops that come with it, you get your 4x4 hoop, and you also get the 8x12 inch hoop. So look how big this hoop is. And these hoops are reinforced. If you'll look at the side of the hoop, you'll see the thickness there. And this is going to support your fabric. One thing about doing embroidery in larger hoops is if the hoop doesn't make good connection, your fabric's going to pull and you're going to get those puckers. So this has a really thick lip here that's going to seat into the hoop. We also have a cap hoop system. I think Blaine will mention that at the end of this. And then we have magnetic hoops that I'm going to use in the presentation. I think this Sai is again on Friday evening. So, and I mentioned that the software comes with the machine. I just want to show you just something real quick in the software. This is a digitizing software. Let me turn it so you can get the angle. So you can do all your full digitizing on here. It has built-in true type fonts that'll pick up what you have on your computer. But I want to show you a unique program that we have in here, and it's called Sketchbook. And Sketchbook allows me to do exactly what it says. I can sketch a pattern. It's a drawing tool. It's not a digitizer where it's going to fill in. You can actually draw on the screen. I have different pen sizes here. I have a calligraphy pen. If I wanted to sign something in calligraphy and then stitch it out, I could. So I'm just going to touch one of the pens down here and show you. Now I'm using a touch screen. So all I have to do is just start drawing. So I could bring in a backdrop, a coloring book, any picture, anything I wanted, and bring it in and start tracing it around. I'm going to choose a little bigger pen, and you can see that I can do what almost like a satin stitch on here. So it's a great drawing tool that's built into our software. So let me show you a couple samples of that. Give me just a minute. So here is a sample of Sketchbook. So you can bring in a drawing of any type, any image that you want, and just trace around it. And you'll see it's actually doing that like a triple straight stitch on there. You also these are some of the fonts built in, and this is just a pattern, but I signed my name. This is actually my signature that I did on the screen. So you could actually use this for your quilt labels or sign your name, or if you had like a recipe from your grandmother and you wanted to bring it in and trace around that recipe, and then you could stitch it out in her actual handwriting. I have a lot of those recipes from my grandmother. So let's show you some of the things built into how the machine works and the screen here. So I can bring in my pattern, but let me show you and talk a little bit about the built-in fonts that are here. There's 6 of our fonts built in. So you could just go right to the machine and actually start doing your lettering and all. And here's a sampling of those fonts. And one thing about these fonts being a commercial machine, what this is going to do is it's going to outline this design, and then it's going to do the underlay stitching. A lot of the other machines will just outline the design and then they start to fill in. So there's nothing under there to protect those stitches, to make those stitches pop up, or to give stability or a long-term duration to those. I started out in this business a long time ago, and machine embroidery was my number 1 thing that I liked to do. And we always talked about those underlay stitches and how it would support the stitching much better. So the Tajima side commercial machine does that on these fonts for you. All right, so we have our design loaded on our USB stick, and I'm going to go to home. And I'm just going to go up to my designs. Now I can pull it from the USB stick, but this machine also has a record feature. It's going to record the last 20 designs that you did. So if you are doing this and you're doing multiple different type of designs during the day, this will save you from having to go back and reload it and do any changes that you had to do to start from scratch. This is going to record exactly what you stitched. So any changes you made, any color changes, it's going to be right there for you. So I'm going to choose the fireworks. We used this the other day because this is a little 4th of July. I did a tea towel over here. I'll show you just a minute. And we're going to set that pattern. And it's brought it into my screen. And I know it's a little hard to see from this angle and the lighting, but it's actually blinking, letting me know which color is going to be stitching. So we have to assign our needles. This is 8 needles, but this only has 4 colors in it. So I have to tell the machine which color I want it to stitch from which needle. So I'm just going to, over here on the right, these are 4 colors that are in my pattern. So color number 1, I want to be blue. And I have already gone ahead. These are the needles that are on the machine, and I have set the colors that represent what I actually have on my machine. That's very easy to do. There's a little color spools right here. You touch that and you go through each one of the needles and just select the color that you have on there. So this is blue. Blue is on my needle number 3. I just touch 3. The second color, I want it to be white, and white's on needle number 2. Third color is number 8, and the 4th color is back to white. And I've now set the needles that I'm going to use for the colors to stitch out this design. Set them. These are all the different hoops that we have. We have a large variety of hoops. Remember, a lot of people use this for commercial, but a lot of people use it for home sewing as well. So we have a pocket hoop, we have a sock hoop, we have magnetic frame hoops, which we're all into the magnetic frames, and I love those, especially when you're doing something really small. So I'm using the large hoop, and it's just setting this up for me. And this machine is actually going to trace the design. So I am going to hit yes, and it's going to trace around the design. But I want to actually position this in a different place. I don't like where this has a crosshair laser positioning device, and I don't really want it in that position. So let me go back a couple of steps, and I can now move this where I want it to be in my hoop, set it, and we're going to trace it one more time. And this is actually showing me the tracing around the area of the pattern. It's not tracing or giving me a big old box and I don't really know where the pattern is going to be placed. It's doing it around the pattern. And so you can see this is the crosshair right here. And that red crosshair is exactly where you want to put your placement that you're going to stitch. So everything's set. This machine will not allow me to stitch if I don't have it set up correctly. If I don't have the right hoop in, it's going to give me an error message and say, "Oop, that won't work. You've got to do a different hoop." If I don't have the needle set correctly, or if I have the design too close to the hoop, it's going to give me an error message and say, "Can't stitch, you need to move it over a little bit." So it is a troublesome-free machine. It's going to protect you from yourself so that you can't do anything to damage yourself or the machine. So now all we have to do is press start, and it's actually going to start our stitching. So I'm not going to sit here and really stitch this to kind of get the idea, but I just wanted you to hear the machine run. And it's up to its highest speed now. I can change the speed on here. If I wanted to lower the speed to like a metallic thread or something, I have a speed control on here that I can change the speed. But you hear it doesn't change its speed, it stays there. So you go ahead and stop that. And the other thing a commercial machine will give you is the ability to stitch through something like this. This is a very heavy vinyl bag that we purchased. And if you can see that stitching, beautiful stitching, and went right through that with nothing. Here is those rope bowls everybody's making, and we stitched through this felt, went right through it, not a problem one. You can see inside. And we didn't even use stabilizer on this, we just stitched it. So there's a lot of things, and we'll talk about again, that you can do with the machine, but that's just a little bit of an overview of the Tajima side, the 8-needle embroidery machine. So let me switch and go over to the Ricoh and show you a little bit about that. So let me just turn my camera and get that positioned. All right, and I'm going to, the Ricoh actually comes with software as well. And that's where you're going to be doing all of your designing. All right, so this is the Ricoh direct-to-garment printer, and it's exactly what it says. You're going to actually be able to directly print to your garments, your regular fabric, if you want to use it for quilting fabric. I am a quilter, and I love being able to make my own fabrics. You know, certain times of the year, you need just a little piece of fabric, like maybe some candy corn for Halloween. And you don't want to go to the fabric store because they make you buy a quarter or something like that. And I only need like 4 little cornerstones. I actually made my own candy corn fabric and used it in my quilting project. So you can print. We've used a lot of different fabrics on here: cotton, polycotton, satin. We've worked with the Lycra if you wanted to enhance a little swimsuit. One of our educators was working on doing a little child swimsuit and putting a cute little design on it. So you could take a plain, basic, inexpensive swimsuit and really enhance it and doll it up. And you could also customize it or personalize it by putting something personal, maybe a saying or something that somebody uses. So this is the printer. And this is the heat set finisher down here. It's very compact. It's very easy to set up. You take the finisher out of the box, you put it on a table. You take the printer out and you put it on top of the finisher, you plug everything in, and you're ready to start printing. It is that simple to do this. It's a lot like your printer that you use for your Word documents at home. It uses the same color inks. This is called a CMYK printer. It doesn't use white ink, and I'll tell you a little bit about that in just a minute. But these are water-based textile inks. And if you look at the cartridge, that is a lot larger than the cartridge you get with your home printers. This is going to last you a long time. I have been printing a long time with the same cartridges. There's a window here that lets me know if one of my cartridges is getting low, just like your printer that you use for Word documents. It will let me know, and they do sell these at Sewing Machines Plus, so you can get an extra set of these if you want. We say you can get about 800 to 1,000 prints. Now, that's going to vary depending on what you're going to print. If you're going to print things that are large and use a lot of ink, of course, you're not going to get as much printing. But if you just print very simple things, you're going to get a whole lot more printing with a set of ink cartridges. So it's going to vary. If you do a lot of sweatshirts where it uses what we call high yield ink, it puts more ink into the sweatshirts, so it shows up better, you're going to get less. I wish when I started this, I'd actually marked every time I did one, but it's too late for that now. But I'm going to tell you, I bet I have done close to at least 1,000 prints. And I still have a quarter of my ink left in here. So being that these are water-based textile inks, they're also soft inks. So you can actually see the softness in this, completely machine washable and dryable, very, very soft. What happens when you use a printer that has white ink in it is the white ink will print first, and then the color ink will print on top of the white ink. And that's why you get the stiffness, because that ink is sitting on top of the fibers. So you get that really heavy feeling, those t-shirts that you get in the, the beach shops and all, they have that heavy feeling. This actually, the inks go into the fibers of the fabric. So it literally is just like, you don't even feel the inks. You're just feeling the fibers of the fabric. And again, completely machine washable. If you wash this every day, it's going to retain its color. So how do we get our garment into here? This is called a platen. And this is our transfer device that we're going to put our shirt on, or our fabric, or whatever we're going to use, and we're then going to put it into the printer. A little hard to see here, but this does have registration marks, because people are always asking, how do I line this up? How do I know it's going to be in the right position? So these marks are the same as the marks that are in the software. So you can position your pattern. There is an R here for registration of where you should put the t-shirt top. We have a landscape and a portrait, and this is going to show you where to put the top of the t-shirt, so you're not going to mess anything up. Everything's really super simple. So I'm going to open this up, and there is a big open area under here, and that's where I'm going to stuff everything. So if this were a really thick, heavy sweatshirt, and I've done up to a 2X sweatshirt in here, I still have room to push all that up under here. So I'm actually have this stitched out in portrait mode, I think is the way I have it. So I'm going to put the top of my t-shirt at the top of the platen. And I'm just going to lay this down. I had already marked my crosshairs on here. So I'm just matching up those crosshairs that I have marked here to the crosshairs on the platen. And then I'm going to tuck this under here. Okay? So you just tuck all this under here and then push this down. And then we're just going to make sure that nothing's sticking out. And I do see that I have a sleeve sticking out over here. And then I can also just push this down. So if I don't have it completely flat or anything, I can push this down in here. Then we take this tray, set it in here, and now we're ready to get our pattern. So when I go into Advanced Designer, I can tell it, am I going to stitch on a t-shirt or a sweatshirt? If we're stitching on a sweatshirt, it's going to put more ink into that sweatshirt. I can also tell if it's a tote bag or if I'm doing socks or anything else, and you can preview and get a picture of what this is going to look like when it's printing out. So we're doing portrait. We're going to touch OK. And we can actually bring in, I'm going to go up here to import image. I can bring in an image from anywhere I want. Oh, it's trying to pick up my USB stick. So I can actually bring in an image from my computer, a USB stick. I can plug my phone in and just do a photo straight from my phone. So if you want to use this and go to events like maybe soccer events that the kids are having or any of these shows that they're doing and carry this with you, you can just have them plug in their phone and you can pull that picture and print it right there for them on maybe a tote bag or something that you've prearranged that you can do this and sell things right there at the venue. So the other thing we can do is there are built-in designs in here. So I can go to illustrations and there's a lot of cute built-in patterns that I can choose. I can also, there are called artwork, and these are kind of like your black and white patterns. And there is a soccer ball in here. And I'm just going to touch that and open it. And it's brought it into the center of my design. But I want to add a couple more things. You can add up to 20 things in here. So I can bring in a whole lot of different things on here. I'm going to go and get another one of these artworks. This is a frame. And I'm just going to pull it up here. Oh, it's still there. Let me just select it, and sometimes my fingers work better than a stylus. I pulled it up here to the top, and now I can enlarge it. So you can make this any size you want. I want to add some text to that. So I'm going to go to text. We do have built-in fonts, but you can also use any fonts from any graphics program that you have. And let's go down and choose this one. And then I'm just going to type, and I'll just quickly and then I can move this around. When I tap it, you'll see that it highlights, and then I can move it around to place it where I want it. And I'm actually ready to stitch now. So I'm just going to send this over. I'm going to make sure that my heat set, my finisher here is preheating. And this is already ready in here, so we're going to send it in there. And it wants me to, it's going to sense the thicknesses that you have here. And I have that neck band up there. We do have a smaller platen that will get that neck band. It needs to print on something flat. So it's gone inside now and it's starting its printing. So while it's printing, it's not going to take long, and my finisher is heating up. Let me show you some things that we've done that have combined both of these machines. See, that's already printed. Let's try that again. I have to send that back again over there. And I have to plug it into the computer. So I'll show you how this prints. But for some reason, I had this sitting here ready to go. So it's not completely done on here. But once you get it on here, you're going to take it and put it into the finisher. And this is going to let you know when it's ready. So I'm going to pull this over. And for 3 minutes, it's going to actually set everything in there. So here's some things we did that we used both machines. You know, when you do lettering in the embroidery machine, when you get these tiny letters here, they're very difficult to stitch out. I mean, these are really tiny. So I chose to just print this, and then you could actually come back and embroider over here. This says Mom's Kitchen. So if you wanted to put like an apple pie or something that your mom had in her kitchen, you could embroider something on there. You could also come back and embroider a custom saying or something that Mom did. Here is the, got this whole 4th of July theme going on. This is a little tea towel, and it just says the America part was printed because, again, this little lettering, I mean, I could have digitized this, but gosh, the time it takes to do that when I can just bring it in and print it. So I printed it, and then I added the fireworks that we were doing over on the machine so I can enhance that. That was a lot of fun to do. I've got all kinds of things here for the 4th of July. This is a t-shirt, party like it's 1776. It's just a lot of fun to look up things and print, and you can customize your own shirts and your own tote bags and things like that. Here's a tote bag that I did. So we printed this, personalized it, and made it into a nice little tote for a baby. One of the things I really like, when I got the printer, I was like so excited that, yeah, I can print my t-shirts. I don't have to go into the beach shops and buy the same t-shirt that everybody else did. So I love being able to customize my own shirts. Here's one I did in our presentation the other day. You know, it's summertime. You're not going to find this on the beach with everybody else. But the other thing that I got excited about was being able to print quilting fabric. So up here is a quilt I did that actually has a memory, a picture, a photo in the center, and then actually made this fabric. You just go get a background graphics and print them, and then I cut it up and put it into my quilt. The other thing that I did, again, I'm into the 4th of July this year, is I was looking for a particular fabric that would transition from here to here, and I couldn't find anything. So I just took the fabric that I bought that was plain, put my wording on it. Remember, I said you can bring up to 20 designs in here. So I did 20. I deleted those and did 20 more before I actually moved it. So there's like 40 different letters in here. And then I cut it up and used it in my placemat. So to me, I like that. I'm a quilter. I'm always looking for something new you can do, something that makes it unique. And I love the fact I can do my own fabrics. So this is finished heat setting. There's a lever down here. And I'm just pushing this lever over. And in 30 seconds, it's going to be completely heat set. And it flattens those inks. So everything is set into the fibers of those fabrics. Something else, getting close to my time, so I'm going to talk a little faster. Even though our printer doesn't print white ink, you can still work with white. What we did is we embroidered a white triangle behind this flag. So that's just an embroidered triangle with white embroidery thread. And then the flag was printed on top of that. So we can mimic using white. And then, of course, the Happy 4th of July is stitched out on the Tajima sewing machine. Just a couple more things. Birthday. This could be a banner. I made it smaller so that we could actually show it on camera. But the balloons are built into the software. So I just printed the balloons and then the happy birthday. And my granddaughter's birthday last year, hers said, "Happy birthday, Megan." And my grandson said, "Happy birthday, Aiden." So you can really, really customize and personalize. Everybody likes something personalized. And one other thing here, it says, "I wear pink in October." And this was a graphic that I got off of the internet and printed. Yeah, I could have digitized this, but this would have probably taken me a week to digitize. There's a lot of different colors in here. So printing was a better option here. And then the pumpkin is embroidered. So I enhanced this with sort of like a 3D type effect by putting embroidery on your printed items. So, you know, don't be afraid to try that. If you get the printer and you already have an embroidery machine, add some embroidery to some of your printed stuff. It kind of brings life to it. And if you don't have them, I'm sure that Sewing Machines Plus will make you a great deal on both of these this week. All right, so do we have any questions? I think I'm about at my time today.
Well, thanks, Lou Ann. Again, great job of showing both of those machines off. And, you know, we really appreciate you coming on the show. We really appreciate Juki being one of the sponsors. And we're going to show everybody how you can get this. We got a great show special. First off, we're going to show that 8-needle Tajima. And if y'all don't know the Tajima name, they are synonymous in the industrial commercial world, making the big multi-head machines. And again, guys, this is a great machine, 8 needles. It is the Tajima, and the normal price on this is $9,999. You can give us a call right now at 800-401-8151 if you have some questions. But guys, this thing is going to weigh around 82 pounds, so it's not extremely heavy. 2 people can lift this really easy. It has a speed of 800 stitches per minute, and it'll also do caps and hats at 800 stitches per minute. It is the dimensions on this, and it has a very small footprint. That's one of the things that people love about this. It has a very small footprint. It's 22 inches wide by 26 inches high by 23 inches deep. So basically, it's a 22 by 23 footprint, and then it's going to be 26 inches tall. So it's extremely small. It's got a 6-inch color touchscreen display. And again, the embroidery area is a 7.8 inch by 11.8 inch. So almost an 8 by 12. It's going to be a little shy of that. Again, guys, a great price on this. It comes with all your accessories. It's going to come with a 200 millimeter by 300 millimeter hoop. And then we're going to give you another 100 by 100 frame or hoop. So you're going to get 2 hoops with it. And then we have some additional accessories that you can add on for if you want to do a cap frame with a cap driver and some additional frames. So anyway, great package there today. And the next up was that Ricoh printer. And guys, again, this is that direct-to-garment printer, and you saw all the things it can do that Lou Ann was showing. Normal price on this is $39.50. We do have 3 different packages available for this that you can get. But you can get the starter package, you can get a professional package, and then you can get a business package. So there's a lot of different variations that it starts out at $39.50, but we are going to beat each price on those bundles. We are going to give you a Hoop Fest pricing on that. Both machines we can finance 0% interest. And again, guys, you know, everybody talks about the Ricoh printers. How long will the ink last? Well, the ink is going to last. Basically, it's like your home printer. The more you print, the quicker it's going to go. But I can assure you right now, you're going to get 200 to 300 prints out of a round of ink in this. We do sell the replacement cartridges. You can't buy them on our website, but you can give us a call to order them over the phones, and we can get them for you. And but again, guys, this is a great printer. And then, you know, it doesn't take up much room at all. It sits, you know, that dryer sits there. It'll actually print 11.5 by 8 inches. So if you can imagine a piece of paper that size, that's how big it's going to print on your shirt. And I always kind of compare that to like a hoop size. If you're embroidering, it's 11.5 by 8. So it's going to be that kind of area. And again, you know, this is a perfect combo if somebody wants to go into do a home-based business with embroidery and direct garment printing. And it's so portable, you can take it to flea markets, trade shows, and do it. So it's a really good addition, guys, to your sewing room. And anyway, we are still going on with the show. And again, guys, you can find both of those products on SMPLive.tv. And we have live chat agents standing by. Or you can give us a call. If the phone lines are still busy and you can't get a chat agent, when you go to SMPLive.tv, at the very top, it says request a call back. Hit that button, fill out the information, hit submit, and we will give you a call as soon as we get that information. They're getting off the phones because it updates real time in the call center. So guys, we are to our last product of the day. Can y'all believe how fast this is going by? So guys, we have got SWF back in the house, and we've got Garrett McMinn back. Garrett was with us last year. This is Dylan's brother, if y'all saw Dylan yesterday, and Garrett is the sales manager at SWF, and he is going to talk all about the 15 needle. So welcome to the show, Garrett.
Hey Blaine, nice to be back this year. It's hard to believe that it's already been a whole year actually since the last time I was on film with you guys.
I know
time does fly though.
It does. It's crazy how time flies by. And you know, this time last year we were just introducing the 12 needle. Now we've got this 15 needle that is pretty much a true commercial machine. But what they did, SWF came in and put a Consumer Pro interface in it, like the 12 needle. So you're basically getting a commercial machine with a Consumer Pro interface to make it easy to use. And what a workhorse.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. We had such a huge success with the MAS 12, the 12 needle version, that we instantly knew we got a lot of requests for, even though the MAS 12 has a larger sewing field, we got a lot of requests for even a larger sewing field, a little bit faster paced running, just a more all around beefier machine, more industrial, like you're saying. Still has the Consumer Pro aspect of it. And with the control panel, we always lead in. This is the first thing we always bring up with the control panels, because whether it's Consumer Pro, industrial, all of our SWF machines to this day, since this panel came out in 21, we still carry this panel to this day. It does have some slight upgrades now from the last time that we were on here with the 12. And even the newer 12s that are coming out have a lot of those same upgrades as well as we continue to push them. So going right into the control panel, we're really excited because I know Dylan, I don't think he got the updated numbers, but he's been telling everybody it has like a 490 million stitch count capacity. This machine actually now has a 2.4 billion stitch count capacity. So as far as a stitch count capacity, we were upgrading on our industrial side. So we're like, hey, why not go ahead and do it for the Consumer Pros as well? Give them that technology. So I know a lot of people have been asking if you can fill the memory space up on the control panel with those 2.4 billion stitches. It's going to be very tough. Not saying somebody can't do it, but it's going to be very tough. And they're going to have a lot of designs in there if they do. So what I'll do, I'm actually going to have Kyle, if you want to zoom in, I'll walk through the control panel with you guys. A lot of people, the first thing that they ask is if the control panel is difficult to learn, or sometimes with it having that industrial look, it can be a little bit confusing to your average customer. They think it looks confusing. So the really cool thing, even though you can see this, yeah, you can see it on the screen, there's a lot going on with the control panel. There's only actually 4 actual steps to get a design to come into the machine, and then loading your colors and tracing it, selecting if it's a hoop or shirt or a cap. So believe it or not, even though there's a lot of stuff going on, this control panel is very powerful. It's also very simple. So somebody on day one, if they're needing to learn their machine pretty quick and wanting to get it up and running, that's a very easy process. So just, I'm going to take you through and explain basically the processes to get a design in. I'll break it down pretty slow, kind of show everybody how easy it actually is, and then I'll go back through it one more time at real speed, and then that will kind of show you how fast and how easy it is. So the first thing we can do is we can go to our design button. There's 2 different ways to input designs into this control panel. So like I said, it is powerful. It has industrial background. It is a Wi-Fi capable control panel. So your machine can connect to Wi-Fi, and you're able to seamlessly send designs over to the machine without having to use a USB. But if you don't have a Wi-Fi network, or you're just not sure on how to hook it up, or you're just wanting to use a USB, it still does have that format. So that's what I'll show you here. We'll grab the USB button down here, and we'll select our design. Basically, it's going to ask me to copy it into the memory. We'll hit save. So now that same design, I can go into the memory. It's already loaded in here. Go ahead and select it. So we've actually streamlined everything a little bit more as far as the control panel goes, because previously you had to hop in and out of the screens to get to the correct settings to adjust your colors and adjust your cap or flat running. So now what we're able to do, as soon as I hit the display button on this, it brings us directly to that screen. So this shows all the information about our design. as far as like our orientation. So like the angle is set to 0. So 0 is always default. That's what you run your shirts on. If we were running a cap, we would change that to 180. It shows the information. Not sure if you guys can see the small details on that, but it shows like how many colors we have on the design, the size of our design, the stitch count, the name of it. So it gives you a lot of good information there. To go in there, we will go to our needles, and this is going to be where we decide what colors we want our design to be. So the really cool thing now, and this is one of those upgrades, is usually you'd have to have a digitized sheet to know exactly how your design runs. Now it shows us whenever we hit a color, it shows us the exact spot where that's going to go. So you can see, I don't know if you guys can see on that screen. Let me pick a vivid color. Okay, so there's a yellow there. So it shows us exactly, that might be a little bit washed on the screen, but it shows us exactly where we're able to put that color. If we're happy with that, we can go to the next color sequence, grab another brighter one, and we'll turn that purple. So it's really cool because once you get your machine and you get everything set up, you can preload these color blocks behind each needle. That way you're not confused on what color you have on a specific needle or number. So from there, everything is all visual. So there's really no way to get it wrong whenever you have that preloaded. So we're happy with our color sequence there. All I do is close out, and then we would hit load. So the design is loaded in. Like I said, with that streamlined step, we've already done our design, we've checked our settings, we've loaded our colors. So the last thing for us to do would be to do an outline or a trace. And the really cool thing with our control panels is you have the outline feature, which follows the exact pattern of your design. So those really intricate small designs, you're able to really see where they're going to run on the material. And then for your bigger designs, or if you just want to do a little bit faster, it does have the trace, which does a box around the outside perimeter of your design. So either one you can use. Basically, this is a feature that keeps you from hitting your hoops or creating any placement issues if you're trying to go over a pocket or something. This is just another step that you take to ensure that you have the correct placement. So we'd hit start on that. It's going to do its thing on the machine, tell us exactly where it's at. And then from there, I could hit start on the machine, and it's going to start embroidering. Kyle, if you want, you can go ahead and pan back out, and we'll go over the threading and how the machine comes. Okay. All right. So the other question we get aside from the control panel is how much setup does the machine have whenever it comes out of the box? The cool thing for the customers now is these industrial machines come with the thread rack already on the machine. The only thing that requires assembly is going to be the stand on the machine, and then you mount your control panel, and it has about 4 plugs. So that's the really cool thing is whenever you get your machine on day one, you don't have to spend 6-7 hours trying to assemble your machine and figure it out. The head also comes pre-threaded. So all of your thread is ran down from the thread rack all the way through the head. To where the cool thing with that is all we have to do, like let's say this is the factory thread, I can take that, tie a knot onto it, and then pull it here on the front. And basically that's going to replace the factory thread or the thread from the factory. That's going to replace it with the color of my choosing. So that process, once you watch our video on how to tie that knot, that process takes you about 20 minutes to get everything done. And the control panel, like I said, it's only 4 plugs, so just a couple minutes there. The stand is about 5 components to set together. So once you do that, it's about an hour, I would say, out of the box, and then you're able to lift the machine and put it onto the stand, and then able to do those easy steps. I'll go back to the control panel actually, because I just remembered I broke it down slow for you guys, but I'll show you how fast it actually is once you get your machine out pre-threaded and you get everything set up. Once you get to actually running, I'll show you how fast it is. So go in here, we're going to grab our design, which we're USB, select a different design this time. Hit save. Grab it out of the design slot. Load our colors. Check our orientation, which is good. Hit load. So then from there, we've already bypassed all three of these buttons. We'd go to frame, we'd hit our outline. We have the wrong size hoop on here for this one, but this would give us the gauge on which it's going to trace our outline. The cool thing is it does have, you probably can't see it on the camera, but it does have a laser trace to where a customer, you don't have to hold your hand down in here anymore to pull the needle down to see the placement of where your design is going to run. It now has that laser, so we don't like our customers having to put their hand down anywhere close to where the operation happens, just because that can lead to bad things. I won't walk into it, I'm sure you guys know. So once we do our trace and everything's good, we like the position of it, we would close. And then from there, we would hit start. So it really is that fast. Like I said, it is only 4 steps. The control panels have a lot more capabilities to them that you can do. Once I hand it back to Blaine, I'll let him go over his sail and everything that he's going to be doing. I'll go over the hoops real quick before he does that. But then we'll come back to the control panel and we'll go over the freehand stitch and the photo stitch feature, which is pretty cool. But like I said, I'm going to hop into the hoops real quick. So right now we have the 15 running on this one. I'll grab the other sizes. So the really cool thing with our machines that we always incorporate is a lot of hoops. Our customers love it. So with this one, you're going to get a 4.25, which is a 12 centimeter. You're going to get a 5.5 as well, which is going to be a 15 centimeter. And then you get a 6x6, which is going to be an 18 centimeter as well. You get a 30 by 30 centimeter hoop, which is kind of getting into your jacket backs, which is going to be a 12 by 12. I got 2 more here. So these are what our customers were really requesting. They wanted a larger sewing field. So even though this is still, it's not a big machine in an industrial standpoint, but as far as consumer pro, it is pretty big. So with this hoop now, it gives you a 16 by 10 sewing field on your standard hoops. And then if you have anything that really just needs a lot bigger sizing, we brought this hoop out as well, which is 18 by 12. So really cool. You get 6 sets of flat hoops. That's not counting the hat hoops that you get with the machine either. And then with our hoops, we're always, I always go back to the industrial background. We're always looking on ways to speed up the production of something. And you guys might not be industrial customers, but nobody's going to be mad if their machine runs faster and they can complete jobs faster. So with every set of hoops, I showed you 6, every set of hoops comes in 2 quantities of each size. So basically you get 2 hoops per size. So 6 sets would be 12 hoops. And essentially what that means is, like right now we're running the 15 centimeter. Once that one is done, if I have my next one pre-hoop, all I have to do is pull this hoop off, grab my next one that's already pre-hooped, and I'm running the same logo, put it back on here, slide it on, and then I'm ready to run. So where that really helps in gaining speed is if you had one singular size of that one hoop, basically we're going to be sitting here watching the machine and it's all automatic. It does automatic thread cut, automatic thread detection, auto color change. So really once we set the design up and we hit start, there's not a lot for the operator to do. So there's really, whenever you're running one, if you didn't have that secondary one behind it, you'd be waiting for this one to get done. When it gets done, you pull it off and then you have to rehoop it and put it back on. So that is the really cool thing, is you're able to have the second one pre-hooped of any size, to where it just kind of keeps everything flowing and it gains you a lot of time. Blaine, I was about to hop into the quick change cap system, but I'll let you explain you guys' sail, what you're doing with that. And then once you explain that sail, I'll show everybody how fast it is and how it works. Can you hear me? We're still broadcasting.
Hey, Garrett.
Oh, thought I've been talking to a blank wall the whole time.
Sorry, I just stepped away from the
You're good.
desk
You're
here,
good.
so I had to run back over here and get
My
ready.
bad. I should have gave you an extra minute there. Basically,
That's
what I had
okay.
said is we can go ahead and walk them through. I was going to show them the quick change cap system. But before that, I was going to let you guys explain your sale and what you got going on. I'll walk them through the cap system and then go a little bit more into the machine.
Yeah, that sounds great. So let me tell you a little bit about this. Okay, again, guys, this is the SWF MAS 15, and we are so happy about this machine, guys. This is 15 needles. It is the regular price on this that we sell it for is $14,999. We have a big sell on this with the Hoop Fest. We can't tell you the pricing on air because of advertising restrictions, but I can tell you right now, it is a great price. You are going to get a ton of hoops with this. I know one of the questions out there is, how many hoops does it come with? Well, not only are you're going to get basically 12 hoops with this. Okay, so basically here's how it's going to break down. You're going to get the round frames, and you're going to get a 4.2 inch, a 5.4 inch, a 6.6 inch. And then with the square frames, you're going to get a 12.3 inch times 12.3 inch. And then you're going to get a rectangle frame. It's a 16.7 inch by 10.9 inch. And not only are you going to get those 5 frames, but we're going to double it and give you 2 of each. So you're going to have 10 of those, 10 frames total. Plus, we're throwing in the cap driver for this, along with 2 hat frames. So you're going to get a total of 12 frames with this, a cap driver, and we're going to throw in the stand. And guys, what a great price and a great bargain this is. And one of the things that happened, this is 110 volts. So it's going to be able to plug into any outlet in your house, just like normal, no special wiring, anything. And then it comes, we're going to pack this in a crate, a big wood crate. How it's going to be shipped with everything together. And it is awesome, guys. I'm telling you what, you're going to love this. I showed y'all earlier on the show today what an SWF, the embroidery that it did on my leather bomber jacket. The stitch quality is just incredible on this. It's unmatched. This thing, it has a design memory of 490 million stitches. You heard me right. 490 million stitches, which is absolutely crazy. It stitches at 1,200 stitches per minute, which is probably faster than most embroidery machines on the market. So it's extremely fast. Now, think about this. I always tell y'all to draw your little square box. Draw your square box, and I'm going to give you the dimensions of this so you can see the footprint. The footprint on this, it's 28.7 inches long, deep, as you would say, and it's going to be 28.6 inches wide. So if y'all can think about that, it's going to be 28.7 deep, 28.6 wide. So almost a square footprint. And then it's going to be 60.7 inches tall. So, this is not a, little lightweight machine either, guys. Again, I told you about the SWF. This thing was an industrial, commercial rated machine. And they basically said, hey, we want to make it to where the home user, that home-based business person can use these. So they put the same interface on it as the 12 needle has. So it's extremely easy to program, extremely easy to use. However, you still have those big industrial motors. You have that solid metal casting on this. So your weight on the machine is going to be 250 pounds. So you're going to need a couple people to be able to lift this. And then the stand that comes with this is going to weigh about 70 pounds. So you want to make sure you have it in a good spot where you're going to have it. And again, guys, I can't say enough about this machine. It has so many great features. And I know we're going to go back to Garrett now, and he's going to talk a little bit about some of those other features. So Garrett, tell us a little bit about some of the other great features on this.
Awesome. Yep. No, that's a great sale. The call-in special, my camera guy actually just ran off to go call in and see what your sale is. Just kidding. So we do have the quick change cap system, which is what you were just talking about. You guys are including in on that sale. It's a great value. We usually sell this for about $2,000 separate from the machine. So if you guys are throwing it in, I'm sure that is a great deal there. So to do the quick change cap system, where this really helps is, again, the industrial background. We're all about speed. Whenever you're not running a big machine or running production, you're losing money in the industrial world. So That's all benefits for you guys in the consumer pro market as well, because everything's a little bit faster. So machines of old and standard machines even today, with your cap system, if you're lucky enough to get one, your cap system has to replace your arms. So what that means is you pull your hoop off, you take your arms off that hold your hoop, and then it's a separate bolting system that you then take your cap driver, put it on the machine and bolt it on. So there's a lot of different moving parts. There's a lot to keep up with. It ends up being about a 5 to 10 minute process by the time it's all said and done. So this is actually an amazing process that we have patented. And I'll show you right now. So basically I can take this hoop off of the machine. We'll say I just finished that shirt there. And we will just take our quick change cap driver. And I'll get this a little bit closer just to kind of show you guys what the technology is. So this system, this is the identical bracket. That's what's on our normal flat or t-shirt hoops. So that allows us to have a toolless, boltless system to where it just clicks right on. So all we'll do, we'll just line it up with the needle plate here. Slide it on. It's going to click in. So right there, that just clicked in and I'm ready to run hats. So this is huge for customers that go to sporting events, flea markets, if you have a boutique or do a lot of walk-ins. Because a lot of customers of old that have the older systems without the quick change, anything walk-in related is kind of a headache because they have to plan out when they're going to run their hats, when they're going to run their shirts, their bags, towels. Just because you think 5 to 10 minute swap over process, if a customer walks in, wants a shirt, I run that, and then 10 minutes later I can run a hat. With this process, it kind of takes a lot of the headache away because we are taking that process down to about 15 to 20 seconds. So instead of having to plan on running all your shirts in the morning and then making your other customers for caps wait, essentially what we're doing here with this technology is you're able to swap them in and out. You get to choose whenever you want to run your hats or your flats. And again, like Blaine said, that is included in the system. I'll introduce you guys to the cap hoops that actually come with the machine. So they look quite a bit different than a standard hoop that you guys are seeing us with the shirts and everything. So with this hoop system, it allows you to run, it's 3 inches on the depth, so 3 inches from the bottom of the hat up. And then it's 12.13 side to side or around the edge of the hat. So the really cool thing with that is you're not just limited to running the front panels of hats. You have a full, what we call in the industrial market, it's ear to ear. So you're able to run a design from one ear all the way over around the front to your other ear. So it's a huge sewing field for the cap system. But also with the cap system, not sure, Kyle, can you pan down to this down here? So down here, sorry, we have it too low for the camera shot. This is a cap gauge as well. So this is where you hoop everything for your caps. That does come standard with the cap hooping system as well, and the quick change cap driver that they are giving away. The last couple of features that I want to walk into before I pass it back over to Blaine, Kyle, you can pan back into the screen if you want. I had mentioned the freehand stitch and the photo stitch. We'll go through the freehand stitch to kind of show you guys how that works. I know Amber Bingham, she's been on the show on the last 2 days in the morning. She's done a great job of breaking this down as well. So you can always go back and watch those videos, but I'll kind of go through it quick with you guys as well. So this is where we do the photo stitch. You go into design. We have what's called the SES, which is basically like a smart embroidery system. So you can press here and select the SES. And what that's going to do is it's going to bring up a grid for us. So we can zoom in on the grid to where if we want to do real small, fine detail, we can. And then if we want to do the freehand stitch, this is used a lot. People like to trace their grandkids' hands. You can sign your quilts. You can do quilt blocks with it. Anything that you're able to draw in proportion to the sizing, you can put on a material, a hat, a quilt block, a bag, a shirt, anything you want to there. So to do this, we select the paintbrush, and then we can select the sizing. So there's actually quite a bit of customization you can do with this. We can select the sizing of our stitch and everything we want. So we'll go with the large one here where you guys can see it pretty easy. In this case, let's do a smiley face. So I'll grab a bright color that you can see. And every new color, we just grab the stylus again, And I apologize, I am not left-handed, so if this doesn't come out good, then that's why. So there's our smiley face there. Again, you can really draw anything you want to. So if you have better penmanship than I do, it's going to look a lot better than that. But we hit the arrow to go to the next screen. It shows you what it's going to look like against the black background. Once you're happy with that, you press the X, and then it becomes a design in your machine that we can then select. So we'll load that to run. And you can see on the screen, there's our smiley face. That's good, Kyle. Can we go ahead and go back out? So the last thing, before I pass it back over to you, Blaine, is I'll talk about the warranty. So all of our machines that we sell, whether it's MAS 12, MAS 15, they all come with a 7-year warranty. So that's huge for our customers. That's the biggest game changer in the embroidery market today. Is it's not just the machine you buy, it's always the customer support and the company you're buying it from. So the really cool thing is, I know last year we brought the 12 needle on with Sewing Machines Plus. We went there, trained their staff, they picked it up great. And then even with the 15s as well, it's a lot of the same technology. They're super great with their customer support, getting customers up and going, answering questions. The really cool thing is, though, you have us as the factory supporting you through that full 7-year bumper-to-bumper warranty. So whenever that comes to a point, if Sewing Machines Plus, one of the technicians might not know the answer, they do have my phone number. They have all our technicians' phone numbers. So they're able to call in, get that answer for the customer. So that's another thing that you can't stress enough is you're really getting that customer support that's going to last with your machine. So Blaine, that's about all I got. So I know we're running close to 5:30 or just over. I'll let you go ahead and hop in and you explain your sale again.
Well, thanks, Garrett. And hey, Garrett, we sure do appreciate you being on the show. And we got to say a big shout out to SWF for being one of our platinum sponsors. And, you know, part of that $28,000 Dream Studio giveaway is going to be one of those 12 needle embroidery machines that somebody's going to win. So what a great package and what a great company to work with. And guys, again, this is the SWF MAS 15 needle. And I can't say enough about this. And one of my favorite features is that interface where you can digitize right in the screen. If you're an artist and you can draw some very unique designs, you can do that, digitize it, and then sew it out. If you wanted to trace your grandchild's hand, you can put their hand on the screen, trace it with the stylus, pull it in the machine, digitize it, and then sew it out. So there's not many machines on the market you can do that with. And again, you can do it with the 12 and the 15. Guys, what a great machine this is. And again, that quick change cap frame, that is a patented cap frame. It is extremely fast to change the caps out on this thing if you want to do hats. And this also is like many of the commercial machines. It's going to embroidery almost 180 degrees. So if you can imagine ear to ear on a hat, that the whole front, and you can always go all the way to almost the sides of the temples, if you can think about it, if somebody was wearing that hat. So ear to ear, as they call it, and it's almost 180 degrees of embroidery. And there's not many machines, especially consumer machines, the home machines, that'll do that. That's one of the things, the industrial part of this, they brought to the table. And again, guys, what a great machine this is. And we have a great price on it here at Hoop Fest on the 12 needle and the 15. If you're interested in either one of them, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. And if you want to link these up and run multiple machines, you can use a LAN, they call it the LAN connection, which is you can do the Cat5 cabling. You can run up to 200 of these machines together. And so if you want to start a business and expand, this is the way you can expand it. Buy one machine, and you can, later on in as your excuse me, as your business gets busier, you can add machines to it. Sorry about that, guys. I had a frog in my throat. But again, a great machine, guys. Y'all can go right now to SMPLive.tv and click on the SWF15 and go right to that product page and read all about it. And if you are live chat agents, you can ask questions and purchase from them. They can tell you what the pricing is going to be, or give us a call, 800-401-8151, and speak to one of the team members on the phones. And again, guys, phones have been extremely busy today. If you can't get through, just go to smplive.tv. At the top of the page, it'll say request a callback. Just hit that button, fill out the information, and hit submit, and it'll update real time in the call center on their screens. As soon as they get off the phone, they'll give you a call right back. But again, guys, the 12 needle and the 15 needle SWF, you saw Amber earlier today with that 12 needle. This is the bigger brother, the 15 needle. And again, guys, both machines are from SWF, and they are great quality. Stitch quality is unbelievable, and we got such a good price on them right now. So don't delay, call us today. So, hey, let's bring Jane back in the house. Jane is the rock and roller star of the Hoop Fest. So let's bring Jane back in.
Rock and roll, baby.
That's another outfit change, Jane.
It's a Jane original. So people were asking. I cut these out on my Scan and Cut, and I heat pressed them on, and then I, of course, added my sleeves.
That's awesome. So again, if they don't know about this, Jane, we are having another little contest going on that you have to keep up with. Jane's wardrobe changes from Monday through Thursday, and on Friday we're going to ask, how many changes did she make? And the first person to come in with that, we're going to give them a sewing machine. So y'all don't don't type it on the screen now. Don't give it away until we ask for it, because again, it's a lot so far, as I'm going to tell you.
Well, it wouldn't have been this many, except that now we have to keep count. But I love the people that are just hash marking it. They're watching the show. They're doing their thing. They're working. They're like, oh, okay. And they just make a little mark on the note.
Well, hey, if you can see the studio here, Jane, we have a big whiteboard, and Kennedy has been making hash marks on it too. That's how we're keeping up with it.
Okay. Thanks, Kennedy. I feel you. Want to see what else I made today?
Yeah, we want to see it.
Okay, so because I was gone for like a little while you were doing some other things, but in honor of Father's Day, I made this little placard. It says "Dad on duty." So when Dad is in charge of the kids, so this is just embroidered on, and then I just did it on some scrappy fabric, and I just covered a canvas with it. But don't forget, when Dad's not and he's relaxing, Mom is on duty. So you can switch this around to tell the kids who's on duty, who's not. But this is for Dad's Day.
That's pretty funny. That's
I know.
Good.
And then,
That's
of
awesome.
course, you didn't know that was coming, did you?
No.
That I made this today, too. Not rock and roll, just very sweet. That I did on my XP1. And that was one of the Disney built-in designs for my little friend Maddie. She's just obsessed. So I just did a quick little pillow for her. And that's it. It's not perfect, but it's okay. I mean, I put my zipper on the wrong side, but don't tell anybody. She's never going to know.
Well, Jane, I know you've been busy behind the scenes. So you've not quit working. You've been working the entire day, even though when you're not on camera, you're working. So we sure appreciate you being on the show. And again, everybody, we're getting ready to give some stuff away, but I got to remind everybody how they can stay in touch with you, Jane, is just go to your websites, JaneClauss, CLAUSS.com, and they can see your Instagram, your all your stuff, your Facebook, all the different things you have, your YouTube channel. You can find all the links from her website and keep up with her. And I know you got a lot going on all the time. And but anyway, that's the best way to reach you, correct?
Yeah, that's it. JaneClauss.com. You can get to my Instagram there. You can get to my Twitter there. You can get to all of my photos there. All of the TV shows that I host there. All my videos are there. All my DIY projects are there. I think this shirt is in there. Maybe a pillow or two. But yeah, it's all there. So that's a great way to keep in touch. Thank you very much.
Awesome. So good to know. And we're glad you're here. So are you ready to give something away, Jane?
I am so ready, Blaine. Everybody is ready. We've been doing this thing for like over 7 hours, and we need to give some stuff away.
All right. So I got to ask everybody out there that's watching, if you're ready for us to give some stuff away, put a number 2 in the chat right now. Just blast us out with number 2s. We're gonna get going
ready.
on this.
They just like write in the words, "We are ready." They're in it. They don't have time to put a 2. They just got.
Oh, there comes the 2s. The 2s are flooding in. So what Kyle's going to do, again, I got to remind everybody, Jane, is how they can win during the days, okay? Each day, tell them how they can win.
Okay, guys, this is how you're going to win some prizes. First of all, share the show. Share it on your YouTube, share it on your Facebook, and interact with us right there in the comment box. Interact. And you're all putting your number 2s in there. You're all asking questions. You're all commenting and liking. We love it when you comment. That is how you can be entered to win. It's like a raffle ticket. It's a free raffle ticket. All you need to do is be interactive. I always say, like, don't buy 5 for 20 or 20 for 70 or whatever it is. All you need to do is write in.
The $20 stretch of ticket.
Just keep being interactive with us, and it's more fun that way for all of us either. And the benefit is you could be entered to win a prize, and they're pretty cool prizes too.
Yeah, they're great prizes. And then the thing about it, this is also going to enter them to the Embroidery Dream Studio that we're going to give away Friday, $28,000 worth of stuff.
That is a big, big dream studio right there. Everybody's like dreaming about the dream studio.
Oh,
so
God.
Yes, you got it, Mary. You got it, Aaron. You got it, Trish. You got it, Patty. You got it, Eloise. Like, write it all in there, comment, and
There
share.
we go. All right, so let's do it. Kyle, we got to cue some music up, some giveaway music. And the first thing we're going to give away, Jane, is some of our world famous sewing mats. We have 12 colors to choose from. We have 4 sizes. We're going to let you pick your color, your size, and Kyle, spin that wheel.
There we go.
I love the spin the wheel. This is so great.
I do too. Get ready for the confetti.
See your name. Oh, yay! Congratulations to Sanella Thomas watching on YouTube all day long. She is cheering right now and screaming because she just won sewing mat from Sewing Machines Plus. I love these sewing mats.
So Nella, how you going to, claim your prize? You're going to go to SMPlive.tv. At the very bottom, scroll down to the bottom. It's going to have a form where you can claim your prize, fill that out, hit submit, and it's easy as that. All right, Kyle's showing you right there, down at the very bottom. You see it right there. That's how you're going to claim your prize underneath all the products. So we're going to give one more of these away. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
There we go.
I love that it slows down a little too.
Oh.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Let's just get excited for Beria Dyson watching on Facebook. Beria, you're the winner of an amazing Sewing Machines Plus sewing mat. Congratulations.
All right. So let's go. Now we're going to give a bag bundle away. So let's give our bags away. Spin that wheel, Kyle.
I love these bag bundles. This is great. Rainbow of colors. Oh, congratulations. NK watching on YouTube. Congrats, NK.
So all you winners, again, go to SMPlive.tv, SMPlive, Live.tv, and at the very bottom of that page, you can claim your prize, fill that information out, hit submit, and that's all you got to do. It's easy as that.
I just wish you had something to give to everybody. They're so great.
I know. So Kyle, we're going to give another bag bundle away, so spin that wheel.
Norma Bates.
Norma Bates.
Good job, Norma.
I know that name. I know Norma Bates.
Yeah.
She's one of our regular customers who's on our Thursday shows all the time. So congratulations to Norma. So Norma, again, go to SMPlive.tv, scroll down at the bottom to claim your prize and hit submit after you fill out the information, and that's easy as that. That's all you got to do.
Now we got some big stuff.
All right, we're going to give another one of these Juki 2010 Qs away. And guys, this is by far the #1 selling machine that Juki has ever come out with. And it is a workhorse. We love this machine, and we're going to spin the wheel.
Vicky
All right.
Edwards.
Vicky Edwards, congratulations. Watching on Facebook. You're the lucky winner of the sewing machine.
All right, Vicky. Again, if you want to claim that prize, just send us go to SMPlive.tv and scroll down at the very bottom of the page, fill that information out, hit submit, and you can claim your prize. All right, Kyle, we're going to give a Necky K132A away. And so Kyle, spin that wheel.
There we go.
Congratulations, Wendy Draves, watching on YouTube. This is great. I love that we're getting a little of both the YouTubers and the Facebookers. So, Wendy, congratulations. You're the winner.
All right. So next up, we're going to give that brother BM 3850 the 3850 away. Kyle, spin that wheel.
There we go.
Good luck, everybody. I hope you all win. All right, Tam and Gary Thacker. Tammy and Gary Thacker. Tammy and Gary.
So Tammy and Gary just won themselves a sewing machine.
Does that mean we have to give them two?
Nope.
Two, okay,
just one. One sewing machine. So Tammy, go to, or Gary, whoever it is, go to SMPLive.tv, scroll down to the bottom of that page where it says claim your prize. Fill out their information, hit submit, and that's all you have to do. All right, Kyle, what are we giving up today? Oh, giving some chairs away.
Famous hydraulic
We are going to give one of the Aero chairs away. These are the hydraulic chairs. These are the awesome chairs. Guys, we got 10 colors to choose from. We're going to let you pick your color. So, Kyle, spin that wheel.
Any color you want.
It's all very exciting. All right, Ms. K Scraps. What a name. Ms. K Scraps, you're the winner of the chair. Watching on YouTube. Love it. Love the name, too.
I'm just wondering if Miss K has a lot of fabric in her sewing room.
I would love to see Miss K's fabric scraps in her sewing room.
Miss K, take a picture of your sewing room and email it to us. We want to see it. Email it to CEO at SewingMachinesPlus.com. We want to see your sewing room with all your scraps.
Please, can we please see that? I'd love to see it tomorrow. This is great. I love these, the Christa's quilt blocks. These are really fantastic. You get two of them, right, guys?
Yep, they come in a pair. And guys, if y'all don't know really what this is, this is something that you can fit on all your Aero cabinets, and they'll fit on other cabinets as well in tables. But it's basically a fence or a guard, you would say, to keep your quilt from sliding off the table when you're doing work. So it's a great little addition. They come out, they clamp on extremely easy. So we're going to give one of those away, a set. So Kyle, spin the wheel.
There we go.
Yvette Dupree watching on YouTube. Congratulations, Yvette. What a great prize. Good for you.
That's awesome. What else we got to give away, Kyle?
All right, we got one more set of quilt blocks.
So we got another set of these quilt blocks. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
All the giveaways are like sort of like fireworks at the end of a big concert. That's how I feel. J.R. Amanti. J.R.
Amanti.
Congratulations, J.R. You're the winner watching on YouTube.
Yeah, I would think a Monty.
Monte. Yeah, a Monte.
Okay. All right, last but not least, we're giving the little pocket. This is the Aero mascot away.
Didn't the guys think that Kyle was going to steal it or Roger was going to steal it?
Yeah. I think Kennedy is one that's going to be doing crazy stuff with it.
Still end up getting it.
Congratulations to Lillian Flaherty.
Flannery.
Lillian, congratulations. Watching on YouTube, make sure you go to SMPLive.tv and fill out the winner's form, right?
That is exactly right. So there you have it, guys. Day 3 is in the books.
Day 3 of Hoop Fest is in the books. It's unbelievable. Today flew by, Blaine.
It sure did, everybody. So thank y'all for joining in today. Jane, great job today. Thank you so much. Looking forward to working with you again tomorrow.
Day 4 coming up.
Oh, we do. We got so many great things in store for y'all tomorrow as well. Plenty of prizes, plenty of education, plenty of other great deals on embroidery products and machines. And we hope that all y'all will join in. We're going to be back on air again in the morning. We'll start the stream at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central time. And then Jane and I will come on air just a little bit after 15 minutes after the hour. And we'll start, our first presentation will be at 10:30 a.m. Central Time and 8:30 a.m. Pacific Time. We hope that you'll join in.
And Blaine, you know what else is happening tomorrow?
What?
A whole lot of love, a whole lot of smiles, a whole lot of fun.
You're exactly right.
That's
and
right.
a whole lot of sugar, candy, and Mountain Dew and stuff here to keep us all fired up.
I'm eating apples over here.
That's what we need to be eating. But hey, Jay, great fun
Thank you.
today, and looking
Thank
forward to tomorrow. Everybody out there, we hope that y'all have enjoyed what you've seen so far. Let us know. Go back in after the show is over with, when the videos are posted. Hey, make comments, ask questions, let us know how you're liking the show. Because again, that's going to enter you into that big drawing that on Friday for that Dream Studio. We want everybody to get as many chances in there to win as they can. And it's going to be lots of fun. We hope that you've enjoyed it. We hope you'll join us tomorrow. We hope y'all have a great rest of your night. We will see y'all in the morning.
Bye, everybody.